Chapter V. The Devil of the Rhine. Present day as well as somewhere in March of unified year 1925. It's a familiar dream for the old man who lived through the Rhine. He would have the same dream again tonight. As one of the soldiers who served in the Great War, it's all burned into his mind. Back there in a way, it was where the rest of their lives were forged. Even now, unceasing gunfire echoes in his head like a broken record. Before he knows it, his thoughts return to that battlefield full of memories. Even after the war, the sights and sounds are too raw in their minds to fade. It's the past, but they can remember that world so clearly. The fucking battlefield, the most horrible thing the human race ever created. That battlefield where mud and flies reigned. Ah, he groans at the recollection. The Rhine was the very gates of hell. The old man has that dream over and over and is reminded again and again. I'll probably never forget it. I remember the events of that day in detail. As shells crisscrossed just over our heads, me and the rest of Company G were steadily advancing under orders to move to a new attack position. Of the 5 regiments composing the front line, Company E was seeing the most intense fighting, and our mission was to support their flank. I was in a machine gun squad. Our job was simply to set up the guns at the trench dug by the vanguard unit and create a firing position. The Imperial Army was supposed to have the Republican Army pretty well suppressed in that area, but the lines themselves were complicated as always. They were almost fluid. In other words, the battlefield was a bloody, chaotic jumble of us and them. The bombardment had blown away all but one tree in this Maya sort of place where resources were wasted. Blood ran in rivers, and when you would peek out of the trench to see what you could see, it would be all artillery smoke. Still, the blasted enemy artillerymen made nothing of the awful visibility and shelled us constantly at a varying pace. Our company's trench mortar squad returned fire, but they barely made a dent. Despite the smoke obscuring the battlefield, we could see a number of muzzle flashes from the Republican Army positions. I remember how much we struggled with the mortars. They didn't have a stable place to shoot from because the duckboards were sinking into the mud. Conditions were so bad that for the machine guns, too, even the highly trained gunners couldn't control their lines of fire. I remember that as far as the eye could see, it was soldiers covered in mud, doing everything within human power to secure their attack positions. I remember that day very well. The field guns set up in the trench were trying out some observed fire, and the designated riflemen were digging foxholes with all their might. Looking back on it now, these were superhuman actions from the few who stepped up in one corner of the harsh battlefield. Not allowing themselves to be discouraged by the maggots, the muck, or the shells raining down, enveloped in the stenches of rot and death, with no decent cover, those men advanced through the mud. They had trench foot. Their display of bravery is burned into my eyelids, and it even appeared divine. I respect those men to this day from the bottom of my heart. It was a shocking picture from a world you can't understand unless you've experienced it. You can only understand by being there. I can't believe this. Those toads, they must really like the mud. Yeah, the gunners want to turn this land into a swamp and jump right in. But the ones getting shot at a Company H, I feel for them. The team's banter eased our nerves somewhat, but the chatter from the guys in a nearby foxhole reminded us of reality. The ones under fire were Company H who had gone ahead of us. Frustratingly, the brass at the time seemed convinced we could break through the enemy's defense with human bullets. How many lives do they think this muddy tract of land is worth? Air support still isn't here. Shut up the enemy guns already. Someone let out a groan that echoed the sentiments of the whole company. We were supposed to push the lines up in places under local air superiority. That's how the operation was supposed to work. Those despicable bigwigs said we would have complete air support, but we wanted to scream that they must have meant a complete lack of air support. I told you, didn't I? You can bet your Easter turkey that was an empty promise. High explosives crisscrossed over the battlefield. A near hit from one of those was enough to blow a human body to bits. In a situation like that, close, full support was a pipe dream. so I don't think we were expecting much in the first place. Regardless of how the new recruits rushed through training felt, the old hands knew that there was no promise less reliable than one made by the brass. Everyone ended up like that. The soldiers exposed to the squall of heavy shelling, faced with the inescapable pain and mental strain of long hours under fire, couldn't help their eternal skepticism. If they didn't, gruesome reality would slay the beautiful propaganda in a single blow, and the soldiers would go insane. In order to survive the horrific war, you couldn't rely too much on hope. NGH, im hit, damn it. Medic, medic. I remember being able to hear, for some reason, the sounds of someone in a neighbouring dugout crumpling to the ground and their friends panicking, even over the roar of the battlefield. I suddenly realised that one unlucky bastard had been done in by a stray shot or a sniper. Since the entire trench wasn't blown away and there were no follow-up shots, it had to be a sniper. We quickly ducked lower and sprayed harassing fire anywhere it seemed like he could have been lurking. We don't want to die. Send out a stretcher. Cover them. Then, I'll never forget those 4 stretcher bearers racing out under diligent cover to try to get their injured brother to the rear. Emblems of courage and integrity. The medics are the only ones those of us headed away from the battlefield can rely on. Because the medics, called Sannies, were with us, we were guaranteed some humanity in that hellish world. Unlike people working easier jobs in the rear, if there was a fellow soldier who needed them, they would always charge into hails of bullets even we would balk at. Even when they were blown away with a painful impact, more of them were ready to go out after their fallen teammates. It was proof of their courage. They were the only ones I really, deeply respected. They were the only ones we could trust no matter what. I still feel that way. Lay down a smoke screen, hand grenades, throw everything you got. The mortar squad shot smoke shells, the designated riflemen threw grenades, and we just put up a curtain of fire. The stretcher was a sight for sore eyes when it safely appeared. Our trustworthy friends with their magnificent bravery. Sannies had to be protected if no one else. They were the only ones who would save us. And at the same time, I guess you could say, due to our covering fire, the Republicans spread out across from us seemed to remember the target they were supposed to prioritize. They were determined to crush not the swiftly receding stretcher, but the smarter-lek machine gun nets. Thanks to that, we were showered in concentrated fire, and I lowered my head without thinking, unable to take all the blasts of dust filling the air from near hits. Face down in our trench with our ears alert, we smiled weakly at the thought of how many Republican artillerymen must be treating us to shells. But that strange calm only lasted so long. After the whiz of something cutting through the air came a big, heavy boom we weren't used to. It sent chills up our spines. Those went 128mm shells. Thade brought out their precious 180mm field guns. Listen up, troops. Friendly reinforcements are on their way. Let's stick this out. At that moment, we were happy for instructions over the radio from our battalion commander, but our sense of futility was greater. Our battalion had no shortage of replacement troops. We'd nearly lost our will to fight, so I guess they were throwing us a line to cling to. Maybe that line would work on guys who didn't know how unreliable it was, but we understood all too well how that illusion would hold up. So when the hell is that support unit getting here? Someone on the machine gun crew expressed what all of us who knew that battlefield were thinking. We really needed reinforcements. The way it was going, we figured we would all have to die defending that quagmire and covered in its muck. So we really wanted backup as soon as possible. I want reinforcements preferably before we die. Was it me who murmured it, or the fellow next to me? I still don't know, but I'm sure someone did. That was when the nearby radio operator started shouting at the top of his lungs. The operators were the guys monitoring enemy transmissions, making sure they didn't pinpoint us. Usually they were full of bad news, but later I would think over and over how sometimes they did have something good for us. Reinforcements. Reinforcements are here. I remember very well how people thought the operator was shell-shocked and sent him pitying looks. But then we saw something we could hardly believe, so there was no time to think about that, or rather, we heard it. O fatherland, my love, be at peace. On every channel over a wide area, the words were broadcast so powerfully even a regular soldier with no magic ability could hear them. Clouds of dust were blackening the sky, and the mud seemed to be swallowing up everything on the battlefield, but the voice that rang out over the chaos was surprisingly calm. It was no wonder we questioned for a moment whether we had gone crazy as well. The phenomenon seemed that unreal. It was the code for a unit of reinforcements. We cocked our heads thinking the backup couldn't be real, that it had to be an auditory hallucination. O fatherland, my love, be at peace. But we weren't hearing things and we weren't crazy. Someone was really repeating those words in the official language of the empire. And it was the single-use password to show they were friend and not foe at that. Guardians of the Rhine, ye are loyal, ye are rocks, ye are loyal, ye are rocks. The operator boosts the signal to the highest output possible, and the answer from the radio dugout was the happiest sounding ID ever heard. The stream of words coming out of the machine gun squad's radio will be forever carved into my eardrums. We always laughed at what silly codes they'd come up with. The radio operators especially would make fun of them, but this time, just this once, I think all of us were truly consoled by them. The widespread interference only mages could employ. It could only be mages. It could only have been the elite mages of the Imperial Army. So it's lucky they didn't know that their saviors, their reinforcements, were hazardous, could bring utter destruction to their allies. She was supposedly on their side, but even the Imperial Army brass treated her as a god of death. It was a battalion for war nuts by war nuts, and they had arrived on the battlefield. Slicing through the haze of clouds and gunsmoke, she bristles with nerves. Major Tanya von de Guritschaf, internally sick of this, externally expressionless, is leading her response unit to the Rhine Air Defense Identification Zone Sector D5. Code confirmed. This is the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion, call sign Pixie. We're en route. Arriving in 160 seconds. Tanya isn't particularly keen on trench warfare. The only job I hate more is turning on the charm for propaganda. After all, now that I've been turned into a girl, faced with this annoying military framework where men are superior. Just the thought of my promotions being blocked by an invisible glass ceiling is enough to dampen any desire I might have to act all girlish for propaganda. Trench warfare, on the other hand, is just too dangerous. Apart from that, the Empire's personnel system has adapted extremely meritocratic principles for the war. In a way, so I'm more or less satisfied with it. So even though hugging every contour of the land to maintain the lowest possible altitude as she speeds toward the battlefield is dangerous, she is satisfied because at least she'll be valued. That said, she's in command of a mission to cross an area littered with spent shells, and assault the enemy artillery position with gunsmoke curling high into the air. Even if it came with hazard and war zone pay, it didn't feel great. Troops, you'll be performing supporting combat, ready anti-surface ordnance, diffusion explosion formulas, optical deception formulas, and counter-bullet outer shells. Take on counter-air and mage fights as you like. Gripping her rifle and computation orb tightly, Tanya gives the necessary instructions in a matter-of-fact tone. Supporting combat is actually a pain for commanders. Bombing the wrong side is unforgivable. If we blow away our own troops, next will be a shower of bullets from the firing positions on the ground. No question. The trenches and positions are built in such a way as to limit damage, but even so, nobody is happy to be blown up by accident. Only the USA is allowed to accidentally bomb whatever the hell. That they somehow get enough leeway to bomb the Chinese embassy in Belgrade makes me jealous, in a way. Setting those thoughts aside, the only viable option for this support mission is to swoop in close to the enemy position and go to town. In that case, the best plan is to maintain as high a speed and low an altitude as possible and invade all at once in a sneak attack. But that's theory. The ones actually maintaining that speed and altitude are already fed up. No one will tell you that flying fast near the ground is comfortable, Although this allowed me to escape the trouble surrounding the sinking of the Commonwealth submarine, getting sent to the Rhine front was bad luck. CP, this is Pixie. Send the target. Roger, Pixie. Take out the enemy artillery emplacement pummeling G and H companies. Understood. ID like to request 5 minutes of supporting suppressive fire starting now. Well, get them during that time. Still, I'm glad that on this type of arena Tanya's managed to retain the measure of autonomy that naturally comes with being a Silver Wings Assault Badge recipient. For starters, I can choose my targets freely. And the rear base may not have been perfectly tidy, but it was way better than getting all muddy, being ordered to defend a position and ending up the target of a barrage in the confusion. The place just barely counts as a rear base, though. The meals aren't the standard portable trench rations but proper hot food. On top of that, if I may broach an indelicate topic, the waste management situation is also better. It's only our first spring. If the air when I'm flying low reeks this badly, I can only imagine Thea doing the exact opposite of what hygiene dictates. As the cultured man with a common-sense grasp of hygiene I was before trenches, becoming a little girl, and what have you, I can only say it's a difficult environment to withstand. It's about as bad as being aboard a submarine sinking into an out-of-order toilet. Instead of that, I have worked commensurate with my pay striking field guns, with their feeble anti-air fire from the sky, and as long as there are no intercepting majors, well, just be duck hunting. They'll be great targets. I want to rack up as many accomplishments as I can and fulfill the requirements for leave. I may be here as punishment, but if nothing's on paper, I must be allowed to exercise my rights. I want to hurry up and get transferred to the rear to find a safe post. 5 minutes, that won't even suppress the anti-air fire, much less the artillery. After all, even a strike mission, which is comparatively safe for the front line, forces you to run some pretty lousy risks. For example, the observation squad is going out of their way volunteering to support us. If the frontline observers are acting as guides for us, that has to mean the situation is less than ideal. Usually, the observers would be out there spotting impacts. If they have time to kill, it must mean our side doesn't have much artillery. If we deploy our majors outer shells at full power and fly in anti-surface assault formation, there's no way we'll get shot by our own, at least. If by some miraculous chance we suffer direct hits, we should be able to escape fatal injury thanks to the new orb model. More importantly, defense from artillery is drilled into everyone in boot camp. That's no problem. And don't worry about us keep firing after we go in. After all, keeping an eye out overhead is the commander's job in an anti-surface assault. Having one unit strike while another unit provides air cover is a basic necessity in an air battle. I'm sure I don't need to explain that if I fly with direct support, the danger of getting caught in a barrage lessens to an incredible degree. Plus, I can finally increase my altitude. Escaping that sticky, thick air even feels a little nice. Anyhow, leaving the smell and the danger zone is enough to improve Major von de Guritschaff's mood. Lieutenant Serebriakov were getting 5 minutes of supporting fire. After all the artillery shelling drills we did, I don't believe there's any numbskulls in my battalion who would take a friendly shell to the head. Understood. Frankly, it still feels weird to call my being she. But anyhow, this little girl is wearing a rare smile. She pays no mind to the rather strained quality of the reply, and noting that it's time for work cheerfully starts on an upward trajectory. Since we'll be attacking the ground, we don't have to climb to freezing cold temperature Essenotha plus. As a result, Major Tanya von de Guritschaff is decidedly chipper. Her expression even relaxes into a grin, and that scene is carved into the mind of the former soldier who was there watching it. How many years has it been since the war? Yet his memories of the time are still clear as day. Pleasantly surprised by the news of reinforcements, we figured things would work out somehow. That said, the threat level we were facing might have dropped a bit, but lowering our guard as well would see us turned into silent corpses. So our company used the little extra time we'd been given wisely. The dead were moved aside and stretchers were prepared for the wounded. And the machine guns had just worn out, so we arranged to swap in replacement barrels. To our dismay, however, although they had plenty of the all-important barrels, apparently logistics was too understaffed to deliver them to the firing line in the middle of a large-scale battle. When they told my team to send someone, I was called upon to settle my tab from that ritual both traditional and sacred known as cards. In other words, you owe us. Come to think of it, I think the cards hated me back then, or I just couldn't see through the clever cheating of my company mates. It pains me that now I have no way of knowing. But at the time, those things went even a dream in my mind as I set off, grumbling and crawling to the base dugout. There I negotiated with the formidable logistics NCO and ended up stuck carrying the parts. People tend to have this misunderstanding that it was safe in the rear, but on the Rhine front at the time, safety was a fantasy. The closest distance between firing lines was only a few dozen meters. I wish I had been staring down the enemy in one of those. Since the trenches were so close together, the risk of accidentally hitting friendlies was high, so they couldn't usually conduct bombardments. Even if that wasn't their situation, artillerymen apparently hated firing into dangerous areas where they might lay waste to their own along with the enemy. Whether Empire or Republic, we all had the common desire to avoid blowing up our fellow troops. Rather than drop high explosives on our own positions, shoot for the enemy, even if you miss. It was common sense for both armies, so if you watched out for snipers, landmines and rifles on the forwardmost line, you weren't likely to be an instant fatality. But I should probably add that it wasn't rare for artillery to mistake the position of the front line, or to have trouble telling friend from foe in the confusion. I was once in a position nearly overrun by the Republican army, and I saw all the invading soldiers get wiped out in an instant by Republican army shells. Our respectful nomination of the enemy artillery for the Field Artillery Badge made it into the official gazette as a bit of a gag. We applaud the Republican artillery's great demonstration of their training and contribution to the imperial war cause. That's the kind of battlefield we were dealing with, but there was only one reason the rear was considered the most dangerous place to be. It's the radios. Any strong waves that aren't your own are obviously enemy command or a base dugout. It doesn't take even 2 days to crush a newbie's delusions of safety because of our sturdy underground fortifications. If you can't achieve much firing on the front line, then aim a storm of steel at the communications apparatus you can find, or so the thinking goes. If heavy armor-piercing rounds hit, dugouts are practically meaningless. You're holed up in a cellar 1 minute, and then next you're being ploughed by artillery shells end. A suffocating death under a collapsed trench would be dreadful. Nobody was eager to set foot in a radio dugout. At the time, they were so dangerous it was taboo to keep the communications base in the same dugout for more than 48 hours. Nobody talked about it, but everyone avoided doing it. The reason radios were brought to the front despite those conditions was that we needed them. You can't keep something as big as an army together with semaphores and trumpets alone. Wireless technology has proved effective amid the fog of war, so it's no wonder armies continue to depend on it even now. And listening in on the flood of messages was second nature to not only the radio operators, but also the rumour-starved soldiers in the trenches. That's why I was keeping my ears open by habit and heard it. Something so unbelievable I wondered if the fray had ruined my ears. There aren't any numbskulls in my unit who would get hit by a friendly shell. We need to prioritize keeping the enemy under control and holding them back above all else. A commander asking for a bombardment to be shot over them. I was about to shake my head, thinking there must have been some mistake when CP to Pixie 01. These are high explosive shells with fuses timed for air bursts, you know. Pixie 01, Roger, that's fine. Despite the static, I could tell she sounded cheerful. I'm still confident in my hearing ability even at this age, but that time was the one occasion I didn't trust it. She sounded so excited. Her tone was light-hearted, but her message was disturbing. What I heard over the radio was definitely the voice of someone having fun. She thought nothing of a direct hit from an air burst. She wasn't worried about shrapnel coming down like rain. Without thinking, the NCO I didn't even know and I looked at each other. We had to make our artillerymen bombard our own majors. I couldn't believe it. If they hit them, there would be hell to pay. Even if they were forgiven, they would have killed their own. Is she serious? She can't be. Why do the majors listen to her? But either God is a piece of shit or he has some far-sighted design us lambs can't even begin to imagine. She was serious. In the case of friendly fire, it was impossible to tell which emplacement had hit the wrong target, so incidents were handled with silence. They were unfortunate accidents and no one said a word. But it's a different story if the artillery is executing an observed fire mission on an area with our troops in it. Their reputation would be ruined. No one would forgive firing on our own troops, even if it was an order. Major, don't worry about us. Continue the bombardment. Even more invigorated. It scared me that such good cheer was coming over the radio. No, even now I'm not sure exactly what I was scared of. The fear of being shelled for hours on end, holed up in a trench praying to make it through. The terror and the urge to scream at the top of your lungs just put me out of my misery. Only someone who has experienced that horror can understand it. There was something strange about someone who could laugh off the fear of a bombardment. I wasn't this scared even when the sniper was aiming at us. I was cold. It felt like my body was frozen to the core. What the hell is this chill? Pixie 03 to Pixie 01, detecting multiple mana signals. 2 company-sized groups of enemy majors are on their way up. Time to contact is 600. I remember that the warning someone issued brought me back to myself, and the radio operator frantically relayed the enemy info to other stations. It was either just a new enemy unit or an intercepting unit. Even so, that was daily life on the Rhine lines, so I felt a strange happiness at returning to the normal from such an anomaly. I remembered that I had to take the replacement parts and ammunition and return to the firing line. I had to get back while the communication trench was relatively tranquil. So it must have been about the time I thanked the NCO, grabbed the stuff, and was about to set off running. I definitely heard the click of a tongue and a sigh over the radio, the same radio that cheerful voice had been coming from until a moment ago. First company, prepare for counter-mage combat. Follow me. These idiots don't have an appointment, so we're going to beat them back. The rest of you on the artillery. Finish that quick and join up with us. The spirit in her words was like a blizzard. You don't know that spirits can dwell in words. It's a pretty well-known topic on the battlefield, but well, it's probably better not to know. Maybe it'll be easier to understand if I say it was like the devil reading prophetic writings at random. In other words, chaos, Pixie 01 to CP. Well, meet the incoming enemy majors, but no changes to the original plan. You don't have to watch out for air combat. Normally, that would be condescending and overconfident. The ones under that commander must have been unlucky. But when I replay the memories in my mind, I can't help but shout, you monster. A hero, a star, an outstanding magic officer. You, ma'am, were a great officer. To all of us Imperial soldiers serving on the Rhine lines, you were a god. A new commander with a lot of mana and not much else. She must have a death wish. Unfortunately, whoever uttered that comment is no longer alive. Pixies. I'm pretty sure I heard of them from some great army guys. They said she was a god of death. The rumors from those guys who thought they knew a bit about Major von der Guritschaf were true. Yeah, she's a god, an immensely powerful one who presides over life and death. Things are getting fun now, troops. You're having fun, right? Her words, brimming with a spine-chilling anger, swept over the area as if she was planning to attract all the enemy hostility like moths to a flame. Major von der Guritschaf had bared her fangs. It invited a violent reaction. The Republic wanted to hunt the devil. In other words, they devoted all humanity's wisdom to killing the god of death. Gods don't die, but those of us next to them, they were right to call her a god of death. She killed the enemy and the enemy killed our men. Then the noble major, with a glance at all the dead in the mud, took her leave. Fucking hell. February 24, Unified Year 1925, the suburbs of Berun, Imperial Army Military Court. Tanya would tell you that an army at the end of the day is a state's instrument of violence. No matter what rhetorical flourishes are employed, its fundamental nature doesn't change. Those who get indignant and ask, "What do you mean, instrument of violence?" either don't understand the military or do understand voters, one or the other. Either way, regardless of the definition, the army must be controlled. Thus, regardless of how trustworthy those making up the organization are, they must be put on a leash. The emperor's army, protectors of the empire, vanguard of the people, shield of the nation, even the imperial army, showered with such praise, is no exception. Imperial subjects are proud of their soldiers. That's why deviating from that ideal inspires such reproach. The imperial military, as one of its standards, desires all officers and men to be model citizens. These expectations apply across the board, even to lowly privates. A natural consequence of this is that proper conduct is demanded of honorable officers with special emphasis. In a way, during peacetime, it's even more important than your caliber as a soldier. As a result, the military authorities have a maniacal love for rules, meaning they have a court-martial waiting for you if you break one. As a class in society, military officers are ashamed of being court-martialed. But that's during peacetime. The peaceful era of prioritizing honor and worshipping causes is over. Now we're at war. The matters dealt with in military courts, too, become issues of whether you unflinchingly carried out your duty or not. So according to military logic, it's difficult to overlook that this was an officer just doing their duty who got mixed up in an international political deal brought about by improperly maintained legislation. On the other hand, in a foreign affairs sense, few of the high-ranking officers and most of the diplomats are pulling their hair out. Please consider the politics. They demand, "You intend to make an officer who did her duty a scapegoat," comes the retort. The combination of these viewpoints makes for a volatile courtroom atmosphere. There we find the governance of a trial according to law. Major von de Guritschaf, this court is dismissing your case. The legal specialist acting as the judge stands and reads the decision, amid a forest of thorns formed from the gazes of uniforms and suits alike. Thayer throwing out my case. Which is to say, this compromise lets them avoid having to reject the claim by saying there's no reason to make one. Thayer getting around making a judicial call by saying that the case doesn't technically meet the criteria to be considered. The acting judge can do nothing but read the paper in his hands with an expression like a Franoisman who has been served the best Albion cuisine in the world 3 nights in a row. They need to save face on both sides, but if the positions are in marked contradiction, sublation is the answer. In other words, shelving the case is the only choice. The attack on and sinking of the neutral country's vessel was an unfortunate accident. But by adding that extra bit at the end, he is able to express his regret about the affair. It's clear to all seated in the courtroom that the presiding legal officer inserted the line to absorb some of the shock. To Tanya, this is the reconciliation she was expecting. She knows that someone who is faithful to the logic of the organization is in no danger of being disciplined unless they do something to harm the whole. And the group from the Foreign Office had been prepared for that decision as well. They went in with the gloomy thought that the army would probably not give them the decision they wanted, but they understood. Not that understanding does anything to soften the looks Thayer sending Tanya's way from their seats in the gallery, fists clenched. Meanwhile, as Tanya, I feel that receiving these murderous stares as if she's killed their parents was rather unfair. Of course, I understand what the Foreign Office guys think. They very badly want a scapegoat to appease public opinion in the Commonwealth. For better or worse, because the Foreign Office types value the entire state, they apparently don't consider an individual's interests with the same framework as the national concerns. Well, that's annoying. Tanya wants to sigh, but seeing as they are already seething internally, she figures keeping her mouth shut is the smarter plan and remains silent. It is a grave truth that international relations have been harmed by this accident, but in light of both precedent and laws and regulations, although it is our moral obligation to debate Major von der Guritschaft's negligence, we find that in terms of legal authority, the matter lies outside our jurisdiction. The statement he reads is, in a way, declaring an ambiguous position. While speaking of moral obligation and whatnot, they indicate in a roundabout way that they intend to evade responsibility via the bureaucratic reply that the matter doesn't fall under their legal authority. That said, Tanya's not the only one who can understand that to not judge her means the same thing as to not blame her. In addition, having taken into account the lawful nature of the mandate Major von der Guritschaft was given, we acknowledge that at the time she had very little room for discretion, and that she acted in faithful accordance with her orders. In any event, however, we dismiss the case. But it seems like the general staff or someone at the top put pressure on them. Even to Tanya, that last bit on the conclusion was a strangely favourable addition. She grins. Without realising it, her glossy lips have twisted into a faint smile. With this, she is as good as innocent. But in the courtroom, the only one looking so cheerful is the girl at the centre of it all. Among a majority of people who are willfully suppressing their expressions, the smiling defendant can't help but draw attention, all the more so because the happy face belongs to Major von der Guritschaft, who is rumoured to have rather emotionless features. For the aforementioned reasons, we lift Major von der Guritschaft's detention order. All those involved think it best not to mention that she wasn't ever under one. That said, confronted with her smile, many of the attendees fret and wonder if this was really the right thing to do. But the decision has already been made. And the superior mage the front lines want so badly will be released from custody exactly as the general staff expected. The Rhine lines call for urgency. Having a usable mage detained due to a political issue would be intolerable. They can prioritize the allotment of shells and other supplies to the Great Army but not mages. If they could fight the war like that, then no one would have to worry. Give us more mages, even just one more. When wailing entreaties like that are coming in from the front lines, the general staff don't have the resource anywhere to let a decorated name just loaf around. And how would they? If they had such resources, the war would surely have been decided a long time ago. We need her on the Rhine. It can't be helped. For those sorts of reasons alone, the matter was decided from the start. Well, no, if she had actually been negligent, things might have been different. Those are the only reasons. She's proud and visibly relieved that her previous judgment has proven correct. According to the rules of military and international law, I threatened a submarine of unknown nationality that was either violating or deviating from established standards. Though unfortunate, the accident was caused by warning shots fired according to procedures that were not created with submarines in mind. If there had been even one mistake in execution, the diplomats probably could have gotten the heavy punishment they wanted so much. But when there wasn't a single error, that's right, if there are no grounds for a sacrifice, what do you think will happen? If they were going to force through disciplinary action on me under these circumstances, this would turn into a scandal involving everyone from the Ministry of the Interior and the people from the Army and Navy who drafted the rules to members of the Foreign Office. My most significant military achievement has been to complicate things. I'm a promising mage and a recipient of the Silver Wings Assault Badge. In other words, they can't afford to cut me off. And Tanya's analysis is correct. The Army's Railroad Department, the Service Corps, operations in the General Staff, and even the Technology Division had been putting pressure, albeit informally, on the legal officers. The person in charge of practical matters in each department had gone directly and hinted that they were deeply concerned that an outstanding officer's reputation might be ruined. It was probably so much pressure it gave the legal officers stomachaches. So important that multiple departments came together to protect me. Not that anyone made direct threats, but the expectations multiple military organizations have for me put an awful lot of pressure on the legal officers not to disappoint them. So the legal specialists' hard-won achievement was showing that they were ready to court-martial me and deliberate. I can say that's a job well done, but that's only an internal matter. Someone within the organization may have resisted, but to an outsider the end result wouldn't look any different. Of course, in terms of international law, the matter between the Empire and the Commonwealth is officially settled. It was an unfortunate accident. The deal is that the Empire expresses their regret. The Commonwealth makes an announcement to the effect that they hope this will be prevented going forward, and there ensues some finger-pointing where each lays most of the blame on the other. But that's between diplomats. I highly doubt the people will accept that just because the government does. The Commonwealth's public is furious that one of their warships was sunk and people died as a result. They have no reason to bury the hatchet so easily. On top of that, and I'll say it without mincing words, Commonwealth authorities are happily inciting such opinions. The atrocious Imperial Army. For someone who knows their geopolitics, their actions are actually natural. It's obvious what would happen if the Empire defeated all its opposition on the continent. Having to face one giant country would have to be a nightmare. So if the people aren't on board with fighting the war, there's nothing strange about the authorities starting to stir them up. Into that situation comes an event, an unfortunate accident, perfect for propaganda. No matter how dirty it is, they'll shout their anti-Empire views endlessly. And reading the complicated legal details of the discussion in the paper is too much trouble. Officially, of course, both countries declare it an accident and speak of it as an unfortunate misunderstanding. The official line from both sides is that the Commonwealth submarines' communications and navigation equipment were malfunctioning from the start and had broken down. So the sub lost its way in Imperial waters, was unable to pick up the radio contact from the Imperial Mage unit on guard in the area, and began a training dive as part of its scheduled exercise. Then, as a result of warning shots fired according to the law of war, a high level of water pressure was applied to the hull of the submarine. About to be crushed, it performed an emergency blow. Then both sides, implying that the other is to blame, deliver the ambiguous conclusion that as a result of life-saving operations performed by the Imperial Mages, many injured crew members were treated at an Imperial hospital. But for those with serious injuries, the rescue was in vain, and they perished. It is also confirmed that the emergency mechanisms didn't function in time, and the submarine sank due to flooding. Additionally, both countries agree that the loss of life is regrettable, and that there will need to be discussions about how to prevent similar accidents going forward. So according to that story, it was more of a shipwreck than a sinking by attack. What that means politically is that both sides admit to mistakes, but they agree to look together for a way to prevent future accidents. But if the Commonwealth wanted to, it could paint a very simple picture. Empire sinks Commonwealth vessel. That would prime their public more than enough. It'd be like pouring gasoline on an already smoking fire. That's precisely why the Empire's Foreign Office is so anxious to avoid any further deterioration of the situation. No, to be more precise, everyone knows. Everyone knows that at this stage, the world is asking whether the other powers will allow the Empire to be the sole winner and invite the birth of a hegemonic state, or intervene to stop that from happening in the interest of balancing the powers. So this is an excuse. Nothing more, nothing less. In reality, everyone has braced themselves. If you have common sense powers of judgment, it's plain to see. The policy makers in both the Empire and the Commonwealth are aware that the clash between the two countries is only a matter of time. As such, the handling of Major von de Guritschaf, one little magic officer, is not top priority. Basically, it's politics. But it's also true that as a result of all this, her presence is a bit complicated. So being sent to the Rhine is understandable. In one respect, this is where Major Generals von Zettua and von Rudersdorf were pushing to put her anyhow, so it can be done now without any awkwardness. The General Staff is sending me and expecting results. The diplomats expect me not to cause any more issues. If possible, they'd like me to die out there. Then the legal specialists can escape this pain in the neck. Anyhow, now that everyone and his brother wanted to send her and her troops west, the devil of the Rhine sneered. And the situation on those lines became even more hellish. April 5, Unified Year 1925, the Rhine lines. Life with shells from breakfast through brunch. Waking up to find your friend who was sleeping right next to you dead is a rarity that happens all the time in service on the forwardmost line. If you relax in the trenches, you get burned. That's why you have to smile, keep your mind sound, and watch out for your health. They say you can't fight a war with a smile, but wars without smiles are dangerous. If the troops lose the ability to smile, that's a bad sign. Times like those, you need to make sure they aren't drinking too much. If you don't want to get sniped at, you have to give up cigarettes. As that thought occurs to her, Tanya realizes with a start that she'd like to give herself a pat on the back for not wanting to drink even though they've confiscated so much alcohol. The only ones in the battalion who are getting enough drink and tobacco, despite no rations, are me and Lieutenant Serebriakov. Someone must care about us. We even get playing cards and candy. Cocking her head, wondering whether girls are unexpectedly more suited to this type of warfare, Tanya is once again forcibly reminded how harsh life is in the trenches. Even the soldiers most loyal to their nations might turn traitorous if cards, one of their sole leisure activities, were taken away. There are tens of thousands stationed on the front lines in this delicate mental state. Even on the most peaceful day in those trenches, the weather is rainy with a chance of shells. Apart from when we deal with snipers and harassing fire, we can just lie around in the damp and the mud, but we're probably only able to get away with that because majors are so scarce. Majors have leeway to take a quick break in the rear and get cleaned up. We're worked that much harder when we get back though, of course. On sunny days, vision is good, and we fight huge, fierce battles where blood demands blood. In this world, the number of shells flying around has reached the point where a single division consumes 1,000 tons in a day. How could they say artillery plows and the infantry advances? Sure, it's half true, but we can't advance. Anyhow, both material and men are being used as if they are worthless, and when Tanya steps back and thinks about it, it's unusual. The more she thinks about it, the more she wants to frown. It's such a huge waste that she can't imagine a bigger one. Even I think human assets should be better taken care of. Once the troops receive their red slips and get called up, it costs money to train, outfit and feed them, but here's this war where we're going through them like they are sold at bulk discount. Our meetings may not be with stockholders, but it's a wonder we don't get criticized. We're firing with such wild abandon, I want to grill them for about an hour to see how much kickback they are getting from Grupper for these shells. Tanya doesn't doubt the importance of a curtain of fire. Of course, she understands that without the views of her esteemed superiors. But she has told them they should at least cut costs. The rear is such a mess that she has to sincerely wonder why there need to be 7 or 8 different standards for railway guns alone. Never mind the 20 cm guns and whatnot. Why does there have to be so much variety among 80 cm railway guns used by thousands of men? As someone with rotten experiences with an engineer, I suspect the Imperial engineers just made them because they wanted to. I wouldn't put it past them. Still, shouldn't they be at least a tiny bit interested in mass production? Anyhow, faced with this scene, I can see why the military-industrial complex prefers war. So that's why Japan was booming during World War I. Ditto regarding special procurement during the Korean War. There's no way sales don't climb when you have consumers ploughing through supplies at this tremendous rate. It's a perfect example of supply and demand. The market is so attractive it almost makes me want to start up a private military company. Ah, the heartlessness. If they are going to waste us like this, they should at least raise our wages. They have the money to shoot these shells at the Republic like so much water, And those cost who knows how much a pop. They should give some thought to employee welfare. I'd like to receive more than just candy and snacks. Tanya is lost in these utterly normal thoughts for an employee to have when Lieutenant Serebriakov interrupts her with an administrative notice. Major, we've received word that the fresh majors have arrived at Group Command. They say they'd like you to stop by to see about them. Fresh majors. Even if I wanted to replenish the battalion, we haven't lost anyone. 0 casualties. Tanya intends to be performing the most cost-effective management on the insane Rhine front, so she doesn't understand the relationship between her battalion and new recruits. Are you sure they weren't stationed here by accident, or did the message go to the wrong person? Though it's presumptuous, I did check myself and there's no mistake, ma'am. I'm confused. I didn't even request any replacements. But Lieutenant Serebriakov says she didn't mishear, that she confirmed there is no misunderstanding. So Tanya has to think. Her adjutant understands that a battalion with no casualties doesn't require replacements. Command understands this logic even better than Serebriakov, so it couldn't be them. On top of that, the battalion is already an augmented battalion. For a unit under a major's command, that's about as big as they get, and it's difficult to imagine being promoted and receiving new personnel so suddenly under these circumstances. The only logical inference to make is that we're in for some trouble. Why? I'm such good person, cost-conscious and a stickler for compliance. If fate exists, I can guarantee she's a jerk. Well, she's probably in league with being X. This isn't for sure, it's only a rumor, but I heard command might want us to act as an instructor unit. What? And where did you hear that? Well, a classmate from the cadet corps is attached to command as an observer on the Rhine. She's in a different sector, but in a personal letter she said, I heard you're going to be a teacher. Nice work. Hearing this plausible rumor through a random personal connection, Tanya finds herself asking for clarification. Lieutenant, your friend's ears are a little too sharp. Not that it's anything to be upset about. The duty to instruct recruits who aren't used to the battlefield, yet it's a bit late, but someone must have noticed the rate at which new troops fall. That's all well and good, but how did they conclude that we should be the instructors? But an instructor unit? If that's true, no, with the war going as it is, I doubt they'll have us fall back to the rear. So they are telling us to train rookies at the front. One of my men snorts as if he can't believe it. Exactly. Fresh recruits on a battlefield are dead weight that can't even be used to deflect incoming rounds. Honestly, they should be hauled off somewhere else. I don't want anyone in my way, and yet they assign me recruits to train. Frankly, I want to scream at them to come over to the front and see for themselves whether that is even possible. But just as I'm thinking that, First Lieutenant Weiss yells it himself. Unbelievable. I guess they think we can babysit while fighting a war. They all start shouting with no way to vent their indignation. Well, they are honest guys, and as one who's spent time shivering in a trench I can sympathize. So we're supposed to keep the shells off them. Have you ever heard something so stupid? Well, everyone was a new recruit once. Still, Lieutenant Serebriakov's cautiously stated comment is correct. Watching after panicking newbies is a bona fide pain in the ass, but we were all new once. Going a step further, Tanya's already fought on the Rhine while babysitting once before. Maybe it's because she has that experience that the brass is pushing it on her again. Yeah, it's true. I taught you on the Rhine, Lieutenant. Yes, Major, I've come this far thanks to you. Considering that, contrary to my expectations, I managed to find a useful subordinate, maybe we just have to do our best and see if we can dig up someone good. This might be rude, but the Major's training seemed pretty harsh. I can't believe you. What's that, Lieutenant Weiss? If you have something to say, go ahead and say it, never mind excuse me. From the looks on my bickering subordinates' faces, it seems like they'll take care of the recruits, and it's an order after all. Tanya unwillingly braces herself. Resigned, she has to force herself to accept the task. The reason she still can't think positive is that she knows reality. Thea throwing new recruits into a world where you'll go crazy if you can't endure the misery of suppressive shellfire. She'll want to pull her hair out the day an untrained newbie makes a scene in the trenches or the lodgings at base. At least if it's at the base, she can shove them on the medical staff in the rear, but if they panic on the front lines, we won't have time for that. I won't know what to do. More importantly, panic is contagious. If one handsome newbie's face crumples into a teary mess, and then the brave ones who've been enduring everything start making a fuss, I won't be able to control it. If someone pukes everywhere, it'll start an unacceptable chain of nausea for everyone. In a worst-case scenario, I'll have no choice but to produce silence with a shovel. 18. Shovels are fantastic for Rookie Education Week and bury their waste products, shut them up, and if necessary, bury them as well. They are useful no matter where you are, trench, base or graveyard. Well, that's fine. Gentlemen, if that's our duty, we have no choice but to do it. That said, orders are orders, and it's not as if this one has been issued yet. It's important to confirm these things. Anyhow, first let's inquire with command. If it's the truth, it'll be tough, but we'll just have to do it. We'll give it our all. If I ask for confirmation on the rumor, I'll learn whether I want to do this or not. If it's true that we'll be rearing greenhorns, then we'll have to do it in a way that doesn't break our backs. Tanya braces herself. We can't be expected to hold their hands every step of the way. Of course, I know that wasting precious human resources is a folly to be avoided, which is also why I think I'd like to do this only as long as it doesn't put too much of a burden on me. This is Major von de Guritschaf, about the new majors, so Tanya hazards a simple guess and receives confirmation right away. In a nutshell, the mission we've been given is to break the newbies in. From the phone conversation, Tanya makes a fairly certain guess that her unit will be training them. Then the first thing to do is have them observe the firing line as soon as possible. I'll just be glad that the battalion shouldn't get thrown into anywhere actually dangerous. The front lines will teach them reality far better than a million words of explanation. Apparently my troops agree. All right, I need to plan a training schedule is what I should have been thinking. Yes, what I should have been thinking. Gentlemen, welcome to the Rhine front. The fresh recruits were sent over more efficiently than I expected. Tanya was thoroughly at a loss as she gave them a word of welcome. When command does something promptly, things are not normal. It's an anomaly, and you need to prepare yourself for the worst. In the army, not having to worry about command's mess of administrative procedures is the kind of aberration that should put you on guard. Supplies get held up, reinforcements are delayed, but they'll send trouble over right away. In other words, command being efficient is bad news, which is why even Tanya wants to rip her hair out over the group of newbies they've pushed on her. Even though she knows it isn't becoming, she gets cranky and frowns. She braced herself, but we are these replacement personnel so utterly green. Lieutenant Weiss and the others all groan as they look over the careers of the recruits they've been assigned. They aren't here for retraining or changing arms, they're literally a slab of fresh newbie meat. We're being given raw recruits, whose only use is fodder for the meat grinder, and being told, don't mince them. Evolve them into fighting chunks of steak. Your instructor, Magic Major von de Guritschaf. If this was what was going to happen, I should have never gotten assigned to the instructor unit at Central. Tech research wasn't a proper workplace either, and the Alinium Type 95 is one more reason my head hurts. I guess I haven't been able to take proper advantage of my promotion opportunities. I just end up with more and more unfortunate connections. Tanya can't help but lament her circumstances. As you know, the Rhine is hell. It's a graveyard, so to speak. She smiles weakly, thinking how it won't do for all the fresh meat to drop like flies, and describes the battlefield to them in frank terms as a warning. It would be better if they had received a little more training that's actually useful for their situation. Soldiers who don't understand are dead weight. Then again, on second thought, that's exactly why someone thought of making them a proper fighting force with this training mission. To break it down further, this is the wonderful Rhine front, where the Republican Army will throw periodic welcome parties for any useless bodies who deserve to be disposed of, and you can get promoted 2 ranks in no time at all. Still, The high rate of attrition on the Rhine lines can only be lamented. It's a fundamental problem. I'm only a major, but all the superior officers here when I arrived were busy getting their posthumous double promotions, or if they were lucky, getting transferred or sent to the rear. Before I knew it, as a major, I was closer to the top of the command structure than the bottom. Oh, competition is so fierce in the Rhine line's labour market it'll make you pale. What would Darwin say if he saw this? Is this the ultimate progression of the theory of evolution? Or is it a desolate place where the theory of evolution breaks down? It's definitely a fascinating question, so anyone who wants to be a hero should go play with some snipers. Any time you spend talking to idiots who don't listen is for nothing, and having them hang around using supplies is a waste. The best thing they can do is go make an enemy sniper use up a bullet. If I can get rid of idiots and tire out enemy snipers at the same time, it's not a bad deal. The rest of you, do your best not to get in the way. Well, if they follow instructions, they should at least be able to act as bullet repellent. Okay, gentlemen, we'll probably only be together a short while, but let's all get along. Guess that's about it. Now then, time to work as much as I get paid to. Shovels are great. Shovels are the quintessence of civilization. With a shovel, you can dig a hole just deep enough to hide yourself, or if you gather a bunch of people with them, you can dig a fine trench. If you change your viewpoint just a little, you can even dig a tunnel. You can smash a sturdy enemy trench with mining tactics, not that they get used often. A shovel is a good friend to any and every type of soldier, and a shovel is the best gear for a close-quarters fight in a trench. Longer than a bayonet, simpler to handle than a rifle, sturdier than any other tool. Not only that, but they are extremely cheap to make, so they are perfect for mass producing. Plus, I don't have to worry much about damaging my mind. This is it, the ideal piece of equipment. This is the point humanity was meant to reach. Civilization has developed the shovel as its implement. Above all, it doesn't rely on magic, so it's optimal for stealth kills. With a shovel, it's possible to educate numbskulls who are dependent on magic scanning clang. We can say it's an indispensable item for nighttime raids. Of course, it's an excellent general-purpose tool at any time of day. The shovel is truly an implement born of civilization, Tanya murmurs, leading a unit to wish good evening to the enemy with their shovels. On this nighttime outing, they get all muddy as they crawl over the ground on their bellies. Her objective is clear, it's part of the new recruit education she has undertaken. Tanya has no problem forcing them to wriggle through this morass if she can beat into them that the only ones who can dress nicely on the Rhine are dumbasses or corpses of heroes being sent to the rear. She doesn't want to, but when it's an order, she has no choice. And so, she's reluctantly crawling at the head of the group, biting her lip. If it were possible, she would want to go back this instant, but she's advancing across no man's land. Since the snipers have given up their day off and are going for the perfect attendance award, she and her troop, clad in the grey camouflage of the trench dress code, drag themselves inch by inch toward the enemy camp. Sneaking forward, jumpy as a mouse, with a heavy steel helmet on your head is the height of humiliation. What torture that we can do nothing but sneak like this covered in mud. This place is utterly insanitary. The putrid reek of the unrecovered corpses of both sides has completely numbed my nose. Ugh, how extraordinarily disgusting. Though conditions are severe enough that I lament as such, work is work. I curse the fruitlessness of this 3D, dirty, dangerous and demeaning labour from the bottom of my heart. Why are the higher-ups always asking for the impossible? To find out how all this started, we have to go back several hours to the beginning. Whether you see it as a comedy or a tragedy will depend on your point of view. The incident does, however, become the momentum for marked improvements in the Imperial Army's chain of command and communications channels. I'd like to hear your opinion on improving field battle capabilities. The operations staffer, attached to command who had come to visit Tanya that day, handed her a circulating notice. On it were the loss rates of new soldiers stationed on the Rhine lines as replacements, separated by arm of service. What jumped out at her when she scanned the page was how high the numbers were. You could say the Empire's new soldiers were literally dropping like flies. As a frontline officer, she put the notice on her desk and sat down with a sigh. These are what the rates will be if you have to deploy new recruits with not enough training or experience. If I may be blunt, this is surely due to insufficient training and accelerated education. I should think that instead of learning how to march in formation, they need to be trained how to lie in a trench. Aside from that, perhaps they should also be baptized in the most difficult parts of trench warfare under conditions that minimize casualties. They certainly have a ways to go to be useful, but we can't very well stand them up in front of the machine guns either. Seeing the important colonel sigh, bring his coffee to his lips and grimace, Tanya's face stiffened. On the forwardmost line, there's no way to provide adequate hospitality. She had given Lieutenant Serebriakov strict orders to make it the best cup of coffee she could, but there probably hadn't been enough fuel to boil the chalk out. The colonel had drunk some, so she did too, but it tasted awfully tainted. "You don't like it, sir?" That said, she showed him what it was like on the front lines by implying that that's just how it tastes there. "I don't mean to nag you about conditions on the front, but thighs is horrible. It reminds me of the dining room at the Central General Staff Office. They must have better luck with water there, though." "This is the firing line," Tanya murmured, staring sadly into her butchered coffee, oozing a bit of helplessness. Even the taste of these luxury items wasn't the same on the front. They were in another world, removed from daily civilian life. It would be no easy task to throw in new recruits with only accelerated training and get them acclimated. "You're saying we should give them a taste of this experience in the rear. If possible, they should be informed of the realities of the trenches so as to shatter their illusions about war. The numbskulls who want to be heroes end up killing not only themselves but their fellow soldiers. The newbies who try to pull off heroics in the trenches really are numbskulls. If one of them succumbs to the rush of adrenaline and does something reckless or makes a futile charge, at least the damage can be minimized to affect just him, but oftentimes they have the nerve to involve others. On top of that, though you can't really blame them for a physiological phenomenon, I'm also really sick of them polluting the trenches with all varieties of incontinence and creating hotbeds for every type of infectious disease. That's why with these young ones Tanya groaned, burying her head in her hands. What was that, sir?" "Oh, I just thought it was strange, given how young you are, Major. The one with infant military careers are useless. Of course, I'm sure it's a different story if they can manage to survive 2 months on the Rhine." Now, forget I said anything. Let's get back to the topic at hand. I wasn't really sure why the colonel was mincing words. The whims of superior officers don't always make sense. Tanya politely did as she was told and switched to their main topic without asking anything further. Tanya's age might be strange from an objective perspective, but subjectively she could only think of years of service, similar to the way someone would say how long they'd been working at a company. "Yes, sir. At present we can't hope for large-scale mobile battles. All we can have them do is hole up in the trenches and maybe shoot their guns." Anyhow, Tanya's idea about the loss rates, that they would improve a bit once the soldiers acclimated, was a violently realistic one. That's just how it goes in total war, where you're in a competition to literally grind up human resources. Even if it made sense to be concerned about high losses, she thinks they are overly worried about the effect such losses might have on the lines. To Tanya, you can afford to overlook losses that aren't big enough to affect the ability of the organization to continue fighting. To put it another way, if they were dropping as fast as they were in All Quiet on the Western Front, things would be pretty much like the title of the movie All Quiet. Even if divisions attacked by night, like in the Russo-Japanese War, it would be a cinch to repel them with machine guns and mage support. Well, we would have to be practical and expect casualties within some permissible range, since the newbies would still be learning the ropes. After all, I wasn't the one who'd be dying. Not that I wanted them to die if we could help it. Indeed, it is difficult to imagine a large-scale mobile battle breaking out. You're probably correct that we should focus our instruction on other areas, but ultimately, the colonel didn't say anything that negated what Tanya had said. What came through in his anguished reply were the emotions he couldn't shake, the feeling of wrongness and hatred for this way of fighting that involved sending so many young to die. Neither can we ignore the damage being done in these smaller engagements. The problem is that even if the losses are small, they pile up. Worst of all, morale will start to flag. But if an engagement is small, it shouldn't be resulting in too many losses. Wait a minute. Tanya seemed to be the only one present who thought those losses were within the permissible range. Compared to the rate of casualties in World War I, these little scuffles were adorable. But a normal person wouldn't usually use deaths in World War I as the yardstick even if they were aware of it, and if they weren't, they would undoubtedly shiver at the inconceivable numbers. At most, a harassing raid would only kill the ones who would die anyhow, so that doesn't seem like such a big deal. A serious raid would be too high risk, so the most the enemy can do is take a company of infantry for a sneak attack. The limit for mages would be a battalion-sized harassing attack. If that's all, the casualties the Imperial side could expect wouldn't be unsuitably high. Speaking in extremes, of course. With that thought, Tanya drained her awful coffee and reached for a mint candy as a palate cleanser. The large gap in experience between veterans and newbies can only be explained by how much actual combat they've been through. My unit's rate of loss was far and away the lowest, but the replacements from other units were starting to get injured, albeit gradually. The soldiers who got their first taste of combat in the Easy Dacian War were lucky. If your first time is this rough, it must take a long time to get used to it. Major von de Guritschaf, don't you think with your instruction and direction the loss rate could be lowered? If you order me to do it, I'll do my utmost, but ultimately our only option for these first-time combatants is to teach them step by step. On a battlefield with snipers, pointing at a moron who got shot is far more persuasive than telling them, don't stick your head out. While trenches diminish the effectiveness of field guns, concentrated fire from large-caliber heavy artillery reduces even reinforced concrete to rubble, so don't all hide in the same place. They'll understand well enough if you make them recover the bodies of the poor radio operators who suffocated when they were buried alive in a pillbox. Take writing the alphabet, for example. If you don't go ABC step by step and actually teach how to write it, there's no point. When that occurred to her, Tanya realized her battalion still hadn't experienced some things on the Rhine either. The obstacle of trenches certainly changed the way night battles were fought. They changed the way guard duty was performed as well, and the replacement troops were definitely not used to it. Newbies and veterans alike had to deal with warnings being given at the drop of a hat. And maybe this was compounded by the mages not having much opportunity to be in the trenches during the day. That said, it seems to be as you say. From what I've seen, I agree that we should be able to improve a bit more, said Tanya upon reflection. In other words, she needed to educate the fresh recruits under the assumption they were unfamiliar with the trenches. The change in environment and premises requires retraining. Yes, that's right. Their combat in environments where they can't rely on magic is particularly unbearable to watch. Tanya nodded in response to the colonel's observation. The mages were trained under the assumption they'd be deploying both protective films and defensive shells, so they really did suck at stealth combat. The shameful sight of newbies unconsciously protecting themselves and then getting targeted by the enemy annoyed her. It's true that even though they are under strict orders not to use magic in the trenches, there are too many examples of people leaking signals without realizing and getting picked up by the enemy. Having said that, it really started to hit home. Oh right, there was also an incident where a whole unit got blown away because some numbskull gave away their position while they were getting ready. There had been an inquiry, but did anyone attempt to re-evaluate replacement training as a result? Aha, It really is an issue when one person's mistake multiplies the damage. Having jumped to that conclusion through logic incomprehensible to others, she was touched, thinking it was good that the higher-ups cared about improving the situation. You're worried about even the small-scale battles with recruits this undertrained. Right, Heinrich's law. There is always the risk that letting small errors go will lead to getting majorly burned. And Murphy's law teaches us about the dangers of ignoring the possibility of failure. Humans are numbskulls. If there is a way to fail, someone will figure out how to do it at some point. In that case, Tanya, shocked at her own pride, felt her heart stop. The higher-ups must be apprehensive about the shaky new recruits not for some baseless reason, but because they've discovered some risk that officers across the front have been carelessly overlooking. How perceptive. I need to hand it to them from an HR perspective. There's no guarantee that these issues won't worsen if things develop into a massive battle, so if there are even small ways to improve, we have to work at them. That's exactly the issue. Large-scale engagements notwithstanding, these smaller skirmishes. Even if the current assumption is that a large-scale battle won't break out, the operations staffer emphasized that even the present human losses couldn't be ignored and felt, as a decent person would, that this level of harm, this mass production of corpses, was wrong somehow. Meanwhile, Tanya nodded quite right at everything the colonel said, but nevertheless took no particular issue with the losses as such. Rather, she thought the biggest problem was that many of their units were inferior due to being formed mainly with replacements. Certainly, even if the chance of a large-scale fight was negligible, they were currently leaving open the possibility of failure and piling up small errors. Actually, after having this pointed out to her, her most serious concern was the very real, if sporadic, instances where one person's error had caused catastrophic damage too much. She worried that newbies who couldn't function without relying on magic could be a major component of failure on a high-risk mission. You were on an operation in Norden where you couldn't rely on magic, right? I imagine you have a handle on the gist of it. As you say, sir. I'm ashamed to say I hadn't been thinking about it, but I'll keep it in mind when I'm teaching. The idea of requesting error prevention measures indicates, in a way, healthy operation of the organization. In civilian life, trouble can usually be dealt with by firing the person who made the mistake. In the army, however, one person's mistake can mean everyone dies. One for all for one. It's a truly wise saying. If one person fails, everyone dies, and if everyone else messes up, one person's fierce fight won't be enough to win in the end. About that, I appreciate that instruction is happening, but it's far from enough. The issue really is lack of actual combat experience. The colonel was enthusiastic, thinking that had gotten her to understand his opinion. Thus, he and Tanya entered a strange misunderstanding without realizing the incongruity of their views, because they saw only their agreement that something needed to be done. Yes, what is it, sir? Can you give them some experience? What they needed more than protected experience in a large operation was thorough repetition and review in small-scale battles. That is what Tanya believed, so although she didn't want to, she resolved to go on a non-magic raid. Yes, combat experience should be gained alongside a well-trained unit with extraordinarily low loss rates. Experience trumps schooling. Sir, experience, yes. There was no point in training corpses. There was no telling on the ground when the chance would arise to do a large-scale mobile battle or breakthrough or difficult operation like an infiltration attack. As long as that was the case, troops should be kept trained up so they could respond to orders at any time. Tanya kicked herself for her careless neglect. I didn't want losses in my unit, and I figured if I put the newbies out to pasture, the battlefield would turn them into master soldiers, but that was the wrong way to go about it. Yeah, if there's a chance to train them in the trenches for a while, I'd like to have them fight with your troops. It was true that having her battalion go to the trenches with the new recruits as an instructor unit would reinforce the front. The Empire sure gets all they can out of their people. The shocking truth had just started dawning on Tanya that in the abnormality of war she had lapsed into irrationality and laziness. This is why war is bad, she thought. War numbs humanity and reason and drives you crazy with rotten fantasies. When that thought crossed her mind, she had been on the verge of resisting, saying, "You're telling me to leave the rear and throw myself into the trenches. And not only that, but take a bunch of dead weight with me and train them." She was terrified to see how tainted her own thoughts were. "Even though I know that being hasty and short-sighted is most likely to cause a failure, once I experienced it, I got a good taste of how easy it is to fall into that trap. Understood, I'll do my best to instruct the unit." "Great, I'll prepare the written orders immediately. Sorry for the pressure, but we're counting on you." "Yes, sir, leave it to me. I'll have results to show in no time." And so neither of them realized there was a definite contradiction in their views, and Tanya moved ahead with carrying out her orders. Taking her time to enjoy her dinner, she has the company commanders under her prepare for a night battle and confer with the leader of the recruits. She also points out to her Batman that the potatoes are inexcusably old. When he replies that the supply unit is bringing canned goods as a top priority, she is forced to reluctantly back down because she senses her superiors are focused on logistics, network maintenance, and efficiency. The light railway is handling about as much traffic as it can take, so they are probably prioritizing canned goods, since those keep for a long time and can be transported according to a preset plan. In other words, I shouldn't expect raw vegetables or fresh meat or fish anytime soon. The calories at least should be up to regulations. Still, when she hits upon that prospect, she has to accept the reality that her already simple table will become even drearier. "Well, I guess the only ones who get to expect decent meals at war are the Navy, or maybe just the submarine squads. I've heard they get treated well. Of course, everything else about their situation is the worst. Basically, they are beginning to prioritize ease of transport, and that makes sense to her. She certainly can't argue against it, so with nothing else to do, she lays down her sword on the food issue and continues her meeting. That's how essential close cooperation and maintaining leadership will be in the upcoming operation. After all, discipline in a normal mage battalion night battle would be managed via magic. But if they were to cast interference formulas in the middle of no man's land, they'd be detected. No individual radios will be distributed either. Fighting a night battle under these conditions with fresh recruits is incredibly reckless. Operation Eagle Claw heading for Iran probably had a higher chance of succeeding. So should we split into autonomous platoons for the raid? Just one Imperial Mage platoon is said to have firepower equal to a company of regular infantry. Well, practically speaking, an infantry company and a mage platoon really can probably deliver the same amount of damage. Plus, it's a night battle. If we hit them with that much firepower under the veil of darkness, we can probably expect widespread confusion. But then to continue fighting, we'll have to rely on magic. That means the second we cast interference formulas, it's possible that the enemy retreats and the whole area gets bombarded indiscriminately. Well, or we could just take checking machine gun fire. So should we infiltrate as companies? It's realistic, but on a whole new scale of difficulty. It's not a bad idea to have each group perform a feint and then attack from 4 totally different locations. But sending in all 4 companies would mean that even as an augmented battalion, we wouldn't have any muscle in reserve. I want to stay in the rear under the pretext of commanding the reserves, so I can't accept that plan. I will take the most highly trained first company. Having all the other companies perform the raid would be best for me, but my subordinates are advocating for a plan where first company is the main attacking force. They want to go without reserves and have the others feint. The objective of our night battle is the abduction of enemy soldiers, which is relatively less difficult. Basically, we'll invite enemy sentries from a warning trench to be friends for intelligence to chat with. In other words, you all want to avoid engaging as much as possible. Yes, Commander. Honestly, it'll be impossible to fight with those recruits along. I suppose it is important to avoid combat, My orders are simple. Give them night battle experience. Period. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles, or endeavor to understand one another in an advanced, civilized manner. To that end, a bit of nocturnal hiking to invite enemy soldiers over isn't so bad. No, it's not bad. Well, it's not good either. I guess things can't be declared simply good or bad. I'm concerned about speed. More than anything, This'll demand a swift withdrawal. Without thinking, I've already voiced a worry. Well, as the one in charge, I have to consider and prepare for all eventualities. I can't get away with saying, oops, I didn't think about that. If I say it's possible and fail, I'll be laughed at. If I say it's impossible, I'll be reprimanded as inept. I'm compelled to raise concerns. We need to think seriously about this. Any resisting enemy soldiers won't be killed but knocked out. Well, that's easy for a mage to do. We get a lot of practical experience on how to leave people neither dead nor alive in the military academy and basic training. The venerable Dagonjan and Zusho come in surprisingly handy. We're up against soldiers instead of farmers, but in terms of governing theory, the result is the same. Well, no, I'm actually much more comfortable doing it to civilians. We could also tap them lightly with the flat side of a shovel. If you swing a shovel sideways, it slices, but if you hit with the flat, that's one down. They really are convenient so much so that I'd almost like to have all the recruits participate armed only with shovels. But what do we do once we capture our guests? If the warning trench sends out an alert, our only options will be to fight or run. As long as our objective is to take prisoners, fighting is pointless. When all you've got is the muscle of a group on force recon, dealing with the counter-attacking unit in a trench fight is a completely futile battle of attrition. And if we were to miss our chance to pull out, we would literally die in vain. That's why after we achieve our appointed objective, there's no reason to stick around. When your work is done, there's nothing better than going straight home, which is why we can prioritize speed without fretting over the mana signals have been concealing up to then, and go literally flying out of there with flight formulas. There is no better way to let your mana signal loose and hightail it away from the battle lines than a flight formula. Hooray for flight formulas. We'll have to run for our lives for a couple minutes, but if we can't get away, we'll get blown up in a hail of SOS fire. Well, another way to look at it is that as long as whatever gets us makes a clean hit, we won't have to suffer. That said, everyone wants to enjoy life. Even suicidal people aren't born in such a passionate state of despair over their existence that they want to kill themselves. If they are able to believe in the future, humans all have the wonderful potential to build a bright, peaceful tomorrow. Humans are irreplaceable, we're all unique. At least, I don't know about other people, but I have no substitute. That's why I want to survive no matter what it takes. No, I will survive. To that end, I'll even praise the devil as God for those couple minutes to go full throttle. I'm saying that we'll keep an eye out for each other as we withdraw, but I'm definitely not stopping. Falling behind means being taken prisoner if you're lucky or death in battle if you're not. Well, seems like you're appropriately nervous. Apparently, all my subordinates have screws loose. I mentioned a concern, so why are they talking about appropriately nervous? Was it a mistake to gather a bunch of war addicts when I formed my unit? I want to take a little space. I hunt for someone with some normal opinion. When I scan my troops, I see Lieutenant Serebriakov raising her hand. Major, the last few minutes are the dangerous part, although we do have to give the new recruits support on our way over as well. This is a much more sensible viewpoint. We'll be fine on the approach unless someone makes a sound or some numbskull gives off a mana signal. Lieutenant, you and I have seen enough newbies screwing up on the Rhine to make you sick. You can handle them right, if need be, but Major, I'm going to do my best to cover for them so that won't be necessary. Well, let's go over the opinions we've presented. Let's round up the most sensible conclusions we have. 1. Do all we can to avoid combat. Peace is best, of course, no reason to oppose that. 2. Send the strongest unit. This is irritating, but in terms of military sense I can't argue with it, accepted for its prudence. 3. If we don't get discovered, the approach is possible, withdrawing will be dangerous. These are the points we collected. It's probably the safest plan. That is, if we arrange for a steady advance and a swift withdrawal, I guess we shouldn't have any problems. And if the troops make a mess of it, they'll have officers and NCOs with plenty of Rhine experience to back them up. Lieutenant Serebriakov and the others who have come up through the ranks will probably do a proper job of that. Good. I'll notify them of the plan. Now, which of the fresh mages will I take on our first picnic? Dinner was potatoes and a little bit of fresh meat. Everything else was canned. Mages are usually treated well, and I'm even an officer, but this is what I get. This is still the rear base, so I'm told it's on the good side. I wonder what the situation is on the front line. I hear the Great Army is putting pressure on the enemy lines, but logistics is probably still struggling. With those things on his mind, Magic Second Lieutenant Warren Grants, who had finally just been commissioned, ate his food quickly like soldiers do. The meal was better than the rations at the field exercise grounds. At least it satisfied his appetite, and his tongue didn't reject it. But even if the food was better, had actually been feeling depressed for a few days. After all, he was being sent to the district with the fiercest fighting. No, when he left the academy, he even trembled with excitement at being sent to the Rhine sometimes. He even thought he'd rack up brilliant exploits and become a hero, but that enthusiasm withered the closer the military train got to the Rhine district on the way to the front. What he saw were shell craters and burned, blistered things. Everything in his field of vision was grey. All of it scorched fields. By the time the pungent odour began invading his nose, his spirit was deflated. And the thunder of a large gun, maybe an Imperial Railway gun, intensified his worries. Before he knew it, he and the others were restlessly glancing around, noticing that many of their fellows wore the same anxious faces. During that journey, one of the few ways to pass the time was sharing rumours. As Head heard, the old stagers either slept, played cards, or spread rumours. Grants dozed now and then, otherwise chatting as the train rocked along. He heard some rumours he knew of too. For example, one legend at the academy said a second-class student had once murmured that Cadet de Guritschaf was more terrifying than the battlefield. She certainly is scary. Such were the thoughts running through his mind as he presented himself at Rhine Command. When he arrived, he heard he would be attached to an instructor unit, which was a relief. According to command, he'd be retrained as a replacement before getting his assignment, so the first thing to do was get used to the front lines. Maybe I can do this. It was several days ago that he had thought that. Gentlemen, welcome to the Rhine front. If the devil exists, it has to be our instructor, the commander of the 203rd Aerial Major Assault Battalion, the legendary Major von de Guritschaf. The way she smiled. The way she looked at us like we were maggots. The way she seemed thirsty for blood. I'd believe she had tried to kill a rebellious underclassman or crack his skull open. If I screw up on the battlefield, she'll definitely kill me. That's how threatened I felt by the instructor who just had to also be my advisor. I wanna cry. Out of all the replacements, I was the only one who had been through the academy. In other words, everyone either didn't know the rumour that she was a demon in the guise of a little girl or laughed it off. The ones who figured they could handle war if that little kid could were on the safer side. Just the thought of what the ones who underestimated her might do made my stomach hurt. I've never hated the words collective responsibility so much. Tonight, I'm off duty. I should go to bed early. It happened just as I thought that we were summoned. The 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion was ordered to appear in the briefing room, grouped by platoon within 3 minutes. Hurry up, run. I urged my platoon, who had been finishing dinner, raced over to the briefing room, and just barely made it at 2 minutes and 51 seconds. No other platoons had arrived yet. Well, no, in Ran's 7th platoon. They'd been competing with those of us in 4th platoon. That second the 3 minutes were up. And the next second the superior officers broke into broad grins and went to go get the tardy platoons. Did the others even feel bad for being late? In any case, we all assembled quickly, and our smiling battalion commander announced a night picnic plan, not that it involved anything like a picnic. Unfortunately, gentlemen, I think that aside from 4th and 7th platoons, you deserve penalties. This was the major who had once said during a speech at the academy that deadweight should be killed. I pitied the groups who hadn't been able to make it in 3 minutes because I figured they would be thrown into hell, but that wasn't right. In order to teach you the importance of haste, I'm sending you to the trenches. Since you don't seem to understand when I tell you, you'll experience firsthand what happens to slowpokes. They'd actually be buried in the depths of hell. The shocked majors were immediately assigned to the warning trench. The warning trench on the front lines of the district, with the worst fighting, they would be what are commonly called canaries, the first to get attacked on the forwardmost line. The mortality rate was naturally the highest. It was a position where you couldn't rest for even a moment. By the way, they are called canaries after the caged birds that are taken into mines. The comparison is made because of the criticism that the raison d'etre of anyone in this post is to stop responding. But I shouldn't have been relieved. Now then, you fine, punctual fellows, I have a reward. She looked at us one by one as if she was going to tell us something wonderful. My platoon mates next to me seemed to be expecting a reward, but I wasn't. I had a really bad feeling. You get a little amity-building recreation. Well, go on a picnic, make a toast, and invite some new friends to come back with us. I guess you can call it a party. As soon as she said that, someone handed us a pamphlet that said Field Trip Guide. Picnic procedure. First, equip hand grenades and your shovel, then ready your rifle and computation orb. Dress in night camo for CQB. By the way, if you use your computation orb or rifle without permission, you'll be shot or beaten to death. Republican soldiers are people too. That means you can make friends with them. Then why did we have to knock them out with shovels? In ancient times, people made friends by talking with their fists. Civilized people of the present use the implement born of civilization, the shovel. This is crazy. No one said it aloud, but it was the look on everyone's faces. This was a nighttime mission to abduct enemy soldiers, a so-called intelligence-gathering mission, but extremely dangerous nonetheless. If we were going to drag enemies back with us, it went without saying that we would have to approach the enemy trenches. Basically, we had to sneak up to the enemy position where machine guns, all types of heavy artillery, infantry guns, snipers, and tons of soldiers were waiting and abduct enemies out of the warning trench, which was the place that was on highest alert. We're gonna die. It was from there that things would get really intense. After using your shovels to mingle with lots of friends, let's invite some to our house. But I think all our friends will try to keep us from leaving in various ways. The field trip lasts until you shake them off and make it home. Incidentally, I'm not too worried about you punctual fellows, but one thing she beamed. Oh God, please save us. If you're too slow, we're leaving you behind. Yes, anyone who wants a quick double promotion can stay out there. We wouldn't want to hinder your success in life. She said the same sort of thing when I first met her. I didn't realize it was word for word the truth. Magic Second Lieutenant Warren Grants realized he was shaking. My survival instinct was screaming. I wanted to avoid the war, the combat, the killing. I was hesitating. But one glance from Major von de Guritschaf was enough to subjugate that instinct. She was far more terrifying. We sallied forth like lambs being herded by a sheepdog. No one raised so much as a groan. We advanced under the cover of night, crawling in silence. The commander was the first to strike. We heard the thudding of her shovel followed by the grunts of several people. We whacked the enemy soldiers caught with their guard down too, as if our lives depended on it. How much time passed after that? It felt like the experience lasted a lifetime, but in reality it was only a few dozen seconds. It was a short moment. During that tiny amount of time, all the enemy soldiers in the specified area of the warning trench were either incapacitated or deep in a sleep they would never wake up from. I could still feel the shock of the shovel impact in my hand. It was different from the recoil of shooting like we were taught at the academy. That particular feeling, the sensation of crushing something, was still impressed upon my body. If I had been left like that, I wonder what would have happened to me. It's time. Company, carry the prisoners. Newbies, your support. In 30 seconds the magic ban is lifted. We're flying out of here. Sync your watches. 3, 2, 1, start. But the orders delivered in a calm, unruffled whisper brought me back to reality. Combined with my training, they slowly got my body moving. That's what I had been drilled for. My training saved me. As instructed, 30 seconds later I started up my computation orb at full throttle and took off. We really hightailed it back to our own defensive lines. It only took a few minutes. All we had to do was fly simple, but it was horrible. My heart raced with every artillery shot. It hurt to breathe. I was so terrified I hardly felt like myself anymore. When we climbed up high to avoid being shot accidentally and set a safe course for the rear base, all the stress left my body at once and weariness washed over me. How could the Major just calmly sing a hymn? Today, after completing her morning exercises and eating breakfast, Major von der Guritschaf reaches for her pen as if she's made up her mind. In the rear base, the mail can get through. Naturally, it's possible to send a letter if necessary. It's military mail, so sometimes there are delays, but in general, things can be sent and received like any normal letter. Of course, someone like her with no relatives doesn't have any personal letters to write. She only ever writes on official business or unofficial business. What she's writing this time is official. That said, in a rare case, she takes out her stationery hesitantly and her pen moves over the paper awkwardly. She's already written a pile of these documents. She just accepts that Thea work and gets them done. But today the tip of her pen feels heavy. Well, it would be stranger if a person could write it without trouble. To the dear family of Warrant Officer Anluk E. Karte Janen, I am Magic Major Tanya von der Guritschaf, his superior officer. I regret to inform you that your one and only young Anluk E. Karte Janen is being discharged with a disability. He became abruptly ill during an operation, and the surgeon has judged that it would be difficult for him to endure lengthy military service. His recovery will most likely require a long recuperation period at home or in a military hospital. The Personnel Division has agreed to go ahead with this treatment plan. Please speak with him and ensure he has a restful convalescence, and please forgive us for returning your child in such a condition. He is an outstanding mage, our irreplaceable brother-in-arms, brave and trusted by all. We are deeply saddened to no longer have Anluk E. Karte Janen in our ranks. Small consolation though it must be, I recommended him for the Field Service Badge First Class and the Disability Medal, both of which were approved. I hope he makes a full recovery. Sincerely, XXX Unit Commander, Imperial Army Magic Major Tanya von der Guritschaf. To think the day would come when I'd lose a man to some bad potatoes. Apparently, the legendary remark from an American Thunderbolt pilot that even a veteran can't beat food poisoning wasn't a joke. So those potatoes really were rotten after all. Tanya puts away her pen, irritated by the worsening logistics situation. Sending a letter to the family when something happens to a subordinate is the superior officer's responsibility, and I'm not against writing but food poisoning from potatoes. Tanya has finished the letter, but she has complicated feelings about the incident and can't get over it. He had eaten, participated in a night raid, and shocked me upon our return by throwing up and complaining of an awful stomachache. I was dumbfounded. A veteran writhing about like that, I was sure he had to have been hit by an NBC weapon. Those work even on mages. I hurriedly cast a medical formula, but it only eased the pain. Protective Films provide comprehensive NBC coverage, and I remember we were on the verge of panicking that some new weapon not on that list had been developed. When the surgeon rushed over and examined him, we were finally able to sigh in relief. In other words, it was just sudden, acute food poisoning, and it only hit unlucky Anluk E. Karte Janen. He was a good mage, damn it. I never thought I would send someone away from the front like this. but it's really great that personnel treated his condition as a disability. This way he gets his pension and his honor as a soldier remains intact. And I, as an officer, won't have the blemish on my record of a dishonorable subordinate. I mean, you can only really laugh at an officer who loses a man to bad potatoes. Who would have thought I had a guy in my unit who would be taken out by his own stomach? Nah, it's not even funny. The Republican bombardments come as always, shaking our position like clockwork, but I must feel oddly reflective on this auspicious day because I sent a man to the rear for a difficult-to-verbalize reason. That said, what we learned from this lesson was promptly applied. As such, this morning's breakfast was bacon, hard biscuits, and ersatz coffee. The vegetable soup featuring the guilty potatoes was hastily disposed of. Personally, I worry about my diet being unbalanced without vegetables, but there's nothing I can do about it. I had someone go to get supplies first thing this morning, so I figure maybe we'll get a chance to eat canned vegetables with lunch. And well, even if we are on a battlefield, we can't escape falling into routines, and I'm a bit sick of it. It'd be great if we could get a meal that's not part of the rotation. Aside from these things, our daily battles in the trenches take place in the world of all quiet on the Western Front. We basically repeat the same pattern day after day. The only novelty to keep my attention is whether the recruits training on the front lines are doing well or not. Well, I only put them in yesterday. Tanya expects that after a week's baptism of war in the trenches she'll find out whether they are usable or not. If not, all she has to do is send them back and apply for their retraining. So although she regrets war's brand of tunnel vision, she devotes herself to instructing her troops. First, just as her boss said, she gave them the most difficult test first. Despite the risks, she reluctantly took them on a night battle, but to her surprise and delight they only lost 2. Though Shed told everyone they were leaving in 30 seconds, that pair couldn't keep up and were blown away in an artillery barrage, a fact confirmed by one of her subordinates. That was all. Apart from that, the newbies all followed instructions, and no one went insane. As Tanya mulls over the recruits' misfortune to be blown up together in their 2-man cell, she finds herself in a somewhat philosophical mood and begins to wonder about the role of luck in food poisoning. In any case, she's doing what she needs to do. But actually, even though she's doing what she needs to do, she sometimes gets doubtful looks. For instance, she reported I'm instructing them according to your orders. And the response she received was Roger. Good luck. But then when they went on the night raid and lost only 2 men, the higher-ups told her to be more careful next time. She began wondering if maybe they wanted her to do it with 0 losses. But this is a battlefield, she argued, and we went on a high-risk operation. Losing 2 newbies under those circumstances is not bad. But when it comes to luck, it seems Tanya has to admit that she needs to take certain things into account. Still, she finds it lamentable that just because they don't want any losses and her unit got unlucky, the blame is laid on her as the commander who was present. I know history repeats in little ways from private companies to the Yankee military. For example, when that guy MacArthur ordered his subordinate Eisenhower to plan a parade and then insisted he had no memory of it, there are a number of rotten incidents like that throughout time. Still, Tanya is feeling really sad. I might start to cry. I'm a girl, you know. When her thoughts stray, she suddenly realizes she feels off. Her mind floods with the horror of psychological contamination. She runs off in search of some kind of help as if her life depends on it. A doctor. I need to see a doctor. April 28, Unified Year 1925, Imperial Army General Staff Office, Joint Meeting of the Service Corps and Operations. Well, it's the appointed hour, so I would like to begin the joint meeting between the Service Corps and Operations surrounding the pros and cons of the Rhine offensive plan. The officer presiding over the meeting spoke, but no one followed him, and silence reigned. In contrast with the splendid exterior of the building, the expressions of the high-ranking men in the meeting room were dour. Some of the officers were practically tearing their hair out with incessant worries. unsure what to do, and among them was Major General von Zetua. The situation changed from moment to moment, and just getting a handle on what was going on was incredibly difficult. Moreover, the Empire was learning from the rising pile of corpses, courtesy of the Republicans, how fundamentally impossible a frontal breakthrough was in trench warfare. That is, the price of a front assault on the trenches was too high. On the other hand, a large-scale firepower offensive would put too much strain on the supply lines. They had just improved the supply line light trail to the front, but there were already requests from every post for reinforcements coming in day after day. The burden on supply had blown through pre-war estimates long ago. The Entente alliance was essentially collapsing, and it was necessary to allot some military strength to the area for a short time to ensure it, which also weighed heavy on logistics. Even the local army group alone was enough to secure overwhelming superiority for the Imperial Army in the north, but the harsh winter weather had held them back. They weren't in a situation where they could spare troops to reinforce the main fighting lines on the Rhine. These lines would probably be frozen stiff until next spring. In other words, it would be a while before they could expect any easing up on the supply line burden from the north. Meanwhile, the Navy was in the process of gaining superiority in the Channel against the Republic, but the Navy and Army disagreed on whether that was a good thing or not. The air and magic forces were prepared to support either side if asked, but the Army's and Navy's worries were just so different. The Navy apparently couldn't wait to break through the Channel. After all, their ambition was to wipe out the Republican fleet in a battle of warships. They even proposed doing an amphibious operation afterward, like with the Entente alliance, to completely annihilate the country. As far as Zetua could see, taking command of the sea for a landing operation seemed likely to keep casualties down far more effectively than advancing by breaking through the trenches. The issue was the safety of the route if they went by sea. If they broke into the channel between the Republic and the Commonwealth, they had to be worried about how the superficially neutral Commonwealth would react. Would it just stand quietly by? Had already been over these questions with Major General von Rudestorff. They were both forced to conclude that if they entered the channel, the Commonwealth would probably interfere to maintain the balance of power. If that happened, the fears that made the rounds at the office in predictions on the shape and direction of the current war and theory of total war would come true. Yes, World War, the war's expansion would be like a never-ending chain reaction, and they wouldn't be able to avoid it. If that happened, they could end up with a Rhine-like scenario on every front. The Republican army on the Rhine lines was quite a handful. If it was only the Republic, though, they still had a chance of winning. But what would happen if some units from the Commonwealth showed up? They could find themselves in the opposite of their current superior position. As long as it was doubtful the Imperial Navy could stop the Commonwealth Navy, if the remnants of the Republican Navy joined in, it would be all the Imperial fleet could do to protect itself. Of course, they couldn't twiddle their thumbs for too long either. If they waited to act, even the Empire would run out of steam. Then they would lose the strategic effects of having brought down Dasha and the Entente alliance, and they couldn't bear the idea of being beaten from the side by the Commonwealth or some other interloping power. What can we do about this dilemma? Yet it was becoming clear that if they tolerated the current situation, anything that happened to affect the supply lines could spell disaster. That was their irritating predicament. Since the founding of the nation, the Great Reich had obtained its historical lands, but was also hounded by territorial conflicts, so there was never any lack of sparks for the next war, hence their distress. No one with a simple solution to a problem suffers. For better or worse, there were people present who knew the plan. Zetua knew. He knew that all they had to do was not lose. Zetua believed, to a rather surprising degree for a member of the military, that there was no need for them to go on the attack. Simply put, the status quo was fine. And Rudestorff was also aware of it. He knew there was no need for them to make serious attacks on the trenches. Unlike Zetua, however, he couldn't accept the notion that this attrition war was fine. He had the lucid determination of a soldier. If they could control losses and win, then why not do that? They finally both made up their minds and received permission to speak. I feel we should change the way we're looking at this problem. Zetua didn't consider himself timid, but given the significance of what he was about to say, even he was nervous. There was just a hint of stiffness in his voice, too small for almost anyone to pick up, but he spoke as calmly as possible. His secret plan to disentangle these snarled-up threads in one blow would be gory. The Gordian knot is just a story. A sharp sword is sharp no matter who it's cutting. With our existing doctrine and values, we probably won't make it. We need a paradigm shift. Achieving victory by attacking the enemy castle and forcing them to sign a capitulation was now impossible. It would be difficult to demand a full surrender outside of instances like the Empire and Dasha or the Entente Alliance, where there was an overwhelming gap in national strength. Looking at the current terrible war, it seemed the bloodletting would have to continue until one or the other of the powers couldn't take any more. Don't aim for victory, avoid defeat. If we don't do that, it will be too hard to be the last one standing. General von Zetua, you mean you oppose the offensive? A member of operations asked him, perplexed. That was as far as their thinking went. No, that was probably common sense. To them the offensive was how they would overcome and trample the enemy and end the war, but they were wrong. No, I support the offensive as such, but I do think we should modify its operational aims. Change its aims. Go on, oh stop. The question could mean both of those things, and Zetua answered by dropping a bomb in plain terms. The goal of the operation shouldn't be to break through. It should be to bleed the enemy. To put it another way, our offensive plan should be to wear out as many enemy soldiers as possible. Conclusion: exhaust the enemy. We carry out a thorough bloodletting and crush the enemy's ability to continue fighting. De Guritschaf's remark. He could still remember each and every word the young soldier said to him in the War College library. The shock of hearing her speak so dispassionately about such a horrible world was hard to forget. And now that everything was progressing just as she had said, he was even more surprised. How much did that girl de Guritschaf predict? Predicting the future of a war is extremely difficult. The only constant rule is that common sense can change in an instant and a new principle of war can conquer the battlefield. There aren't many soldiers who can adapt to those changes, so to think there's one who can predict them is. In other words, we bleed the enemy until they collapse. This is the only way to resolve this. Someone unconsciously shifted, and the creak of the chair sounded extra loud in the quiet room. It was completely silent. Zetua was actually feeling calm in the face of it. No, strictly speaking, he was sympathizing with de Guritschaf. He sensed now that she had been able to speak so calmly back in the library because she understood. She understood the cost of breaking through would be too high. Even if they could pull it off, their losses would be heavy. And if the Commonwealth, anxious about the deteriorating war situation, decided to intervene, they would be pushed right back. That would be the worst possible outcome for the Empire. If they shed all that blood not for nothing but a push in the wrong direction, the soldiers' will to fight would crumble. I couldn't send men in that condition back to break through again, at least. Giving the order would only lead to more waste. So why not let the enemy make that mistake? Well, just wait for the Republic to drown in their own blood. Zetua believed this was the only viable option for the Imperial Army. In other words, war is ultimately about not heroes or the expression of chivalry, but how efficiently you can kill your enemies. To put it another way, it was inevitable that this conflict would become total war. So thoroughly pummel enemy soldiers and supplies. I ask that we draw up an offensive plan with those aims, and that is all I wish to say at this time. Surely, almost definitely, our future has been decided. The frozen expressions on the faces of his colleagues and subordinates spoke to that. You're crazy, they said. The operation he proposed was the opposite of almost anyone's idea of common sense. leave parts of their territory undefended and prioritize wiping out the enemy field army, and finish them off with a revolving door, you would have the army that exists to defend the fatherland carry out this operation. No one could help but think these things. But sooner or later, the staffers sitting there would understand there was no other path. He didn't know when, but he knew they would come around to the plan for its military merit, in every way except emotionally. I agree. Clearly, we should focus on annihilating the enemy's field army. Despite the others' hesitation, Rudersdorf made a clear declaration of his strong support for Zetua's idea. He was aware that posterity would judge them harshly, but he made up his mind and stated his position with confidence. It's a mad world where promising youths are pit against one another in battles to the death to see who can draw the most blood, and we're likely to carve our names into history as the ringleaders. If that's the case, then let's at least improve the situation a little bit by putting an end to the war with our own hands. I have an idea we advance. In other words, I believe the best plan is to escape forward, and therefore he made a proposal that was devoid of rationality. Fight the war aiming not at the territory but at the army. Oh God, why do you let these things happen? After vomiting up the contents of his stomach, including everything Head eaten the night before, Magic Second Lieutenant Warren Grants was lamenting to the heavens in a corner of his lodgings. Even the recollection of what Head just experienced horrified him. I hit a Republican soldier whose name I don't know over the head with my shovel and kept swinging like a madman. Then orders brought me back to reality, and soon after that we were ordered to leave. I poured mana into my computation orb like my life depended on it so I could race across the sky for all I was worth. As soon as I took off, several machine guns began firing at me. I frantically formed my defensive shell and protective film. No matter what, I had to get away. With that on my mind, I forgot about support completely and made a run for it. That's when it happened. Whether by some trick of fate or the work of the devil, I saw the battalion commander climbing at a furious pace. Despite the dark veil of night, she was singing a hymn in an invigorating voice of battalion commander. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but I was scared she was escaping alone and would leave me behind, so I tried to follow her. I don't want to get left behind was what I was thinking when I started to ascend, but right at that moment, First Lieutenant Weiss seemed to come out of nowhere to grab my arm and pull me down. When we got back to base, he chewed me out. Why would you approach the commander while she's acting as our decoy? Are you insane? But if he hadn't saved me, I would have been turned into mincemeat like those other two guys who came to the front the same time as me. At the time, all I was thinking about was getting back, so my memories before I made it onto a safe flight path are really hazy. Looking at the scenes recorded on my computation orb, I want to thank God I was somehow able to make it back from such a dense rain of fire. It was only a few seconds. The reactions of the pair from 7th Platoon were delayed by mere moments, but they paid for it with their lives. One careless moment, but it meant so much. The second I arrived at the rear base, the sensation of bashing someone's head returned to my hands and I felt sick. No, it wasn't just me. All the recruits felt the same way. The guilt it was like I'd suddenly become an unpardonable criminal. And right next to us and the worries tormenting us, the senior officers coolly began to interrogate the prisoners. Tell the truth. If you don't, my hand might slip. Relax, we follow the law of war. If you fellows take the prisoner's oath, you'll have your rights. Don't worry, we're not torturers, we're proper, sensible humans. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe humans were capable of this battlefield. I had thought I understood that all manner of brutal, inhuman things would be done. I'm a soldier myself. I thought as long as I was in the military I wouldn't hesitate to do my duty. Keyword thought, but what was this? Was this a soldier's duty? What must be done to protect the fatherland? My duty. I couldn't stand the feeling. It was a strange sensation, like I was losing myself forever. I didn't want to remember my first time killing someone with my own hands. People die too easily on the battlefield. People you eat dinner with one night disappear by breakfast. In just a short time I kill people and my friends get killed. The Rhine front is really, truly hell. The urge to run flitted across my mind. But then the Batman came to tell us breakfast was ready. Since we were at a rear base, as an officer, I had the right to use the provisional officer's mess. Put another way, I have to eat at the officer's mess. As I rinsed out my mouth and straightened out my uniform, the mirror reflected my haggard face. In just one day, I transformed into a monster. I couldn't believe it was me. Now I've seen war, quietly. My inner thoughts slipped from my mouth on their own. Leaning on the sink, I just managed to hold back the rising nausea, and then I looked to the heavens. Really, how can everyone act normal in this crazy world of war? The moment I entered the officers' mess, the feeling intensified. It was crowded with the officers from my battalion. I heard the commander had eaten and was already at work, and the officers were taking their time and chatting. Despite what had just taken place, I even heard laughter. Everyone was smiling and talking, relaxed. Something about the gap between the insanity suffusing the battleground and this scene disgusted me. My Batman waited on me, and my food came out, but how could I possibly have an appetite? Even so, I still had the habit I'd learned in my military career to force food down my throat if I had to. I used coffee to break up the hard biscuits and made myself eat them along with some bacon. There was no way the flavors would register, but I figured my body needed them to stay alive, so I swallowed them down. Humans have to eat, even at times like this. It's the same as forcing food down my throat when I was exhausted at the academy. That's what I told myself, but it took an awfully long time for me to finish my meal. Then I found myself heading to the small auditorium for the usual morning classroom session. My mentality was to follow orders due to force of habit from the drilled repetitions, again and again. Even times like this when I had no willpower, I was still a soldier. Then I realized I wanted to burst out laughing. Wait a minute, what happened? I can laugh. It was a startling, refreshing discovery. I guess I didn't expect it because of my situation. Apparently the human spirit is ridiculously resilient. Oh, I can't be late. I took so long to eat breakfast even though soldiers, praised for their unceasing vigilance, are supposed to get that over with quickly. As a result, I had no time to lose that morning. If I stood around lost in thought, I wouldn't make it to the lecture on time. When I realized what time it was, I dashed off to the hall. Magic Second Lieutenant Grant's coming in. Grant's, sure, come in. But when I got there, the desks were empty aside from a few company commanders and key officers giving me puzzled looks. Am I too late? The worry flitted across my mind, but when I looked at the clock on the wall, I had just made it 5 minutes early. Everyone was supposed to be there by that time. Normally, I would never be the only one rushing over here. What is it? You guys are supposed to have off today. Lieutenant Weiss must have understood why I was confused, and I finally realized after he said something. Sir, embarrassingly enough, I thought we had class today. I guess the shock from last night was so great that nothing they told us registered. Wincing, Lieutenant Weiss explained that after we got back we'd been granted leave. With my head full of other things, I had gotten up unsteadily this morning, but apparently they thought I was taking my time with breakfast to enjoy it. In other words, the superior officers figured I was having a relaxing breakfast on my day off, so they didn't check on me. I should have realized sooner. I'm sorry. What? You're fine. But while you're here, tell me what you thought of the raid, said Lieutenant Weiss, pointing to a seat. The other officers didn't seem to mind, so I decided to join them. Well, it was a good opportunity. You reap what you sow, after all. Honestly, I was in a trance. Before I knew it, I was back at base. I didn't want to die, so I had been completely absorbed in taking action. If you ask me what I actually did, though, my memories are hazy. It was embarrassing, but I was honest with them. Yeah, that's how it goes, I suppose. Well, nice job making it through. With that as your first combat experience, your next one should be a lot easier, but the officers didn't really seem to blame me. At the academy, I would have gotten chewed out. Keep your head screwed on out there. On the front lines, they are more realistic. They recognized that I had survived. They were actually nice to me, as if being considerate were the norm. Everyone has to run that gauntlet. Well, if you survive the commander's training, consider yourself more or less fine. Lieutenant Serebriakov toughened up just by flying after her. Well, yes, that's true. Would anyone like to trade with me? Ha 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 ha. Im's second in command, so I can't fly with her. It wouldn't do for company commanders to bunch up, so unfortunately the reality of my duties prevents me from trading with you, Lieutenant. It really is too bad. Lieutenant Serebriakov puffed out her cheeks and pouted as if she were really fuming. The collection of individuals here creating this peaceful atmosphere were the old stagers who had been working so furiously the other day. I suddenly felt like I might sigh out of relief. Up until just a moment ago I was so shaken, but I was starting to calm down a little bit. Nobody said so, but I'm sure they had all been upset the first time they shot and killed someone. But now they have those memories and they aren't upset by them. Don't think too hard, Lieutenant, just focus on staying alive. Someone patted me on the shoulder and they let me go. It was proof that the more experienced officers accepted me as a little bit tougher than a chick newly hatched. The next day, to Tanya, everything is going too well. For starters, when she wakes up, breakfast and coffee are already neatly prepared for her. There are no harassing bombardments and no enemies wandering into their airspace, so after eating in peace, her first administrative tasks of the day go smoothly. Awfully smoothly. A request that would normally take weeks to fulfill gets accepted in one try and the supplies are delivered right away. How horrifying can it get? Parsimony is the supply officer's job, but he hands over the special bullets for loading with interference formulas and the casting detonators with a smile. Meeting a grinning debt collector or auditor would feel more real. No, actually they are all unthinkable. This is the first time everything has gone according to procedure. I never would have imagined that supply delivery and paperwork inspection could be done so amiably. Thoroughly astonished, Tanya has no choice but to be on guard at this unexpected efficiency. After all, supply and paperwork inspections operate on the iron rules of precedent and not rocking the boat. In other words, you can practically describe them as a naturally occurring phenomena. If they are acting unusual, it has to be a sign of abnormal conditions. I guess I should avoid going out for a while if I don't have to, Tanya thinks. She's not averse to preparing for any eventuality. Today is definitely going to be trouble. Convinced of this, Tanya steels herself. She'll give strict orders to the troops in the trenches to be on guard. She'll have her unit at combat readiness level 2. She'll keep an eye on the enemy and make preparations to ensure a rapid response is possible. Then, for some reason, nothing has happened and it's lunchtime. Food is served. It's a real steak with sauerkraut. There's even rhubarb juice for dessert. It all just arrived via the unusually smooth-running supply lines. The members of her unit all dig in enthusiastically, but she still can't believe it and inspects the food a bit before eating. I'm jealous of the guy who struck gold with that potato condition and got to fall back to a safe area. I'm wondering if they want to send me to the rear already due to the nudge I may have given foreign policy regarding the Commonwealth. If I got food poisoning, they'd happily sacrifice me so I can't be carelessly getting sick. Of course, watching my subordinates wolf down the meat is torture. Being the only one who has to wait is sad, indescribably so if it turns out nothing's wrong. I can't stand it anymore. Reluctantly balancing reason with desire, I am about to start on my meat and that's when it happens. Lieutenant Weiss comes running over with a telegram and Tanya ends up missing her chance to eat. Major, it's from command. With no choice but to lay down her knife and fork to exchange salutes, Tanya is the very definition of displeased. If he weren't so sensible, I'd throw him out right now. At least read the situation. It had better be awfully important if you're obstructing my opportunity to have a fine meal on the front lines where we have almost nothing to look forward to. Unbelievably outraged, she can't help but reply grouchily, though she knows it's an emotional reaction. I'm eating, Lieutenant Weiss. Her tone doesn't veer into criticism, but her discontent is faintly audible. Most subordinates would hesitate if their superior spoke to them in such a voice. No one wants to incur their boss' wrath, but in unusual circumstances they don't yield, and this is one of those rare situations. My apologies, but it's quite urgent, and from the fact that he presents not a message tube but simply a short cipher, she smells trouble. It's not orders. Usually orders come by telegraph. As long as it's addressed to the commander, no one can read it before them except for the radio operator, so short ciphers are used when it doesn't need to be telegrammed or can't be. Basically, it's going to be either stupid or utterly annoying and stupid. No, you've been summoned to appear immediately. Summoned to appear immediately. Understood. Arg, what a day, it's going to be horrible. Chapter Roman 7 Preparation to move forward. May 10, Unified Year 1925. Magic Major Tanya von de Guritschaf is advancing with a dismal look on her face. No, she's forced to advance. As an imperial soldier, she should be relishing an attack deep in enemy territory with a plethora of emotions, but all that is on Tanya's mind is the natural human desire to not die. That is probably the inevitable thought of someone compelled to charge by circumstances. Tanya, skillfully casting formulas and causing enemies to burst into gory bloom, is doing her best so that on the surface, at least, she is an utterly fearless field major leading the charge. Break, 04 Fox 3 Fox 3, fucking hell 13 is hit. 01 to 10 11. Cover him, then hurry up and get him to the rear. It's her unit's radio chatter. The troops are less calm than usual. For them to sound upset during an operation isn't so rare, but exchanges of struggling, frantic curses are uncommon for the veteran 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion. That said, it's not exactly surprising. She looks up at the sky and finds herself fantasizing about punching being excess head off with her clenched fist. If God exists, he must be some inflexible being like an evil computer. With that thought, she forces herself to freeze any mental effort that doesn't help her survive on the battlefield, and she focuses on combat maneuvers. The sky is full of shells, and crowded doesn't begin to cover it. Like pelting rain or hail, iron is being shot up from the ground instead of falling down. Just a ton of iron. A truly brutal amount of iron is flying toward a single target. If this unending blaze of gunfire in the darkness represents human activity, then I can declare that civilization has, in a way, evolved in the exact opposite of the ideal direction. Hell exists on the Rhine. The trials of purgatory are taking place here today. This is where a human's life is worth the least. No, the lowest price is updated each day after hitting limit down at this nearest station to hell. This is where the god of the dead and evil spirits make bank. A world where human lives plunge into dreadful deflation relative to lead bullets. This is a purgatory where the boundary between life and death is the haziest it ever gets. Distinguished mages are no exception to this rule. Mages are feared on the surface, but the Rhine is also their graveyard. Fairy 01 to CP were completely enveloped. We won't last long. What's the situation like? Only mages have trouble dealing damage at 8,000 feet. For fighter planes, that altitude even allows for some comfort. On top of that, the high explosives fired at these aircraft and the dense curtain of anti-air shot could slaughter a mage with ease. Mages deploy magic walls about a meter from their bodies as protective films. If that defends them, it's the same as the mages receiving no damage at all. But though they are magic, these walls aren't so strong. The biggest ordinary single shot a protective film can defend against in a direct hit is 12.7 mm. Of course, every mage is a little different, but in a saturation attack, even infantry small arms can weaken and penetrate a protective film. If they concentrate on defense and funnel more resources into it, a film can withstand up to about 40 mm. Even assuming that level of protection, taking direct hits from large caliber shells is impossible. Plus, if they do get hit, they may be dazed and unable to rely on their speed to evade. As a mage's last line of defense, the defensive shell, armor they build with their own power right up against their flesh, is as strong as you might think. But since they can't bend the laws of physics, they have to be ready for shocks from impact. Even dispersed, the shock to the internal organs from a direct hit with a 120 mm would render a mage helpless. Even if they were lucky and only blacked out, they would still crash. And probably most of them would get minced where they lie. For better or worse, my orb, the Alinium Type 95, can repel up to 88 mm shots with its protective film. Theoretically, it can also create a defensive shell that can stand up to 120 mm grade shots. I'm not anxious to test that. Only researchers want to test bulletproof vests in actual combat. The people who have to use them would never do that. Plus, when my orb blocks a shot, high-density interference factors get scattered around and obstruct magic use over a wide area. It's possible to take advantage of that effect to make yourself nearly undetectable. A simple way to think of it is that it's like putting an ECM-24 on full blast. It's probably exceedingly difficult to spot flying objects with optical apparatuses at night. Of course, since it's so similar to an ECM, the interference in itself is a frank indicator. If your radar whites out, it's self-evident that something is there. As such, the situation is not suitable for stealth maneuvers. If we're detected but they can't lock on, however, guided missiles or disciplined fire won't be a threat, so breaking through at high speed and harassing them a bit makes a great invisibility cloak. The huge critical side effect of that is my psychological suffering, but there's nothing I can do about it. Phase 2 will be finished momentarily. Until Phase 3 orders are given, each unit should continue designated operational maneuvers. A noise-filled radio message. Not only is it encoded, it's a transmission between mages that uses a special format with directional waves via orbs. You can just barely have a conversation using this system, so it only really works for practical communications. The high density of magic remaining in the air creates ear-piercing noise. I hate that we're supposed to throw off the Republican Army observers when we don't even know the positions of our fellow soldiers. After all, we're a rear guard that is charging into enemy territory. Once the entire theatre gets involved and large-scale maneuvers begin, concealing ourselves will become important. Although we're withdrawing under cover of night, regardless of how it would go with a division, doing it with an army group is a different story. As highly mobile and responsive as my group of excellent mages is, we're not a big enough force to cover the entire Rhine area. And with one somewhat undermanned augmented battalion, the normal methods would be impossible. Which is why we have this deceptive plan to convince the enemy that we're planning an offensive using a reconnaissance-in-force mission. The General Staff concluded that it wouldn't be possible to hide the activation of the rail network that would accompany the large-scale maneuver in the theatre, so instead they deliberately spread false information about it. The Empire is moving supplies and troops in preparation for a major offensive. If I hadn't heard about it when I met with General von Zetua in the capital, I would have believed it myself. They put so much effort into the story. In the capital, a public relations officer made reference to a large-scale operation, albeit in unofficial settings. There were rumours of a major operation on the Rhine lines, and there were the supplies bustling back and forth by rail. It's a huge, tricky retreat designed to draw the enemy out and destroy them. We'll need a ton of material, and reports on Aren are being thoroughly censored. Thanks to that, we've convinced even most of the informed people that the movement on the Imperial side is reinforcements for the suppression of the revolt in Aren. The Empire admits, blushing, that it has failed to quell the situation. The parts of the story that couldn't be blocked with a strict gag order have been turned into rumours that control had been achieved to keep up appearances. The tight plan tricks people into believing the opposite of what's true. We don't have enough data to guess how the Republic is taking it, but people have a tendency to believe what they want to believe, so I think we can expect some results. Even so, they are probably suspicious that the Empire, which supposedly has supply line issues, is launching a desperate all-out offensive. But I can't believe we actually fooled them, even if they are suspicious. The trick worked brilliantly, and it seems the Republic was even on guard against our desperate offensive. The Imperial Army's most elite mages have performed a recon in force on an unprecedentedly deep level, and met with formidable Republican army interception, just like the Empire wanted. Thus, Tanya and her battalion, reflecting the desperate Imperial Army's impatience, must pull off this deceptive recon in force mission with no regard for casualties. And the report that the Republican Army is on guard against deep penetration by a recon in force unit was music to the Imperial Army General Staffers' ears. They bought it, they all think, relieved by the good news. Now the retreating units don't have to worry about getting their butts kicked. But though she may be a staff officer, Tanya is in a fight for her life on the battlefield and thinking about awful things like a smile on being excess face. In order to keep the enemy from finding out it's a ruse, the battalion is forced to carry out this recon in force mission without regard for sacrifices. The 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion is spread out along the front, acting as a decoy and rear guard so the enemy doesn't realize the army is retreating. Behind us, Thea probably doing their best to move the clunky field guns to the rear. Once that phase is over, the infantry will withdraw. The field engineers have already laid traps. We can expect the move to be finished within the next few hours. Hence, my unit is stuck getting shot up like this while we buy that time. The object of the recon in force fishing so frequently performed on this front is to find out about the enemy's defensive preparations and positions of their forces. Since both sides see recon as a sign of a major impending offensive, the receiving end would prioritize concealing their troops and not move their reserve forces around in an aggressive way. If that would buy the retreating Imperial Army the time they needed, then Tanya and her battalion had to go in. That's what the orders told them to do. Of course, in order to prevent us from gathering intelligence, the Republican Army gives us an enthusiastic welcome with dense anti-air fire. Plus, since we're facing an interception from a base so far back, our rate of safe returns isn't going to be very high. In fact, the yardstick for whether it's actually recon in force or not is how many casualties the attacking team suffers. Fairy 08 to 01, hit going to fall back. It isn't uncommon for the guy flying next to me to be put out of commission. As for the efficiency of their interception alone, though, as long we have their radar whited out, there's no way they can use disciplined fire. Conversely, with skilled radar observers guiding the fire, they probably would have been able to intercept more effectively. But the Republican Army, which tends to rely on radar observer fire and mages' disciplined fire, is horrible at visual combat. The main reason we're still taking damage is the sheer amount of iron Thea throwing at us. You can connect even with lousily aimed shots if you fire enough of them. It's just terrible. Seeing this extravagance, I realize I should have bought stocks in ammunition companies. I can't regret this oversight enough. While they are consumables that cost little individually and therefore aren't very profitable, if they are getting squandered like this, the manufacturers must be doing gangbusters. I had been putting my salary into natural resources, thinking the profits on munitions would tend to be kept low, but maybe that was a mistake. 01 Roger. 0609 cover him. I'm gonna take 2 shots, so fall back during that time. What is done cannot be undone. As I reconsider the conclusion I reached back then, I need to apply what I learned to the future. Here it is, my constructive orientation toward the future. It's important to always have a positive attitude. Anyhow, right now I need to fill in the hole left by my injured man. That's only a matter of course, but it's better if I can avoid danger. Then is not covering him because I fear danger the right thing to do? The answer, unfortunately, is no. Amateurs tend to be scared of any danger they can see. They worry that if they do anything, something terrifying will happen, so they freeze up. So an amateur frets that they'll give their position away if they shoot. Certainly they may be right to perceive some danger there, but it's still only an amateur's thinking. Doing nothing means losing an opportunity to do something. What humans should fear the most is forfeiting profit. If I offer the retreating man an escort in this situation, I attach 2 of my subordinates to him as support. So we have a cluster of 3 people. If I fire 2 supporting shots, the sky is still full of smoke from bursting shells and searchlights. I doubt anyone will notice a couple of shots in the middle of all that. If anything, I can expect that the 2 supporters will get a great reaction as decoys. In other words, while they are withdrawing, they'll monopolize the enemy's attention. If by taking a slight risk I can steer clear of danger, then naturally that is the rational choice. And they do have the chance of falling back to a safe area, so in game theory terms it's not too bad. It's not zero-sum after all. Best of all, if I send out decoys under the pretext of providing support for a retreating soldier, I can pursue my personal profit while caring about my subordinates. The chances that the idiot who got hit will be saved increase. This is it, a win-win scenario. Commander, it's too dangerous. Of course my men are pros, so they recognize the danger. They don't want to be decoys, that's dangerous. I understand very well why they want to protest. We have no choice, there's no time, do it. But oh, how sad. No, for me I should probably say it's happy. This is the army and I'm the superior officer leading my troops. Of course, when she remembers that the whole reason she's stuck here suffering in the first place is because this is the army, she's sorry. In the capital, her superior officer, General von Zetua, gave her strict orders in writing to operate under the direct command of General von Rudestorff. The orders had come down the official route in the proper format. In other words, since I have orders from General von Rudestorff, I have no choice but to accept them and be the rear guard here. This world is quite easy to understand. It's an intense mission, but I know you can handle it. The higher-ups have extremely high expectations of you. I'm sure no one can euphemize forcibly sealing lips so well as him. Since I couldn't get him to listen to my objections, it must be that. It could be a misunderstanding, but it's best to be a pessimist and prepare for the worst. So once I'm prepared like a pessimist, I'll be an optimist. Ideally, I'd like to build a win-win relationship with the general staff. I don't think I have a bad reputation as a staff officer in the first place. Then there's a fairly good chance that I've been sent here out of military necessity. Thinking that, a slight grin appears on Tanya's face. Yeah, maybe I've been worrying too much. Surely it must just be that my superiors want to break out of this war situation. I want to work with both major generals again as soon as the opportunity presents itself. If possible, I'd like a chance to chat with them. Of course, first I have to get out of this. The future is important, but right now, surviving is even more crucial. I quickly load an interference formula from my computation orb into a rifle bullet. I deploy a defensive shell in front of my troops to shield them from the disproportionate shots flying up at us. By interrupting the line of fire, I give them temporary safety. Put another way, even the Republican numbskulls can tell I've used an interference formula to manifest some sort of wall that is blocking their shots. Naturally, they'll realize there is something behind it. At that point, most of the hail of bullets will be aimed that way. 01 to 06 and 09. Get a move on. That won't hold for long. Anyhow, if the decoys move too slowly, they won't last very long either, but I need to keep the enemy's eyes on something besides me. Hurry, 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 Roger, good luck. Yes, may the Lord protect you. Irritatingly, instead of may your luck be everlasting or something like that, I say some incomprehensible nonsense about the Lord's protection. I want to cry, but without the Alinium Type 95, my protective film would be blown away in an instant, and I'd be destroyed, defensive shell and all. In a way, being X is like consumer finance. I don't want to borrow and I shouldn't, but I have to. Eat shit. The only weapons that can intercept us at 8,000 feet are anti-air cannons, but if I get hit with one of those it won't end well. CP to Fairy, report on casualties and status. Fairy 01 to CP, half of us have already dropped out. So far, we've achieved half of our scheduled numbers. Been looking for that Republican Army ammo dump but can't find it. Thanks to that, even my battalion of tough mages is losing lots of men. No one has died, but there are probably more than a few who will never return to the lines. I'm glad I was honest about the constant danger when I was recruiting. If I was accused of false advertising, I would have betrayed the first principle of sales born of the modern era: honesty. I'm not such a halfwit that I think I can fool the market by shouting about mislabeling. A lack of faith in a trust economy is terrifying, just terrifying. Sheesh, I guess I should be breathing a sigh of relief. Or should I lament that just because we blew up the factory in Dasher, everyone's gone off and convinced themselves that if anyone can blow up an enemy ammo dump, the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion can. CP Roger. 01, got some bad news for you. It's not as if I believe in luck, but I recall that my forerunners emphasized it as a factor. Apparently, when the great Matsushita 25 hired people, he asked whether they were lucky or not. Before I was inhumanely sent to this insane world, I didn't understand it. But now I do. It may only be a question of probability theory, but luck is worth researching. What is it? A battalion-sized group of mages is rapidly approaching the Rhine lines from the edge of our radar range. Hold them off until the end of Phase 3. Fairy 01 Roger, transitioning to interdiction combat. Anything else? Suppressing the rage welling up inside me, I just barely maintain a business-like tone. They say it so simply. I may say interdiction combat, but we're essentially the strength of two companies performing recon in force. We're not in close formation. On top of that, just passing through defended positions takes a lot out of us. In contrast, the intercepting side is full of energy. The air we're flying above the firing positions is their home turf, so as long as they don't get hit accidentally, they don't have to worry about that. It has to be much easier on their nerves. We may be a band of elites, but I doubt our opponents are the type to unthinkingly say yes, sir, when ordered to intercept us. After all, they are a battalion scrambled from the surface to obstruct our recon mission. It goes without saying that they are a select team. I don't want to kill myself by wishfully hoping the enemies are numbskulls. The only way to survive is to prepare like a pessimist. You have permission to immediately abort your recon in force mission. And then, that's an interesting thing to have permission to do. It's a fact that permission to abort a mission like this isn't given very often. Certainly, now that we have interdiction combat orders, if the retreat is going according to schedule, aborting this mission would be one way to limit further losses. So it seems rational for the brass to allow it, but think about it. I definitely want fall back. Or rather, a little thinking tells me military practicality is a trap. If someone offers you a paved road straight to hell, even with good intentions, it's much safer to veer off and drive across the wasteland. I hope that won't be necessary. I'm not an amateur. As an economically minded person who values rational thought, I didn't go through training for no reason. I wasn't built to the specifications of some impractical entity like being X. I can swear it on the honor of the intelligent winners of evolution who survived as the fittest Homo sapiens. What do you mean? The point of recon in force is a survey of the enemy's interception capabilities. If we abort now, we risk revealing the deceptive purpose of the mission. If the recon in force ruse to mask the withdrawal fails, the rear guard will have to hold out and buy time till the very end. If we fail to buy time, that's it. What is now an orderly retreat of ground troops will descend into chaos, and they could be trampled. For that reason, we should hesitate to even transmit this sort of conversation, even if it is encoded. Tanya's only choice is to have them move the retreat along as quickly as possible. The side giving the orders will probably order the rear guard to buy time, even if they have to get literally wiped out doing it. If I were on the side giving the orders, I wouldn't hesitate to do it that way either. It's logical. If there's a problem with this plan, it's that I'm on the receiving side. Fucking hell. Either way, evading this battalion only to be pursued by every Republican unit on the Rhine front would be way stupider. In other words, considering the risk, staying here is all we can do. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know the folly of not investing because you're scared of a tiny risk. What matters most is the returns. Since we can't have them finding out until Phase 3 is over, the only choice we have is to take out this intercepting unit and continue our mission. Understood, I'll have them move as fast as they can. Thanks, may the Lord protect you. In the end, I'm relieved that CP is cooperating. Honestly, this is so rough. Now then, in order to survive, I've got to be brave and do my best not to lose to this abnormal world. I have no intention of sacrificing myself in order to keep flying after I can no longer focus and my will is nearly broken. I'm fighting for my life and that's it. Okay, attention, all hands. We're headed into a counter-mage fight. Let's teach the fools challenging us a lesson. Geez, you could have been enjoying a nice break in the rear, but you came to challenge us. Personally, it's hard for me to praise that attitude because I know that unpaid overtime doesn't contribute much to labor productivity. Why would you proactively enter such a pain-in-the-ass battle? I'm a peace-loving person, so this pains me. Surely there is no one who loves human beings more than I do. And yet, it's rare to be ordered to kill them so often as I am. As a rational, thinking person, it would be embarrassing to curse my fate. Still, I sense some absurdity. It's almost as if the conceited face of being X is about to appear in the back of my mind with all the narcissism of a transcendent existence. Oh God, if you exist, you are surely a rotten bastard. Things really don't go how you'd like. I just want to live a quiet life. Nothing seemed particularly different about that day. Anyone would say so. It was a normal day. No, it was a normal battlefield. If anything was out of the ordinary, it was that there were a few military observers visiting from the Commonwealth to foster friendly relations. But that wasn't enough to register as a blip when everyone's emotions were so exhausted. After chatting with the bigwigs over dinner, the visitors were guided by one of our officers to begin their inspection. For better or worse, it wasn't of interest to the troops. They were so tired they didn't care, so they banished it from their consciousness and went to sleep. At that point, the 3rd Mage Battalion belonging to the Republican Army's 22nd Division was already on its ascent. Whether sleeping on the ground or heading into the sky, the soldiers were faithful to their duties to the mages who took off upon receiving the scramble order. Protecting the sound sleep of our fellow soldiers was part of our job. The mission was to eliminate the battalion daring to try recon in force, and we anticipated a secondary objective of assisting ground troops. Our biggest problem was troops not being able to sleep due to harassing sneak attacks, so the importance of the mission to restore tranquility might be difficult for someone who hasn't been on the front lines to understand. Control to all hands. Our guests today are pretty serious. You're going to have your hands full. And the words from the combat controller, though somewhat grave, were overflowing with the confidence that things would work out somehow. If a division or regiment of mages had forced their way through or infiltrated to attack, it might have been different, but repelling a battalion doing reconnaissance in force wouldn't be so hard. After all, despite the enforce tacked on, it's essentially reconnaissance. They would probably withdraw upon making contact. Well, I genuinely had to hand it to the guys charging in that day, thought he were really going for it. It takes a lot of determination to get as far as they did. And judging from the size of the unit, they'd make quite a racket with harassing attacks, so we had to stay vigilant. Numbers is a problem in any era. Control, who are the invaders, an augmented battalion. They are already past the 3rd defensive line. It's only a matter of time till they break through the 4th. Usually a recon in force mission would sniff around the 1st or 2nd defensive line positions and fall back. At an attack position they could expect support, and from the 2nd defensive line it was still fairly easy to get back to their base. If that was how it went, it would have a limited effect on the front lines, since they were prepared. More than anything, It wasn't something that warranted waking up the officers sleeping in the rear. If we woke up the whole army for every little scuffle with these frequent recon missions, done expressly as a feint or to distract us, that would be playing right into their hands. Everyone just hoped we could get enemy engagements done quietly. The little fights between recon force units and our interceptors happened so often they were facetiously treated as part of the nighttime scenery. They are too fast. What are the guys on the defensive lines doing? Maybe that's why we hesitated at this enemy coming in so rapidly. It went without saying that they had to be a pretty enthusiastic unit if they were already past the third defensive line. There was a good chance they had located our shelters and frontline command. There were rumors of a desperate Imperial offensive. I was suspicious, but unless the enemy was awfully determined, they wouldn't usually be able to get past the third defensive lines. What's more, usually once the second line is passed, the standby unit is scrambled. We only received sortie orders after the third line was breached, and it was fair to call that an unbelievably slow response. Widespread magic jamming has paralyzed our scouting network, so our response is pretty delayed. And of course, the controller's voice reflected the frustrating state of affairs, could it not? The situation was unclear. We were a bit miffed at the urgent order to intercept after being told repeatedly to stand by. I can't believe we're stuck having to stop them before they pass the last defensive line. We risk damage from harassing attacks as well as them taking home intelligence. Inevitably, this state of affairs had everyone feeling ashamed. A battalion of mages may have breached the lines, but the Rhine General Headquarters should have been able to crush them easily. Considering the intelligence they had, though, this was liable to end in disaster. I was sure a few high-ranking officers' heads would roll because the response to the widespread magic jamming was delayed. The radio operators would surely be crawling around unrolling cable to strengthen our communications. And I bet it would be our job to cover them. And apparently the anti-air fire is stuck relying on optical instruments, so watch out, enemy force might be doing just fine. Roger, don't want to underestimate an injured beast. Do you have more information about them? Whatever you know is fine. Got anything? Anyhow, the future is the future. Today is today's mission. And it was going to be more intense than the usual missions. Everyone realized for the first time how worrisome the situation was, and we were shocked. Unlike when we repel exhausted enemy mages, this time it was possible we'd be up against a force that had been able to conserve their energy to a relative degree. The irritating veil of night made the situation we were facing even more difficult. Since our anti-air gunners were relying on optical instruments, we would have to worry about friendly fire too. Considering how confusing it could be to tell friend from foe, it wasn't unthinkable. Due to the awful jamming, we haven't managed to identify them, but our superior says they seem like elites. There's also the rumors of a large-scale Imperial offensive. Stay on your guard. I appreciate the advice. Troops, game faces on and let's go. Our commander's encouraging voice tells us to prepare for the challenge. The determination and spirit we could hear indicated the appropriate amount of nervousness for a vigilant warrior. But that's only in hindsight. They were wrong. We didn't need game faces. What we needed was to be crazy enough about death to find a way to live through it. All hands, this is your battalion commander. We've located the enemy. Prepare to engage. Both sides' fields of vision were narrower due to the dark, which gave us trouble. We discovered each other nearly simultaneously. The battalion commanders engaged at about the same time too. It was simple. Republican mage doctrine is to work as a group and overwhelm the individual strength of Imperial mages using organized combat and disciplined fire. It was basically an unexpected encounter battle in an area approached by the enemy. Plus, the powerful jamming caused by high mana density. Even a conservative estimate would say this battle would be something we're not used to, and our opponents were a unit composed of veteran mages with a wealth of experience and a talent for close-quarters fighting. There was no way a normal unit could take the brunt of this assault honed in Dasher and Norden. If the vanguard had held out just a little longer, maybe the rear guard could have gotten away. Or if there had been just a few more mages in the rear guard, the unexpected shots could have stopped the enemy's approach so the vanguard could get away. But everything fell just a bit short. The results were disastrous. The shock caused confusion. A storm of formula bullets from a submachine gun heightened it. Things deteriorated what'd been had, and there was no way to stop the blood or the damage. The explosion formula, loosed by the Imperial Mage commander at the helm, opened a huge hole in the vanguard. At the same time the breach appeared, multiple optical shot formulas were aimed to crush commanders of each company, and just like that the Republican command chain's head was lopped off. But Republican troops could still, if only barely, resist in an organized way. The rear guard began using suppressive fire. They knew they had to cover the gap in the vanguard. For a short time, the rear guard managed to cover for the vanguard to plug up that hole. They had enough energy to attempt to reorganize their force. Their vigorous resistance succeeded in keeping the attack at bay, but as a result, they couldn't give the vanguard covering fire. They used their full strength preventing the enemy approach, but then had no energy left to protect the vanguard. When furious resistance interrupted the Imperial charge, the mages suddenly switched targets to the isolated Republicans out front. It was around 2 companies of Imperial mages versus the 2 companies of the Republican vanguard. But the latter had been completely stripped of its leadership, so it didn't even have support. In that cut-off state, the Republican mages were isolated sitting ducks. As a result, the numerical balance between the 2 sides flipped. The rear guard had its hands full defending itself when the vanguard's fate was decided with a swift incision. Normally, the Imperial mages were prevented from approaching by the Republican army's obnoxious disciplined fire. Meanwhile, after their supporting volley, the Republicans would be able to stop the remnants of the enemy from breaking through. This time, when the 2 sides met, however, the Imperial mages got to release their pent-up anger and cut the Republicans down. Attention, Fairy Battalion, engage in pursuit. The rest happened too easily. By the time the rear guard suddenly tried to retreat after losing its shield, it was too late. The Republicans didn't have enough distance or speed to shake off the Imperial mages who had accelerated for the attack. Their race to escape the theatre wasn't to be. Ultimately, the 3rd Mage Battalion of the Republican Army's 22nd Division was pronounced annihilated. Ironically, the only survivors were a few downed in the initial explosion formula who narrowly escaped death. The Republican Army ended up mobilizing the Rhine General Headquarters Select Mage Battalion, but they failed to locate the invaders. On the contrary, they let them burn several supply depots. At that point, the Republican Army command shifted its full attention entirely onto the invading battalion. Rumors of a major offensive, whispers of the fate of Aren. They fought bravely to the last man. The stirring echoes of propaganda convinced the Republic that the people had sacrificed themselves and met a tragic end. We can't let their deaths be in vain. The distress of the Imperial Army and the cornered supply lines were simple enough for the Empire to fix, but the blow still stung, so it didn't hesitate to choose military maneuvers as the way to break out of that horrible situation. To secure the front, to secure the Empire. But that's exactly why people of both nations thought were so sick of this. So the Empire was at wit's end over its unreliable supply lines, and the Republic saw them as hope. Little birds were twittering about the movements of the Imperial Army, and the same thing was on everyone's minds. The Empire is not okay with the current situation. And it was the absolute truth. The Imperial Army General Staff had realized that if they focused on beating the bothersome partisans while relying on a limping rail system for supplies, maintaining an aimless front wasn't worth it. That objective reality fueled the Republic's misunderstanding. Everyone firmly believed that the Empire's powerful military organization solved problems through major offensives, like it did in Dasha, like it did in Norden. And apart from the delaying at the beginning of the war, the empire had always defended its territory to the end. Yes, its territory. Nobody would withdraw from their own territory. That was the one-sided belief the Republicans had. But to the officers of the Republican Army who paid for a sliver of land with blood, it was self-evident truth. They were proud of defending their home with mountains of dead, so they wondered who would part with their fatherland. And that was why they ended up misreading the Imperial Army General Staff War Machine's intentions so completely it was ridiculous. Perhaps you could say the Republican soldiers got trapped in their own emotions. That day, as a result, the Imperial Army succeeded in abandoning the front without the Republican Army noticing. Now then, it's about time to talk about the seed of the Empire's victory. It all started with the reality of conducting recon in force of heavily guarded positions. The dilemma was serious: high casualties versus tactical necessity. The fact that estimates said even the Devil of the Rhine and her elite troops would lose at least half their numbers should speak to the danger of it. Command and staff officers all understood and struggled with the dilemma that despite that premise, there was an urgent military need for recon in force. An augmented battalion performing recon in force created too many casualties, but any fewer soldiers, and they wouldn't be able to achieve their objective. Facing this dilemma, the Imperial Army requested its technical arsenal to research a new weapon that would enable penetration into heavily guarded enemy positions, and for some degree of reconnaissance. The engineers tentatively suggested a few technical solutions to the problem, and the one that seemed promising was from Aerial Technical Arsenal. They proposed developing a high-altitude recon unit to fly outside the range of anti-air fire. The aerial units that had teams for special recon missions were superior to begin with. To the other departments, however, regardless of the latent potential in aerial reconnaissance, there was one cause for concern. Was it actually possible to achieve with their current level of technology? It may have been easy enough to talk about increasing the altitude, but the technical demands of an aircraft that could fly at high altitude presented a lot of hurdles, and they weren't sure they could handle it. That was the moment Chief Engineer Adelheid von Schugel suggested a methodology and approach from the magic point of view. What about a special apparatus for additional acceleration during recon in force? What the heck is that? The answer to the question that came into everyone's minds when they saw the outline of the problem was simple, in a way. Reconnaissance in force requires penetrating the enemy's interception lines. So if one assumes an assault to perform a quick strike and pull out, sending a fast, heavily armed unit would be best. So all they needed to do was rapidly accelerate past the enemy positions before they could intercept. According to Schugel, putting the majors in additional acceleration apparatuses would solve everything. By doing that, they would be able to measure the enemy defenses and interception ability, so everything would work out for the recon in force mission as well. The argument that they would be able to achieve their aims to some degree using majors for recon in force was correct. That was why foot soldiers or majors were used more often than aircraft, but casualties had exceeded the permissible limit. That's why the army had asked the technical arsenal for its opinion. This was the conclusion: all right, have the majors charge at high speed. Certainly if you change your point of view, all you need to do is increase the breakthrough success rate of the majors. So it was true that having them do it at high speed would get the job done. The only problem was that there weren't any majors who could operate at such speeds and altitudes. The one who offered this solution and wondered how to make it possible was one genius, Adelheid von Schugel. His answer: add speed and altitude with an external apparatus. The criticism that his idea wasn't much different from the aerial technical arsenals only went so far. After all, altitude was a byproduct in his plan, which essentially focused only on speed. Hence, additional acceleration apparatus. But rather than speak of his genius, it's probably easier to take a look at his plan. The apparatus would be equipped with an abundance of extra-large hydrazine fuel boosters. Of all the ways to secure stable flight, he used multiple single-use boosters, and once empty, they would detach along with their external fuel tank, resulting in an even higher speed near the end of the journey. On top of that, he gave up on the biggest technical obstacle, regulating the boosters. With great decisiveness, he conquered the hurdle by deciding the thing would simply continue on accelerating. Yes, they would just launch it on a straight path. To put it another way, while it was operating, the mage wouldn't be able to adjust the speed at all. The apparatus would come with a tank of boron additive for accelerating in enemy sky, but that was different. The boron additive, estimated to be 10 times as poisonous as potassium cyanide, was for emergency evasion. To address the feared shock waves and sudden increase in wave drag, all aeroelasticity issues would be left up to the mage's protective film and defensive shell. The plan was judged to be possible only with unrestrained booster consumption. Aircraft definitely wouldn't work. With an unbelievable supersonic target speed, Mach 1.5, they would be able to leave anything in the dust. And from a purely engineering perspective, it would be easier to realize than a new reconnaissance aircraft. More importantly, it was expected to be ready for actual combat soon. To add one final comment, however, due to the single-use nature of its boosters, the additional acceleration apparatus could fly only in a straight line. After breaking through the enemy position, mages were required to return to base under their own steam. No matter how you looked at it, the thing was a one-way ticket to hell. There's no point in reconnaissance if you can't get back after you go and see. Even if it's technically practical, a thing isn't fit for practical use unless it can be used right. In a way, you would expect people to voice that concern, but when the whispers started, an officer from an airborne unit murmured an idea that sounded like it came from another dimension. Then what about sending a unit to the rear of an enemy position? He asked. Certainly, it was incredibly dangerous to individuals. It would be nearly impossible to return. An additional acceleration apparatus that couldn't return to base was defective as a reconnaissance vehicle. But why limit its use to reconnaissance? It would be a more reliable way of delivering mages behind enemy lines than paradropping, and it would get them past any intercepting enemies. After all, simply launching the thing would send it way higher than a practical altitude for anti-air fire. Depending on how it was used, the army could even anticipate sending a company of mages directly to the enemy headquarters to decapitate their operation. At that point, Major General von Zetua from General Staff Service Corps went to visit. The research itself continued under Chief Engineer Schugel, but the General Staff requested fairly detailed progress reports, and when they understood the value of it, they were overjoyed. The guerrilla warfare proponents were especially ecstatic supporters, and they took steps to prioritize proceeding with the plan. The project received literal leverage from the General Staff. With that assistance, a prototype was completed just before the partisans temporarily took over Aren, and it just so happened that the Alinium Arms Type 97 assault computation orb was able to make the critical defense shell and protective film. According to the test personnel who participated in the experiments, the assault orb functioned exactly as they had hoped. Since a measure of reliability had been guaranteed, a first run of 20 mass production models was rolled out in a hurry. With that success, the General Staff made a slight but significant amendment to their decisive battle plan. It was great news for Major General von Rudersdorf's strategy to lure the Republican army in and destroy them. The apparatus Zetua had spotted while it was in development in tech research was written into the plan. They were both thrilled. They would achieve what was, in a way, the dream of all General Staff officers. Schrecken und Ehrfurcht. The first phase of the operation, named Shock and Awe, was simple. Attack the enemy headquarters directly to cause the collapse of their line. That was it. May 18, Unified Year 1925, the second defensive line on the Rhine. It was a clear, cold night. In the Imperial Army's 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion, 2nd Lieutenant Warren Grants was on guard in a wool-lined field overcoat. It was a quieter night than they'd had in quite a while. Yes, a quiet night. A peaceful time during which he could sit in a chair on standby, sipping the coffee provided as part of his field rations. The dark hour was rather tranquil. No shells exploding nearby, no warnings to be on guard against raids. He couldn't even remember the last time they had gone to sleep without hearing so much as rifle fire. It must have been so long ago. This calm had come about because the brass carried line consolidation with extraordinary resolve. As a result of the successful retreat and reorganization, the Republican Army had hastily launched an advance into the wide-open vacuum the Imperial Army had left. Apparently, they were too busy with that to bother with the 203rd. Thanks to that, there was a brief lull on the battlefield. The battalion commander held off any sorties and told everyone to take a break before she went back to bed, giving the exhausted soldiers a much-needed rest. And so fortunately, perhaps it could be said, the troops were able to spend a night free of the anxiety induced by the presence of the powerful Commander de Guritschaf. When was the last time that had happened? Even though these were usually prime hours for nighttime interception missions or for conducting anti-raid patrols, everything was safe and sound. Despite knowing they were secure in a rear base, maybe they should have been a little more nervous about surprise attacks under cover of darkness. Of course, it wasn't as if the unit had grown lax. Even if they were so worn out they could sleep anywhere, including the mud, they could still respond to urgent orders at the drop of a hat. Still, they relaxed a mite. The reason was clear. The majority of the Republican Army had advanced into the void and basically forgot about the 203 RDS defensive position. The moment the Republican Army emerged from its heavily fortified lines, their soldiers zealously devoted themselves to expanding the army's gains. At this point, they would surely rather move into an abandoned area and advance the front rather than expend blood and iron fighting over a well-defended trench line. Which explained the rare peaceful night. Naturally, there wasn't zero concern about pulling the front back, but their commander had made a confident declaration. Tomorrow will be the tip of the spear that will end this war. It could have only meant the unit was gearing up for a serious attack. Still, though, the thought that they could end the war made things easier. If our commander has so much faith in the plan, then even if we don't completely destroy the Republican Army, it should still be enough to ensure the Empire's safety. And after that, we can focus on rebuilding the territories ravaged by the war. As Grants reflected fighting so fierce that thoughts of the future were impossible, he received some concerned looks from his comrades in arms. Once he thought about it more closely, it felt like he hadn't paid attention to his surroundings in quite some time. Not that it had actually been that long, but still. He couldn't believe he had so much quiet time. It was more than enough to reflect on the harsher fighting he'd been through. To calm his nerves, he picked up his cup of now slightly tepid coffee. Up until that moment, he'd just been drinking it without paying attention, but the beans were actually pretty good. He'd been told it was ration, but the presence of beans at all was rare. Considering the scarcity of boiled water on the battlefield, coffee was quite a luxury. Since he was on duty, alcohol was obviously prohibited. He was thankful that they had a good supply of the coffee their commander liked. It seemed they had requisitioned a ton of it. It was great that when he wanted to have a good think over a cup, he could do it without resorting to ersatz coffee. Yes, now that he considered them, Grants noticed even the smallest details. I must really be calm, he mused behind a wry smile. The battalion had been reorganized due to the wear and tear from repeated battles. Though their losses were low, it was impossible to get away without a few at least, so even the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion had taken on replacements and absorbed part of another unit. And in fact, Grants and others like him were originally incorporated as provisional replacements. They'd basically been added upon completion of their training. Surely that was better than being transferred from the familiar unit they'd trained with to struggle in a new one. Anyhow, the unit based on the 203rd was now known as the Imperial Army's 203rd Provisional Composite Battalion on paper. Their call sign was Fairy. Pixies, fairies, not much difference really. Basically, this was just a formality. Eventually, the personnel would be transferred on paper to the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion, and the provisional part of the name would go away. Thinking along those lines, Grants could work out the implications of a temporary reorganization for himself. The higher-ups would do the real transformation after the upcoming operation. Mulling over all this, he quietly sipped his coffee. It was an unbelievably calm night for a battlefield. The view from the trench showed him the same sky he gazed at every night, but for some reason during these quiet moments it looked surprisingly starry. For someone used to the battlefield, the distinct lack of machine guns and nighttime harassing fire was actually so out of place that it was nerve-wracking. "Relax, Lieutenant, you're acting strange." But if he got too worked up, others were bound to notice. "Og, I was just thinking how I can finally get some sleep even on the Rhine lines with its storms of steel. I still have a ways to go. Do I seem like a chick with eggshell on its head to everyone else? Sorry, Lieutenant Weiss." It was First Lieutenant Weiss, who had been hit and injured in Arren. The whole battalion was glad to hear news of his smooth recovery, and finally welcomed him back the other day. Lieutenant Weiss was the sort of guy who looked out for the whole unit in one way or another. Everyone felt more shored up when he was around. And even though Grants was the only officer who really needed to be on duty, Weiss was helping out in an effort to regain his combat instincts after some time away. It helped relieve a lot of the tension. The main enemies of a sentry are boredom and nerves. Grants couldn't have been more grateful that a senior officer kept them at bay. "Well, it's not like I don't understand how you feel. I can't calm down either," the first lieutenant shrugged. From the casual gesture, Grants gathered that his wound was no longer causing him any problems. The other day, to celebrate his release from the hospital and hone his rusty skills, Lieutenant Weiss had a mock battle with the commander. Even if that's all he can do right now, relieved he recovered. Then Grants suddenly seized upon one thing Weiss had said. "He can't relax either, so you feel like something is off too. Of course. This battalion has been on the front lines ever since we mustered." Weiss smiled bitterly and drained his coffee. He had been through hard fighting, but the smile on his face was one of amusement. Why, though? That question came into his mind for the first time in a while. Compared with everyone else, Grant's time on the battlefield had been so short, but it already felt like he'd been living like this for half his life. Honestly, when he thought about it, the days had been jam-packed. "Oh, you don't know, huh?" Upon seeing Grant's questioning look, Weiss suddenly seemed to remember. He'd been thinking that the youngster knew what he was talking about, but it hit him that he and the other new recruits had only recently reported for duty. He wasn't one of the grognards from the early days of the battalion. New arrivals learned the stories of the unit from the senior members. These guys had been incorporated so hastily that no one had been able to take the time for these basics. After their baptism in combat and surviving calamitous artillery fire, the members of the battalion finally had some time to talk to one another. Actually, this is more or less what we were told during the recruitment process, Weiss realized and cracked a smile in spite of himself. This is a good opportunity. Let's talk about the old days. We have the time. It's a perfect chance for us to get to know how the other thinks. Weiss had an orderly bring them more coffee and sat on the desk, looking up as if he were reminiscing. I didn't realize the first lieutenant could make expressions like that, Grants thought suddenly, looking at his senior from the side. The Weiss I know is always wearing his first lieutenant mask. It hit him again that although he had grown used to life in the battalion, his time there hadn't been very long at all. Did you know I was originally in the Eastern Army? No, I never heard that before. Grants and the other recruits had come straight out of their accelerated schooling. In fact, they graduated early and were hurled onto the front lines that very minute. He remembered again how little time there had been. Under normal circumstances, he would have heard stories about the service of his seniors as part of getting to know the unit, but this was his first time. Up until this moment, they'd been gripping their guns so tightly that neither Grants nor any of the old guard had noticed. "Oh, right." Weiss nodded and began to recite something with a smile. "We guide him always, abandon him never, go where there is no path, never yielding, forever on the battlefield. Everything we do for victory. We seek mages for the worst battlefields, the smallest rewards, days darkened by a forest of swords and hails of bullets and constant danger with no guarantee of survival. To those who return go the glory and the honor." Sound familiar? Weiss asked with his eyes, but he could tell without an answer that Grants didn't understand. "I don't even need to ask," Weiss thought and continued his story. "That's what we were told when we volunteered for the 203rd. Don't expect to come back alive." His wry smile contained a multitude of emotions. There was regret, a little self-mockery, a flood of nostalgia. Sentiments that probably all the senior members of the battalion shared. "I was younger. I overestimated my ability and stupidly thought I could be a hero. Mages always overestimate themselves." "No, Lieutenant, I don't think you." "Nah, it's fine. I'm just telling the truth. That's when the Major knocked me flat. Our training was really like being born again. Kicked around on a snowy mountain where complaints were futile, targeted by artillery, and as if to finish them off, forced to fly so high they could barely breathe. I really can't believe I made it through that," he murmured, shuddering at the horrors of his past. If the commander called something that nearly gave him 2 heart attacks training, then training it was. If she called a drill with the artillery that included some live rounds practice, all they could do was resign themselves to the truth. Their schooling was so rigorous that it may very well have been more terrifying than actual combat. In his position as second in command, Weiss was more painfully aware than he wanted to be that training cost money. Their battalion had already gone through a scraggly regiment's worth of annual exercise budget. The amount generously spent on exercise a rare exception under Major von de Guritschaft's command, given her hatred of waste, was considerable. He had never once wondered what sort of battle she was anticipating. Still, after his mistake in Dasher and redeeming himself in Nordenhall, the different combat experiences had he finally understood to some extent. What Major von de Guritschaft's vice-commander had learned was a simple principle. By thoroughly training them, and then accumulating further instruction in the form of combat experience, Major von de Guritschaft was hardening her battalion into a battle-worthy unit step by step, attempting to educate them while carrying out missions and racking up achievements. In a way, you could say she was trying to whip her hastily formed battalion into elite shape. That's why Head heard her, and wondered at the time if Head heard wrong, rail against the idea of allowing a lower standard of discipline due to the addition of new recruits. In fact, he probably should have been surprised she even took on the assignment of rearing Grants and the other newbies. As a result, however, it was fair to say that there was a reason the commander's philosophy changed from handpicking elites to forcing cultivation. Or you could say she had her own form of trust in her superior officer's nose. Something had invited a change. Some reason that she needed mages even just for head count. That was why Weiss had been looking out for the group newcomers. To his happy surprise, he got the impression Lieutenant Grants would make a fine officer. That was why, even if Major von de Guritschaft wasn't grumbling, he wanted to tell the new recruits how things really were. That was his way of showing kindness. May 21, Unified Year 1925, Imperial Army General Staff Office, Dining Room 1, Army. Major General von Rudersdorf had heard that General Staff Office meals were prepared with the same budget and ingredients as on the front lines, for the extremely persuasive reason that it wouldn't do for soldiers back from the battlefield to be jealous of the food in the rear. That's what Head heard, but he wondered, as he washed down a bite of bone-dry cabrot with some water, whether frontline food was perhaps better than what he had been served. I doubt the food committee that came up with this even tried any for themselves, was his calm impression, dripping with the brand of cynicism particular to those with plenty of combat experience. Knowing them, they came at it purely from a nutritional point of view, debated at length, considered all the details of securing production costs and ingredients. During all that time, I'm sure not a single person paid any attention to the crucial element of flavor. That has to be it. He aired his complaint as a sigh, cleansing the lingering crumbs and awful flavor from his mouth with another drink. Who would think to mass-produce this stuff? That said, across from him, Zetua had resigned himself to accepting the bread and ate it with a straight face. Perhaps resignation is the best spice for this, thought Rudestorff as he decided to set aside his myriad grievances with the bread. Their plan was proceeding almost exactly according to schedule. They were perfectly prepared for their escape forward. Operation Schrecken und Ehrfurcht, Shock and Awe, was mere seconds away from launch. Ever onward, we have no choice but to advance. Are we going to eat in silence? I must be more nervous than I thought. Aha, I can't believe you said that. Nervous, I always thought you. At least we're a stranger to nerves, Zetua. I could say the same. I'm surprised you're nervous. The pair bantered as they had since their college days, but Rudestorff wasn't averse to admitting he was anxious. The fate of their fatherland hung on this operation. If the revolving door didn't work as planned, if they failed to cut off the enemy's head, they would be forced back to square one. Still, he thought, the only way out of this for the Empire is to keep moving ahead. We must advance. The only thing they could do was escape forward. Onward, onward still. Well, blaze a trail for the fatherland. Well, smash everything that stands in its way. Oh, we swear to forge the future of our fatherland. Comrades, lead the Empire to victory. The same day the Rhine lines, Major von de Guritschaf to all hands. It is now 1700 hours. At the appointed time of their sealed orders, having synced watches with her adjutant, Tanya solemnly reports the hour. I agree, First Lieutenant Weiss, Tanya's second-in-command attests. After making sure all the officers present are prepared to log the contents with no room for misunderstanding, Tanya nods and draws the knife at her hip. All right, let's open it. She casually slices into the secure package with the dagger and pulls out a sheaf of documents. Judging from the texture, it's probably the extra flammable oil paper with the General Staff's watermark. I can tell from the blurring of the letters that they were thoughtful enough to use water-based ink. It's fairly exciting. After flipping through the documents with a practiced eye, I've gotten the gist of it. Ultimately, the only move we have is to pierce straight through the front. In this situation, if we can't force a path to open up, the only alternative is to gather even more strength and find a way to break through, which must have been why the Imperial Army General Staff Service Corps and Operations Division arrived at such a rather unusual solution. Even I think escaping forward is our only way out of this. So, if there is nothing to do but advance, we have to press forward like crazy with no thought to stopping. Lieutenant Serebriakov, gather the troops. Lieutenant Weiss, give this a look. Routine exchanges. Tanya sends her adjutant to assemble the battalion, fills her vice commander in and prepares for the attack. Afterward, the brief comment she has for her officers is the same as always. Attention, officers, there is only the unflinching advance. Go forward, then press on. No, stopping won't be allowed. This will be an indomitable advance. Anyone who falters won't be permitted to live. It's our first and last chance. That's why we must get through, only onward, onward still. The Saga of Tanya the Evil, Volume 2, plus Ultra Fin. Side story, A Borrowed Cat. It was a cold, cloudy day. Magic Second Lieutenant Tanya de Guritschaf felt more alone than ever. She'd been putting up a hopeless solo resistance for 72 hours with no end in sight. In a corner of the imperial capital, Berun, where the core of the imperial army gathered, she was alone and friendless. The wave attack was conducted by terrifyingly unyielding opponents who had never learned how to hold back. Her mental processing was saturated almost immediately, and the situation rapidly deteriorated into one she couldn't manage. She was supposed to be the outstanding field officer who returned from Norden, received the Silver Wings Assault Badge despite being alive, and was so graceful she was given the alias White Silver. But in this extreme circumstance, Lieutenant de Guritschaf could only defend herself in a daze like she was newly commissioned and didn't know how to fight. This is indeed the shame of being trampled after a lone battle, your resistance proving futile. The helplessness assailing her brain gave way to an empty feeling, like her mind was being ground down to nothing. But even then, she couldn't run away. Running away would be a major breach of trust as an imperial soldier, as a soldier, period, and when it came down to it, as a modern, civilized person with contractual obligations. As much as she might like to take emergency evacuation measures, fleeing before the enemy meant death by firing squad. Continuing was hell, but fleeing meant ruin. In that case, Tanya roused her timid heart, reviving her determination to resist until the very end. In Norden, when I faced an entire company, wasn't I prepared to die? Didn't that mad scientist force me to go along with all sorts of dangerous experiments? But here I am, still alive. Yes, alive. I didn't break, unyielding spirit, free will and an even obstinate devotion to her dignity. Using all those things, she magic Second Lieutenant Tanya de Guritschaf took a firm stance with indomitable resolve, bracing herself. Tanya, sweetie, are you here? Sadly. Hey, today we're finally gonna get your makeup done. Her indomitable resolve. It's a special occasion, so why not, right? We got a cute outfit for you. Simon, let's try it on. Her oath to resist. Change into this, okay. Her sense of dignity. And this is a new corset. You said the other one was too hard to move in, so I brought the most flexible one. Simon. Today, under these circumstances, they would all be crushed underfoot. It all started with orders she received 3 days previously. It was supposed to be a mission to help out with some minor business in the rear as part of her receiving the Silver Wings Assault Badge and being transferred back there. Of course, this was the minor of not only the militaries, but any organization's upper echelons. It had to be taken with a grain of salt. But she wasn't going to become the guinea pig of a mad scientist and get blown up by his invention. She wasn't going to have to perform delaying action in isolation on the front lines. This time it was supposed to be simply supplying a word or two on some topics for a little propaganda piece. Nothing had seemed problematic when she received the orders, but the moment she knocked on the door of the Culture and Promotion Division in her Type I dress uniform, things started to go haywire. Her hair was tucked under her well-starched cap, and her Silver Wings Assault Badge gleamed on her chest according to regulation. She could move briskly after her injuries in Norden thanks to advanced magic treatment for mages, and she thought she had made a model salute. Her boots were polished to such mirror perfection that even her sergeant at the academy wouldn't have been able to pick on her. Be mindful that as a magic officer, you are a model member of the Reich. She thought she had followed her orders to the letter. Like past heroes who had left behind any number of propaganda photos, she would say beautiful things and look sharp like an officer should. First impressions stick in people's minds, so she had given her appearance extra attention. And yet, she was forced to realize she had made a huge mistake. The moment she walked into the room and everyone's eyes gathered on her, there were sighs. She was then dragged before similarly disappointed military women, who grumbled at her so furiously she didn't know what they were talking about. Before she knew it, she was stripped of her new riding breeches, the boots shed spent half a day polishing were thrown away, and although she just managed to keep her underwear, she lost her cap. Her resistance futile, she was forced into an outfit so mortifying she could hardly take it. A floor-length frilly skirt, incomprehensibly designed, and a pair of strappy women's shoes that would be impossible to march in. But all that was still tolerable compared with the smiling murmurs. Before that, she still had room to debate. It's great that your skin is so clear. We heard you were hurt, so we were worried, but I guess the surgeon did a great job. And your legs are so slim. Try this one for just a second. It was another frilly skirt, but for some reason this one left her legs exposed when she sat down. And to top it off, the corset's restraints were pulled impossibly tight until she could hardly breathe. Hurry, hurry, please just be over. Tanya could only hope, but even that was in vain. It went on for half a day. And when both her body and mind were flagging, finally the hands of the woman in charge stopped moving. It's finally over. She had nearly sighed it aloud when she suddenly heard something that made her heart freeze. Well, this simple outfit is good enough for the first day. Let's try some makeup. The first day. Oh my gosh, your hair, are you taking care of it properly? According to hygiene regulations. Her hair was cut to regulation length. In some ways, the Imperial Army was quite traditional, and this was a vestige of a rule created mainly with nobles in mind. The bizarre regulation stated that in order to distinguish the sexes of young members of the service or whatnot, girls who went through the academy before they had reached conscription age were to maintain shoulder-length hair. When she had looked into it, the imperative turned out to have been included mainly for the sake of noblewomen. Sadly, the Imperial Army stuck fast to the rules, so she had to grow her hair that long too, but Tanya could boast that her duty was performed in full. It was the perfect length. She measured it. Stop right there, do you brush it? Sorry, what kind of comb do you normally use? The standard issue. There was nothing she could do. Every time she opened her mouth, the lady's expression grew more severe and she couldn't fix it. Hold on, by the standard issue do you mean the celluloid one? Yes, that's right, that's insane, we've got to teach you from square one. With that, she took out several combs and began to speak voluminously about each one, while Tanya stood there and felt like her mind was being physically scraped away. Oh, being X, I don't even care if it's thee this time. If you call yourself God, then you should be able to at least fix this issue with my hair. No, I know it's impossible. But… In her thoughts, she began bandying about absurdities that would affect her life's mission. But as her mind was about to escape reality, she was suddenly jolted back by something that looked like a branding iron. Excuse me, what might that be? Oh, so you are interested in some of this, huh? I do think you would look charming with a perm. Wanna try it? No, with that iron rod. Yeah, you use it to make waves, you know. She smiled and said she was confident in her wave-making techniques. But honestly, at the point Tanya heard that the rod would be used, all she could think about was formulating some plan of escape. Ooh, no thanks, I think it would interfere with my duties. Yeah, it's too bad, but I guess we'll have to hold off on that. Then I'll at least do your makeup really nice. I can't just look the way I always do. She knew it was a bit late to say that. She was ashamed to admit she had been overpowered, but if she wasn't able to speak up, then it would have been the undeniable truth, so she mustered her courage and asked, would her type-I dress uniform really not work? You look too dangerous like that, and you can talk in a gentler, more girly way, you know. Just because you're in the army doesn't mean you have to act like a man. Oh, this is easier for me. Oh boy, well, let's at least try this, okay? We have 4 days until the event, so let's do our best here, all right? Thus, she was shot down. If this is how it's going to be, I'll take the battlefield. I want to go back. How many times did she murmur that deep inside? It went on for 3 days. She withstood the weirdness of the foundation brushed onto her face, the stickiness of the lipstick, the constricting corset, all of it. If public relations wants a dear little patriot, and if that is recognized as an order by the army, then I have no choice. Suppress yourself, this is work. Smile, Simon, smile. Hello, everyone. White Silver, also known as Tanya de Gurit Schaff. Chapter VI Ordeal of Fire. Present-day Londinium. I always get depressed this time of year. Good evening, everyone. This is WTN Special Correspondent Andrew. Today we won't be bringing you the usual documentary. We'll still be looking back on what happened during the war, but today we'll be doing it with a prayer. This will be a memorial broadcast. First, let's talk about the disturbance in the Aren region. The video you're all seeing right now is invaluable archival footage of residents of the occupied area revolting against the Imperial Army. This program contains numerous violent scenes. What happened during that time? Because our aim is to confront the truth, we've been granted permission under the Ethics Code to broadcast this material, but viewer discretion is advised. Now then, are you still with us? What you see in the upper right-hand corner of your screen is Caerleon Cathedral. It was also the scene of a tragedy we'll discuss later on. All right, well, keep the prefatory remarks to a minimum, as we're connected to the venue of the memorial ceremony now. Here is video of the commemoration of the victims of the suppression. This year, we can finally see ambassadors from each country in attendance. The controversy goes on, but we should be glad the reconciliation process has reached the point where the two nations are having a joint memorial. After all, this is a day to remember. Thea unveiling the new Caerleon Cathedral, raised out of the wreckage by the citizens' own hands. The city of Aren burned. This is the story of how its people overcame their suffering and rebuilt. Tonight, we discuss this wartime tragedy with an eye on those who are thinking of the future. Here is Aren in the immediate aftermath. Ruined, this was recorded in secret by a newscaster from the Woldst Confederacy, which was one of the few neutral countries. Can you tell that the partially collapsed building in the foreground is the famous white Cathedral Caerleon? This all started when a hunt for partisans turned into a military clash. Aren had always been staunchly anti-empire. It didn't even take a day for skirmishes to develop into a full-on uprising. We're told that the Imperial Army was shocked upon receiving the report that anti-empire riots were spreading and that they no longer had control over the city. This could cause the collapse of supply lines servicing the Great Army on the front. Having made this judgment, the army feared the collapse of the front, where it had dedicated its bodies and souls, and it responded without mercy. Upon receiving word that anti-empire riots had broken out in Aren, Major General at the time, von Zetua proposed a swift, ruthless way to cope. Major General von Ruderstorff of the Operations Division immediately called an emergency meeting of the Imperial Army General Staff and got the operation approved as a joint proposal from the Service Corps and Operations. With that, the army had permission to send military forces into the city. One of the main points of controversy, even today, is that the Imperial Army unhesitatingly chose to gain control of the city with not police power, but the army. From that decision, it is generally believed that the Empire regarded the uprising as irregular warfare, and people speculate that the mission given to the Imperial Army units envisioned not suppression of the partisans but elimination. On that point, the Empire argued at the time that partisan activities or the support of them was to forfeit the protection of the law of war, and so the flames engulfed Aren terribly quickly. We have here testimony from citizens of Aren who just barely escaped. Thave told us that they went revolting but that their protests had simply intensified. Of course, history tells us that no matter how things started, the Empire's reaction was fierce. Due to some documents being lost and others remaining classified, we don't know the details, but a battalion-size, possibly larger group of mages was the first to attack. After receiving what barely counted as a warning, the citizens were beset by a storm of mages. They gunned people down like they were so many targets in a firing exercise. They got points for shooting people. People had blocked themselves in, so they used heavy explosion formulas to bombard whole districts. These are all painful memories of the tragedy being shared today. Even counting only the confirmed deaths, the city of Aren lost half its population that day. The worst incident occurred at the Caerleon Cathedral I mentioned earlier. The swift, disproportionate major assault they witnessed was only the vanguard. Once a train brought in a multitude of reserve units to sweep through and gain complete control of the city, the residents were left with few places to hide. to protect themselves and their families. The only options remaining to the men and women who took up arms were to put up a hopeless resistance within the city or risk a desperate escape through enemy forces. But with no other way to do battle, the sad reality is that the citizens were forced to barricade themselves in. The great majority of them took refuge in and around Caerleon Cathedral. The actions the empire took in response to this are still debated today, and they have many critics. At the same time, you can't help but notice a strange discrepancy between the complicated laws and common sense. After all, legal scholars agree that the massacre wasn't in violation of any laws of war. To you viewers at home, that fact must come as a shock. It's not as though citizens participating in the armed uprising were wearing military uniforms. They were irregular combatants. In other words, international law didn't even guarantee them the rights of prisoners. Perhaps that's why the imperial army surrounded them and gave a word of warning. Release unaffiliated members of the general population immediately. We can't allow your slaughter to continue. We demand the release of imperial citizens according to Article 26, Paragraph 3 of the Rules of War on Land. Records of what the citizens did are sparse due to the chaos, but we do know that a small number of pro-empire people attempted to escape and were shot in full view of the imperial army. Now, why did this tragedy occur? In recent years, scholars have pointed to the possibility that it was an unforeseen result of Republican propaganda. They had been expressing their intent to dispatch a rescue to take the city back. Some Republican soldiers were even prepared to fight the empire. A number of historians say that atmosphere spread to the populace of Arren. More than a few suggest that the arrival of Republican army mages led the citizens to make the wrong decision. And in fact, many of the survivors report a prevailing attitude that they could hold out until the Republic saved them. Then the Empire issued its last warning. This is a warning for the irregular combatants of the armed revolt. In accordance with Article 8, Paragraph 5 of the Rules of War on Land, I demand someone meet with our representative to discuss the subjects of the Empire you so unjustly imprison. In response, the city of Arren said, "We are the citizens of Arren. There are no prisoners. We are just people asking to be free." And so, according to the rules of war on land, since there were no prisoners and no imperial citizens among the irregular combatants occupying the city, the empire carried out an operation to capture it. In order to avoid the heavy responsibility for each soldier that would result if they went into the city and had to visually confirm their targets, they aimed to cause widespread fires via artillery bombardment from positions surrounding the city. A portion of the documents shows that they had chosen targets that were likely to spread the flames as proof of concept for a firestorm. This notorious atrocity perpetrated by the Imperial Army is commonly known as the Arren Massacre. We have with us Professor Walter Halbum of Londinium University. Professor Halbum, well, jump right into it. Why did the Imperial Army take such drastic military action with no hesitation? Well, you have to understand how the Imperial soldiers were thinking. Their paradigm tended to have military leanings. To put it another way, they wanted to apply that logic to everything. In other words, they were thinking in terms of strategy and whatnot. You can probably understand the significance of riots behind the Western District Army's front for guys with that mindset. Let's take this step by step. First, the Empire's Arenroigen region has always contained sparks of partisan resistance. The Imperial Army hypothesizes that someone is inciting the area's anti-Empire faction. I think the real problem was that that possibility couldn't be completely denied, and if you consider that the uprising cut off the Western Imperial Army rear areas from the front, the rest is simple. What the Imperial Army General Staff feared first and foremost at the time was the Western Army getting pinned down before they could scrape together the troops for a unit to suppress the revolt. Most of the empire's forces were committed on the Rhine lines, so an attack from the militia while the troops were pinned down by the Republican army might have been enough to cost the empire the Western Industrial District. The second possibility was that the revolt would stay contained within the Arenreugen region. In that case, they would be able to protect the industrial region, but Aren was a major city on the supply rail line. I think that played a major role. Because, if there is pressure on the supply lines, the troops won't be able to fight for very long no matter how tough they are. The potential was there for the empire's worst-case scenario to come to pass at least. It wouldn't have been an unexpected line of reasoning for the imperial side. We can see that the anti-empire movement uprising gave the empire a tremendous shock in terms of strategy. I myself can declare from my experience serving that the mere notion of the communication lines to the rear becoming paralyzed is terrifying for anyone. So I think the Imperial Army was imagining the Republican Army command would throw their weight around. If that happened, the Imperial forces would be requested to urgently eliminate the resistance, but they would have to worry about Republican mages joining and strengthening it. At that point, the army was already short on troops for the front, so stabilizing the rear at the same time was a practically impossible demand. With these two difficult problems, the empire now faced a major dilemma. The only good thing, perhaps, the disastrous thing was that they had an intercepting mage unit as reinforcements. The mage unit's command kept on hand as reserves for the army had a measure of firepower. That gave them the option to suppress the separatist independent movement. Of course, if they mobilized them here, they wouldn't be able to use them to resist an invasion. Naturally, that led to worries that the main battlefront could collapse. Additionally, in a battle to capture a city, the mage units would really only be good for intimidation and diversions. But on the front lines, they could wipe out or repel enemy units. Should they prioritize fending off attacking Republicans? If they did that with the rear devoid of soldiers, the revolt was liable to spread. If that happened, it could have a markedly negative effect on the supply lines, causing enormous losses in a battle of attrition. On the front lines, where they were already fighting close-pitched battles, it was hard to imagine they would be able to take such losses. So should they put down the revolt first? But spending the time of their only reserves to suppress the revolt could prove fatal. If the reserves got tied up and lost time and the Republican army broke through, the invasion could result in an immeasurable increase in casualties. All the lives lost countering the sneak attack and pushing the enemy back would have been lost for nothing, and that would not be acceptable. For the Republican army, on the other hand, success was guaranteed. No matter which objective the Imperial Army chose, the Republicans would achieve something in the end. It is here that the Imperial Army commits an obviously atrocious deed, leaving a mark on history no country should make. Who ordered it is unclear. We don't even really have a record of who carried it out. These were truly soldiers who had to be left out of the records. While they were soldiers of the finest caliber who pulled off a miraculous defensive battle, they were also the lowest of the low who deeply stained the empire's honor. Now, in the post-war period, many soldiers criticize them. Personally, though, I defend the people who were put in that difficult position. Under the circumstances, they had no alternative options, and additionally it came down as an order. What is certain is that someone saved the empire's battle lines, although I have to say the method is not one I personally agree with. Thank you, Professor Walter Halbum. Now take a look at this next video. Professor Halbum offers this internal document from the Imperial Army General Staff. She might call it an extreme form of practicality. Command has removed her restraints. Wisely, to achieve victory, they took away her limits. These are the orders of the army of the Empire, and as a soldier, I am forced to obey. The impulses that were successfully suppressed with logic will be unchained for this great cause. Or perhaps it's that the cause she had to hesitate will disappear. Whose responsibility is it when a beast bites into a meal thrown in front of it? I believe those responsible are none other than the ones who threw the sacrifice to the starving animal. Asterisk a scribbled note discovered in a wastebasket at the Imperial Army General Staff Headquarters. May 4, Unified Year 1925, the Rhine Front. As Chief of Staff, did you know this might happen? The Army Corps commander generously pretended to ask, trying to hide the tremble in his voice at the seriousness of the situation. Actually, though he was controlling his expression, he was seething internally. The Republican Army had moved far more quickly than the Empire had anticipated. News had come in that, completely contrary to their expectations, Mage reinforcements, albeit a small number of them, had entered Arren. Arren's defences would probably grow stronger as more time passed. Meanwhile, our plan has utterly failed. The initial confusion had finally been brought under control, and they were getting a grasp on the situation, but he wanted to shield his eyes from the pathetic spectacle of panicking troops. Is this really our Imperial Army? Even the suppression unit the Central General Staff promised them had gotten held up, and this was the result. He wanted to chew out the Railroad Department, who was responsible for managing the schedules, and ask what the hell they had been doing. But the necessity of such complaints showed how bad the situation was in Arren. If the trains that ran through there were paralyzed for even a day, the supply line delivering tens of thousands of tons of ammunition and food to the front would be physically disrupted. Unless each division was sent at least 500 but 1,000, if possible, tons of supplies, the frontline troops would find their ranks thinning out. That statistic was now basically the General Staff's nightmare. To make matters worse, there was no alternative line. Arren was a main relay point that even had a switchyard. There were branch lines, yes, but as for whether or not they could serve the front, the hopeless, pale faces of the Railroad Department members said it all. The Imperial Army was realizing again what an Achilles heel logistics trouble was when invading, especially after cutting off its enemies up north. So for a moment, what crossed the commanders' minds was the furious scolding they would unleash on the Feldgendarmerie, since they had failed to quash the sparks of rebellion. The Army Corps commander wasn't the only one softly sneering, "You good-for-nothing freeloaders." He didn't know where the military police's precious Feldgendarmerie had been napping, but talk about lazy. If you have a siesta custom, get your asses back to the countryside. Though no one said it out loud, they all groaned and spat on the ground. Circumstances were so lamentable that someone murmured, "We could have avoided this if we had one of our brave, loyal mage companies." The situation was rapidly deteriorating. They couldn't help but fear the worst. Riots in the rear. Thanks to that, the units were stuck. If we move the front, won't the Republic react? As long as that worry remained, they had to keep movement of troops to a minimum. But if supplies were interrupted for even a few days, they would soon lose the ability to fight. So the threat in Arren had to be eliminated. Well, that was easy to say. It would be very difficult to get rid of the rebels quickly now that Republican mages had joined them. Yes, sir, there was some idea. Operations, please explain. But as expected, you could say, it took the Staff Corps very little time to collect their analyses of a scenario like this. Plans made in advance may not be everything, but they can help you tackle your problems. Sir, we have a plan drawn up from a purely military view to achieve a very limited aim that was created as part of strategy research. What, is it actually usable? The only issue was whether what they came up with was usable or not. After all, the situation was bad. A half-baked scheme wasn't going to cut it. He would accept anything as long as it solved their problem in one shot, but from the sound of it he couldn't expect too much. Well, it will definitely achieve certain results, but it will require a very important decision to be made. Just spit it out, he stopped himself from shouting. We don't have time for this. Tell me what it is. Yes, sir. It's a plan by the War College's Strategy Research Committee, submitted with the idea of eliminating enemy units building defensive lines in an urban setting, including mages, in an extremely short amount of time. As far as the dubious Army Corps commander could tell, it sounded like an effective plan. If the Strategy Research Committee at the War College had submitted it, that meant they acknowledged its practicality. If they could really use it to quickly take out mages and other defenses in an urban setting, the plan would be invaluable in their current predicament. This is quite groundbreaking, isn't it? Why didn't it get passed around to all the armies? If it's so useful, then why not share it? Does it violate the Worms Convention? Perhaps wondering the same thing, the Chief of Staff voiced a possible Warrior International treaty. They imagined that the rapid capture of a city and elimination of resistance would be difficult without using gas or heavy artillery. Of course, gas wouldn't be allowed in a city, and even the General Staff probably didn't have a plan to defend against gas. No, the legal specialists say it doesn't conflict with any existing treaties. Even better. So what's the problem? There shouldn't be any reason to hesitate if it's legal. Honestly, we don't have a second to lose. They didn't have time to debate with the legal specialists. The Army Corps commander banged the table in irritation and urged the hesitating staffer on with his eyes. The plan was written on the assumption, from a purely military point of view, that there are no non-combatants in the city, only enemy forces. What is that supposed to mean? How can we use something based on such an improbable assumption? He nearly shouted that it was stupid. There aren't any cities where only enemy soldiers live. Cities are mostly civilians. At most, civilians with militia among them. And they had confirmed when they occupied Aren that many civilians lived there. Well, we'd create those conditions by following a legal procedure. Both the one answering and the one asking spoke in a monotone to conceal their emotions. In short, it's a sort of deceit. According to the legal specialists, the plan is only valid upon ruling out the existence of non-combatants, so we'll just make sure there are none. So we'd just be killing everyone regardless of gender or age. It was unmistakably clear. In everyone's heads appeared an urban battle. Yes, a bloody slaughter in the guise of an urban battle. Everyone understood that if they were being told to take this rotten fight seriously, they couldn't bother with legal practicality. We would employ the simple, straightforward method of burning the city down. I just want to be done with this, is what the tone of the operations officer seemed to say as he continued the requested explanation. He wasn't the only one who wished there was nothing to continue. A fire attack, well, that's classic, but against mages. Have you ever heard of a firestorm? A terrifying report or a proposal from hell. The one who thought of this was either a lawyer so cunning the devil would invite them to join forces, or a criminal. This way of thinking is practically inhuman. Only a devil who forgot their reason and conscience in their mother's womb could come up with such a tactic. That someone would equate having the technical capabilities for an operation with actually doing it. Are they deranged? No, it's the first time I've heard of it. It was proposed after the idea was verified by looking at large-scale conflagrations of the past. Urban warfare has many different legal constraints. The topic of the research was how the army should deal with them, but nobody would have thought to look for a plan that removed them. No, for better or worse, outside of the specialists, no soldiers felt like confronting the laws at all. To put it nicely, you could call them simple. To cast it negatively, you could say the army had an anti-intellectual streak. So they weren't used to explanations of legal principles. But from a soldier's point of view, the rules of engagement were to some extent self-evident, and indiscriminately shooting civilians was like police groping for a solution to a hostage crisis and deciding to shoot all the hostages along with the criminal. Certainly, apprehending the culprit would be the highest priority, but would you arrive at a plan to eliminate the hostages instead of save them? Ideas that are purely unthinkable for a normal person are a soldier's common sense. Of course, there is the delicate issue with military wisdom that the ethics and morality tend to be old-fashioned, due to the inevitable reference to wars of the previous era for its standards. Still, A soldier's way of thinking was generally rational. This way of thinking was such a single-minded pursuit of purposive rationality that it was anomalous. It seems they've arrived at one conclusion, which is that, ideally, the operation should be carried out by mages with fire attacks. Never mind the theory. Has it been put into practice? When it was attempted on army exercise grounds, a phenomenon approaching the projected results was achieved. If fire attacks are coordinated from multiple locations, it's plenty possible to create. And when he understood, the Army Corps commander was frightened of the plan his army had received. Oh God, why must I do such a thing? Why must I be ordered to carry out a plan conceived by the devil? When I respond to the immediate summons, an intelligence officer wearing the rank of captain meets me. In other words, I'm sure he is the bearer of bad news. Having made that conclusion, Tanya takes a deep breath to brace herself. Always be calm and collected, but that thought promptly crumbles. That's how shocking the news is, the news that the rear has been cut off. One of my forerunners gave me a piece of advice. What's important when being brought bad news is whether or not you can find the silver lining. Ever since then, I've remained faithful to it. For instance, right now I have a cup of real coffee in my hands, a treat from the rear headquarters, and I'm glad I'm not drinking it because doing a spit take or choking on it would have been a terrible waste of such a valuable item. Of all things, the rear is cut off, the supply lines. Yes, Major von de Guritschaf, it's a partisan uprising. Now, what occurs to me is Republican leadership, the rear cut off, the collapse of logistics. If that happens, our entire army could be sent fleeing in a disorderly panic. Even a child could imagine that much. The partisan movement intensifies at a strategic point in the rear while the Imperial Army's main forces are pinned down. There's no way the Republicans want pour oil on that little fire. And after such libation, there's no way the partisans won't go a little pyromaniac. The logic is self-evident. No doubt, a huge fire is about to start raging. Detrimental situations tend to go downhill fast. There is only a handful of exceptions. Yes, now, Mom, I want to tell this situation to eat shit. Tanya's natural reaction to the news is for her facial muscles to tense. The command personnel are all wearing expressions of pensive distress. I probably have the same look on my face, too, Tanya observes in a somehow calm way, with a tinge of self-derision. Maybe I shouldn't look this way in front of my subordinates, but all I can do is wish. All the officers who heard the news got the same look on their faces, and they are probably just as self-conscious. What's the situation? The military police and some of the troops garrisoned there are doing their best to bring the area under control, but it seems things are getting worse fast. That's no good. Can they put it down? In a way, it's as bad as I expected. The inept Feldgendarmerie screwed up, so they got caught when the fat hit the fire. If we leave them alone, the rear will get burned. But if we put out the fire, our front lines will get trampled. One wrong move and it'll be trench warfare without ammunition or food. No matter how optimistically you look at this, it's bound to be an utter disaster with piles of corpses. We should even be prepared for the lines to break. I don't know, but I think we need to be ready to respond. Right. Give standby orders. Make sure we can move as soon as we get the word. What I'm hoping, what I'd like, is for this situation to settle down on its own. It could happen. But my optimistic speculation that the fire might just fizzle out misses the mark. In reality, my wish means nothing, and the situation rapidly deteriorates. Signs of a Republican offensive are confirmed, and command is forced to make a decision. As a result, we end up in the pursuit of pure military logic and nothing else. The deciding factor is a report that Republican Army reinforcements have joined the partisans. At this point, the army reaches a conclusion that is quite straightforward. As long as there is a line that can't be crossed, holding it has to be made priority. An airdrop, crud, Thea mages, the Republican Army is conducting an airborne operation. Looks like they are meeting up with the rebels, shrieks from control. If they were just armed insurrectionists with no mages, it would be hard to put them down, but there was the possibility that police power would be enough. Or maybe it could be resolved with a division of infantry. But in urban combat up against mages, even heavy infantry will have to prepare for insane losses. After all, a city is a three-dimensional battlefield full of cover and obstacles. It doesn't get shouted from the rooftops, but it is said that mages actually do their best work in urban battles. So this will have to be a serious fight. Is someone intercepting them? And that's why mages helping to defend the city is so hugely significant. Just one infantry division plucked from the mustered reserves would probably be enough to suppress an armed mob, even if it took a little time. With the manpower of the police and Ministry of the Interior, they might have been able to suppress them, even if they had to shed some blood to do it. But once mages are the defenders of the city, it's different from intercepting on flat ground or from defensive positions, and military intervention is required. But even then, just throwing a ton of material at them won't be very effective. You need to literally disregard any damage and capture the city district by district. For that reason, mages should be stopped with their weak point, air-to-air combat, and there should have been an air defense network covering 360 degrees. That was how it was supposed to be. They didn't make it in time and got diverted. But there is a glaring chasm between the plan and our present situation. There should have been some leeway in the rotation of the aerial forces, but it has been broken down for a while now. The Imperial Air Fleet was basically out in full force every day and having trouble making up for losses in the Rhine air battle. The air units have more types of missions than expected, not just securing supremacy in the sky. As a result, the plan created before the war started meant absolutely nothing when it met the reality of borderline overworked air units being mobilized for missions they weren't expecting. It was only once the air units had been sent in that the military began to understand the necessity of the types of missions they could perform. The army is much more aware of how important controlling the sky is than they were before the start of the war. Dasher, where the ones who soared through the sky ruled everything, has been taken as a model case. For that reason alone, perhaps you can say, or precisely because of that, the Imperial Air Fleet put all their forces into securing command of the air near the front lines. As a result, they've succeeded in stabilizing the battlefront and managed to establish a degree of supremacy in the sky. It's somewhat ironic that they should be lacking the forces to prevent a sneak attack in the rear. This is practically like Norden with offense and defense reversed. This is bad. We can't let them secure a bridgehead, so it'll be a counter-mage battle against mages who are ready and waiting for us. Yes, the longer it takes to suppress them, the worse things will get. We don't know how many mages they sent in, but if we consider how many it would take to organize a resistance, we can get an idea. After all, the Imperial Army pioneered this tactic. We understand it even if we don't want to. Major von de Guritschaf, report to the commander's office immediately. And so, things happen without anyone making a definite decision. History, to a surprising extent, is a series of miscalculations. April 13, Unified Year 1924, Research Room 17, Joint Strategy Research Meeting held at the Imperial War College. As you can see, as the war situation changes, the chances of combat in a city will become extremely high. The instructor finishes his explanation in front of a war map spread on the desk. It was a review of the war situation touching on how the Imperial Army has been making a comeback bit by bit on the Rhine front. The two armies are still competing for a scrap of barren land, but the Imperial Army has been gradually advancing. Progress is progress, even in baby steps. It's huge that we've gone from being invaded to being able to plan a counterattack. And that's why at this new stage, all variety of combat in Republican territory is starting to sound more realistic, thinks Tanya. It'll come down to urban warfare. It's difficult to imagine the Republic simply neglecting key strategic cities that function as transport terminals. And unfortunately, a lot of civilians must live in urban areas. Some of them will certainly have taken shelter or been evacuated, but we have to assume that enough people will stay behind to keep the city functioning. So the General Staff has tasked us with coming up with ways to handle urban warfare. As Tanya expected, the task the instructor has for them is planning countermeasures for just such a battle. The law of war is extremely critical of involving non-combatants in urban battles. I don't know if it's true or not, but supposedly, there is a trigger clause that allows unlimited economic sanctions against countries that purposely attack in a way that involves non-combatants. Actually invoking the clause would be up to each individual country, but it's still a troublesome provision from the Empire's point of view. That's why this request was mandates necessary to capture a city without giving the major powers a rallying cause. Of course, even if we did that, it would only buy us time. After all, geopolitically, the other powers have plenty of reason to intervene. Well, that's why we should try to keep them from intervening for a bit longer. To be frank, the only option we'll have if we don't involve non-combatants is to surround and starve them into submission. Everyone present knows how unrealistic the request is. But despite knowing the extent of the problem, they understand well enough to curse to hell how critical it is strategically. That's why she uses an indirect expression shrouded in rhetoric to say, "Don't order us to do the impossible." Crying like that is all that is ever possible under political pressure. She said to surround and starve them into submission, but it would be incredibly difficult to keep them surrounded until the city finally fell. Even sending in 3 times the force of the enemy would put an unimaginable burden on logistics. I think we can free ourselves from this type of issue by leaving the front lines where they are and devoting ourselves to defense until the enemy can't take it anymore. Purely in terms of the principle of concentration of force, it's better to defend than invade. Even though that is only one of the assumptions made internally, more than a few officers think that way. Even they want to win, thinks Tanya. Still, she thinks again. The officers of the Imperial Army aren't excitable enough to think they can fight a war with their arms and legs tied up. But we were able to do it in the Entente Alliance. Consider how much stronger we were, please. Besides, doing it that way is why we now have so many troops stuck up there. Though she is listening to the debate going on before her, Tanya has already accepted the fact that it's impossible to be considerate of civilians in urban warfare. Even the American army tried to conduct urban warfare with kindness to civilians and is now stuck writhing around in agony. In this age of total war, Tanya has no choice but to give up on kindness to civilians. What's worse, most of the surplus forces are tied up in the north and west. The burden on the supply lines has far surpassed pre-war estimates. We're up against small powers that we beat in terms of both muscle and population, and this is where we're at. A huge war between the major players will require full power not to get eaten alive. At this rate, it'll be impossible. Tanya regrets it, but they are no longer in a position to observe international laws and fight with concern for civilians. Even with an industrial base that can manufacture a vast amount of material, the supply lines are shrieking, and the people in charge of logistics in the rear are flailing around, trying to prevent a shortage of food and other consumables. I don't mean to be rude, but is this discussion really necessary? That's why she interrupts. Aware that she's not being very cute, she speaks calmly in a deliberately flat tone. Normally you would be rebuked for such a comment, but Tanya didn't think she would have any problems. That's a bold remark from a student de Guritschaf. Tell us what you mean. Yes, sir. Encircling and starving the enemy is a leisurely tactic from medieval times or, at best, a previous era. Specifically, the Ottoman siege of Vienna or Napoleon's campaign in Italy. An army fighting a modern war can't use tactics from an earlier period when there weren't even railroads. If you're going to end up using that strategy, you're better off not fighting. So, true, there aren't many realistic options besides starving them into submission. She understands that, but that's a problem that everyone is aware of. We aren't gathered here to debate something so well understood. If you can't brainstorm, it's better to look for a legal loophole. Setting aside feasibility, failing to consider every possibility would be a big mistake. As an individual with what passes for an intellectual education, it would be an inexcusable error. Therefore, Tanya is simply convinced that even if it's just debate for the sake of debate, they should try approaching the issue in a different way. As someone who, in a way, is familiar with urban warfare as historical truth, the question is how to fight an urban battle. Shouldn't we try to think of a way to make fighting in a city legal? Urban warfare is restricted by international laws. Groping for a way to defeat them besides urban warfare is like playing by their rules. It's like negotiating an important deal at the other party's office. You'll never win that way. What you need to do is flip the situation so they're coming to negotiate with you. In other words, isn't it possible to shift our point of view and ask how to make urban warfare legal? Of course, having seen Iraq and Afghanistan, I seriously refuse to actually do it. Having thought that, Tanya realizes, but if we could lay waste to whole blocks like they did in Warsaw, this urban warfare thing would be a cinch. She even begins to calculate. It would be a pain to go into all-out war, but it's definitely a possibility. De Guritschaf, haven't you learned about the war of law in your classes? Yes, I completed the subject. It's terribly interesting. I hadn't studied laws since I was a student taking jurisprudence, including constitutional theory and civil law R&B. I did learn a little about international relations theory, international administration, and international law. In that sense, getting the chance to study law, the ruler of civilization, was genuinely fun. And that's why she can make her declaration with confidence even in terms of the legal basis. There's nothing wrong with her idea and it doesn't come into conflict with any legal principles. So you're saying this with that experience in mind? Yes, instructor. After all, any law has room for interpretation as a matter of course. That's why there are so many opportunities for jerks to twist them to fit their aims and annoy the rational marketplace. Legal opportunists can even profit from something as time-consuming as patent litigation. That's why in litigation societies like the United States, there are a ton of lawyers waging great legal battles. Basically, what you can and can't do under a law changes any number of times depending on how it's interpreted and enforced, to the point where some peaceful island nation can be a weird country that says it doesn't have an army while equipping it with all kinds of fantastic weapons. Well, that's a better idea than abandoning the notion of an army completely. But it just goes to show how broadly laws can be interpreted. What's wrong with the ever-serious empire doing a serious reinterpretation of the law? To Tanya, it's nothing but an utterly natural course of events. Of course, domestic laws are ultimately interpreted by the one with the sovereign rights, His Imperial Majesty the Emperor, and impinging on his authority is prohibite, but the military studies international laws. They are totally safe. Tanya believes without question that grey is white. It's a problem of interpretation. Anything the international laws do not expressly forbid is only restricted depending on one's interpretation. Specifically, this is only one example, but there is a clause that says armies are prohibited from indiscriminately attacking areas where there are non-combatants. If you just look at that, it seems like you couldn't possibly fight in a city. Tons of non-combatants live there, but think of it flipped around. The enemy is limited in the same way. After all, armies have the duty to protect. At a glance, it appears to be a clause that restricts the attacking side, but naturally it also limits the defending side. It's possible to demand that they protect those in the shelters according to law. In other words, if they don't take the evacuees and withdraw, it's possible to interpret that as meaning there are no civilians. I see. And then, if I have permission to continue, then I'll do so. Well, legal debate is half sophistry, half finger-pointing. A court might make the final decision, but the way each country interprets the law has a major influence on international legal cases. According to the law of war, we both have the duty to protect non-combatants. so well be expected to do everything in our power to fulfill it. It depends on how you work it, but I think we can use it. For example, what would happen if we had a small unit infiltrate an area where civilians lived, and we got attacked? If there was even one stray shot fired our way, we could turn it into a justification. Well, that's an extreme method. There's a more legitimate way to go about it. Or if we make them tell us there are no non-combatants, the restriction will be instantly lifted. What? If they say that every person down to the last civilian will resist us? If we interpret that as meaning that every last civilian is militia, then we don't have to recognize any prisoners' rights. The former Yugoslavia said all their citizens were soldiers. Then if everyone's a soldier, we can blow them up and it won't be a war crime would be the logical end to that interpretation. That said, if you pursue this sort of interpretation to extremes, it's possible to twist reason itself. So of course, justice and fairness are warped as well. Yep, and what about it? Concepts are concepts and bad laws are still laws. In the first place, this is a world where a god or a devilthis being ex-guis getting his way. If you want to think seriously about the question of what justice is, maybe the guy who stipulates the world should be at war is the evil one. In other words, I'm just one good person doing my duty. Ked, 19. X day. Luckily, an Army Corps commander summoning a mere major is exceedingly rare. But the Army Corps commander probably had a hard time being happy about the infrequency. Exceptional though it was, it meant there was a chance he might have to summon this monster again someday. Telling him it was only a possibility wouldn't make him feel any better. Rejoice, Major von de Guritschaf, sir, doing his best not to look directly at the monster, straightening her posture in front of him. The Army Corps commander accepted that it was for work and met her. As far as he could tell from a normal person's perspective, mages were more than a little foreign. They were humans who could fly by their own power and use magic to interfere with the world. Even if he understood them logically, when he met one face to face, his emotions couldn't catch up. But this he could state confidently. The principles behind the actions of this major in front of him were impossible to understand using anyone's logic or emotions. Her inorganic eyes compelled you to conclude that her thoughts, her frameworks, her way of being were all warped. She may have had blue eyes and a pretty face which probably gave a gentle impression, but the emotions in those eyes said everything and made her look different. You've got a special mission from the regional command. She was commissioned before her age hit double digits. When he had heard that, he had laughed and said, a fabled child soldier then. But when he met her, his first impression was combat machine. He immediately corrected his perception of her, but he didn't begin to think he had understood her. The reputation that had preceded her for a recipient of the Silver Wings Assault Badge, she looks like a fairy, albeit one who was born to fight, must have been true to the letter. Maybe it was her symmetrical features, but she seemed like the type who might get called a vampire behind her back. The orders will be issued at 1422. When she had been ordered to do some simple field training, she had, unbelievably, taken her recruits on a night raid against an enemy outpost trench. And yet the unit's loss ratio was surprisingly low. Though they fought hard with dauntless bravery and got results, their loss ratios were lower than that of all the other units. Honestly, if that was all, she would be a great soldier. She's too perfect. There's nothing about her to criticize, she's so logical and has achieved so much. So no one can stop her. It makes sense that Lieutenant Colonel von Lergen failed when he tried to eliminate her. Well, the legal specialists letting her go and the Foreign Office giving up are probably bigger factors. Promptly eliminate the enemy mage unit that has penetrated the rear city of Aren. After that, join up with reinforcements and suppress the city. That is all. Republican mages had dropped into the city of Aren in the rear, in a sense, completely outwitting the Imperial lookouts. On top of that, the partisan riots were growing. If they couldn't suppress Aren, they couldn't use the railway. If they couldn't use the railway, logistics would get cut off. And then the Army Corps commander concluded, somewhat self-mockingly, if the logistics got cut off, they would starve. At that rate, even a child would be able to understand where the war was headed. For exactly that reason, the brass was not fooling around. No, they had probably already braced themselves. Their determination could be felt in the orders. Apparently, if there was no other way, they wouldn't stop at turning Arren to ashes. Evacuation orders had already been issued at this point, as well as a curfew to prevent people going out at night, accompanied by a stern warning. If things proceeded according to the plan had been given, if the rebels didn't obediently surrender, the entire city would be dealt with appropriately, and she was so trusted to get things done that she would be assisting. Well, she was frightfully capable. Any questions? If you could tell me what size of enemy force to expect. At least a battalion. The vanguard would be the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion. They would be sent in to eliminate the mages obstructing imperial suppression of the city. Really, the top seemed reluctant to burn Arren. They must have been thinking that resolving things without burning it would be best. The artillery and air units had only just been ordered to prepare to attack, so they weren't ready to do it at a moment's notice. So is it as an alibi, then, that Thea to issue a warning to surrender after the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion eliminates the mages? The problem was that if the people of Arren didn't lose their will to fight with that, there would be no options left for the Imperial Army. What kind of troops? Apart from a small number of Republican mages, Thea militia, many citizens of Arren have already become casualties, but there was another horrible truth right next to him. The magic major before his eyes had presented striking views on international law at the War College, and these were not your average striking views. To speak in extremes, she had a brain diabolical enough to foresee today's situation and come up with a solution. After all, I know she's the one who came up with the justification to sacrifice the people of Arren in this operation. General von Zetua in the Service Corps gave me all the details, but I never thought I would regret taking her on this much. That bastard, he should be more considerate of his superior's stomach. How sad. By the way, I overheard a little bird twittering about partisans. It's a problem for me if you can hear too well. You must have mistaken some other sound. So our enemy is the Republican Army then. Just in case. Yes, she was only checking to make sure their enemy was the Republican Army. Who does that? A normal officer wouldn't even wonder. On the Rhine lines, the enemy meant the Republican Army. Isn't that a given? They don't follow the Land War Convention. We need to get in there and protect the non-combatants. But he could see why she reconfirmed her definitions. This wasn't a mission you could perform if you didn't know what enemy meant. So well get to flex our muscles. You mean that we should buy time cheerfully despite being fatally outnumbered? Ha, Major, you can choose victory or Valhalla, either one you like. Is that an order to annihilate them and win, sir? Well, I can see how it could be interpreted that way. Cause widespread destruction, theoretically with no legal restrictions. Is there any other way to win? It's like we're ordering a bloodbath. There won't even be combat. Even if you believed the War College's interpretation of the laws was correct, this plan was clearly designed with a massacre in mind. And I heard rumors she was involved in the plan. This expression, this calm, maybe the rumors are true. That was how inhuman she was. Yes, and yesterday at 1100 hours, Arren was given an evacuation warning. So you can assume the entire city has already been captured, which means the higher-ups are saying to eliminate everything. Legally, only the Republican Army units are there. I'll just be frank, there's not really any reason to hide it. After all, the only thing this war machine soldier needs is permission and orders. She adheres to the rules. That is, she doesn't do anything beyond them. Apparently, she limits herself in a strange way. How awful. It'll be hell no matter what we do, Major von de Guritschaf said coolly. But then why is she smiling so happily? What is that delighted smile glowing on your cheeks? What are those fangs peeking out of your mouth? Why are you happy enough to grin, you vampire? A battle to capture a city is a fight against time. I hope no one noticed that I just flinched, thought the Army Corps commander, sensing that he was distinctly afraid of her. The city is already under enemy control, right, so can't we lay waste to entire blocks? Major. If civilians were there, they would limit us, but if the city has been overrun, then no worries. No worries about what? He deeply wanted to ask what she was planning to do, but he held back. He told himself it was surely better not to know, but this is really too bad. With this, the die is cast. For the one responsible, there was probably no die more nauseating. Yes, it's really, truly awful, but we're soldiers. If it's an order, we have to burn even the beautiful city of Aren. You devil, Zetua and Ruderstorff, you wicked men. Apparently they'll do anything to win the war. They would literally do any and everything. They mean to win this war by any means necessary, even if they go insane. Soldiers they may be, but they are cracked. No one should ever be a soldier. You're right about that, but not everyone gets to live the life they want. That's right, Magic Major von de Guritschaf, but there is probably no one more suited to being a soldier than you. Perhaps you feel at home in hell on the Rhine front. I was wondering why I was summoned from my standby dugout on the forwardmost line to the safe command dugout farther back under the highest priority orders. And now I have a mission to eliminate enemy majors invading a key location in the rear. Fighting enemy majors is a totally ordinary mission. The difference this time is that the field will be a city. Not just any city, but Aren, a critical node in the Empire's rail transport network. According to the orders, we have to be prompt and speedy. Use any means necessary to eliminate the enemy is the missive from my superior's superior. Having wrapped her head around the situation in her own way, it doesn't seem so difficult. Her position, in a nutshell, is like being told to crush the Prague Spring. The enemy majors are apparently joined by a battalion-sized militia, so it's a simple order to take care of the uprising along with their tanks, the Mageswith, our artillery. If the order is to crush this mob, Tanya is almost bored knowing history and how common such orders were. Of course, considering the supply lines are in danger, it's not a trivial mission. Tanya is well aware of that, but that's all. If a riot starts, just give the order to put it down. She double-checked so many times because she was startled that the local Army Corps commander had to call her, a frontline officer, over to discuss it. Once she realized the orders were simply to deal with a mob, she could barely keep herself from grinning. This isn't going to be so hard, and it's a great chance to get away from the front lines. Having made that conclusion, she dashed over to her battalion's headquarters to start getting ready just a little while ago. Then I finally realized that there's something bothering me about the written orders I was given. We're legally in the white, but then why do they hint at the possibility of indiscriminate strategic bombardment? If the remaining troops don't surrender after we eliminate the enemy majors, the next steps are terrifying. When Tanya realizes that, she kicks her brain into high gear. Yes, the WTO, 20 who crushed the Prague Spring, were the WTO. It's not as if they were acting under a banner of democracy or anything. In other words, history can denounce it. After all, this plan calls for doing as much damage as possible to stone buildings using high explosives and explosion formulas. Militarily, it's a great idea and will expose the building's flammable innards. After that, I guess we just drop mainly incendiary bombs. No, we can probably burn things fine with artillery time bombs. If all the Imperial Army units assembled here concentrate their fire, Aren will end up having something in common with Dresden. It'll be a massacre even if we don't screw up. But we'll basically be substituting artillery for carpet bombing, so it's like in the Warsaw Uprising. It is within the realm of the typical. One regrettable thing is the grey zone where those bombings will be evil for the country that loses, but the ones the winning country conducted don't even get questioned, much less written off as a result of said non-existent questioning. One wrong move and I could end up nominated as a war criminal. I refuse to put myself in such danger, but wait, that'll only happen if the Empire loses. Which means that supposing we don't lose, if I refuse to follow orders at this point, I'll be shot for insubordination, fleeing before the enemy, etc. After all, orders are orders. And at this point there is nothing wrong with the ones I've received. I have no grounds for refusing them and no reason to worry. I don't even know if my superiors would listen to me if I tried to talk to them. Well, there may not be time for that anyhow. On the other hand, I could devote myself to actions with no legal issues now, but given that laws were retroactively enforced in the military tribunal for the Far East, I'll definitely need to be human. And on top of that, I have to act in such a way that a bunch of people won't accuse me of things later. You mean I have to pretend to be nice? In that case, obeying the laws to the best of my ability won't cut it. What the heck? But I guess my life is in danger unless I act humanely. I'd like to take it easy on the people, but doing that for no reason and ending up low on achievements will be problematic. No, wait, I have a reason. I have a bunch of burdensome new recruits with me, don't I? With them slowing me down, the other units will probably arrive by the time we finish eliminating the enemy mages. At that point, we can say we have casualties and withdraw. Then I don't have to get my hands dirty. At least if the battle takes some time to unfold, maybe I can pull my punches without anyone thinking poorly of my abilities. If this was going to happen, maybe I should have been more understanding of the recruits. But the commander is the one held liable. What would happen if one of the new recruits accidentally shot a civilian? It goes without saying that I, their leader, would either face a tribunal or a kangaroo court. But I guess if the Empire wins, the tribunal wouldn't be so bad. If I'm lucky, I can expect to be acquitted. Of course I can. It's a question of how much responsibility I can really be expected to take for these newbies. But if we lose, I'll probably end up the victim of revenge. That would suck. I thought this was a good idea, but now it seems like it's not going to work. For a moment, she considers a way to keep it a secret. Should I just eliminate all the witnesses? But she immediately puts a lid on her indiscretion, as even massacres have survivor testimonies. Almost zero is not zero, and with a look at history, you can see that any number of witnesses can be created. How many countries would hesitate to create a witness where none existed? I'm so not keen on this, murmurs Tanya, because that's all she can do in this situation. There's not even much time left until the sortie, and her talented unit is such a bunch of war nuts that when they heard there was a sortie they assembled right away. We can probably already transition into sortie readiness. If this was going to happen, I shouldn't have had them get prepped ahead of time. With eyes like a dead fish's, her pleasant features distorted, Tanya has mixed feelings watching her subordinates as they ready themselves with an irritating briskness. She wonders what she should do. People might think I'm hardline imperialist just because I received that superficial decoration. No, they must. If that's the case, the life waiting for me will be pretty unpleasant. Just take a look at Germany. No one who was a zealous Nazi during the war met a good end. People still give the SS a rough time. About the only ones who got decent treatment were the ace pilots. Even so, after the war, albeit for a brief time, many of them were interned by the communists. Is there no loophole? I can't get interned like Hartmann. No, wait a minute. There was one guy. There was a soldier named Rudel 21 or something. He was hardcore, talking reinforced concretine to communist and pro-Nazi. But after the war, he even managed to enjoy his life pretty well. I'll emulate him. To Second Lieutenant Grants it sounded the same as usual. OK, battalion were going on a picnic. From readiness level 2 they were assembled and head run so as not to be late. When he arrived, he was met with the commander, a displeased frown painted across her entire face. She wasn't just irritated, she was furious, apparently with nowhere to vent her anger. This can't be good. The other day they'd been made to follow a unit of enemy mages 50 kilometers past the enemy lines in what was called parallel pursuit. He had to at least be ready to venture out to the enemy trenches by night. Those idiots in the air let enemy mages slip past, and they've invaded Aren. But the words that came out of her mouth would have hit him hard, even if he had been expecting them. He'd heard whispered rumors, but having it confirmed by a superior officer was demoralizing. The disheartening truth was that a major supply relay point had fallen. Anyone who learns the trains that bring them their food won't be functioning after the next day can understand how huge an impact on logistics that will have. Even a private can comprehend that war without supplies is a strategic nightmare. The situation was so tense that even ever-indifferent Major von de Guritschaf couldn't conceal her bad mood. After all, Grants himself had been shocked to hear the rumor that enemy majors had invaded the rear by airdrop. How could we miss the transport planes gliding into our airspace? And apparently they joined up with the militia. Aren has fallen into the Republican Army's clutches. That was bad news. But honestly, what did it actually mean? For a moment, Grants and some of the other majors couldn't quite grasp the gravity of the situation. The battlefield paradigm required no thinking past eliminate the enemy. In other words, as far as Grants and the others knew, the situation would be resolved if they eliminated the militia and the majors. Defending an entire city probably wasn't possible with just majors and militia. With no infantry arm, occupation was a dream within a dream. The militia could compensate to some extent with numbers, but he didn't think they could hold up in real organized combat. In contrast, the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion was, for better or worse, a child of war that had learned to fight on the front lines and made achieving results their standard. Naturally, we're taking it back. As she says it, Tanya herself is convinced that as a legitimate enough conclusion, recapture is the only option. It's a kill-or-be-killed battlefield. All they're going to do is change positions on it. Compared to the horror of supplies being cut off, sortie orders are somewhat familiar. Both Grants and Tanya tended toward agitated thought patterns, so they felt attacking was just what you did on the battlefield. Now here's the tricky part. Even though she always conveyed their simple operation objectives without wasting any time, she took a deliberate breath. When he looked around, the other officers' faces were tense too. What the heck could it be? Grants braced himself slightly. Aren. Grants waited in uncertainty for her next words but then realized something with a shock. She said Aren and isn't sure how to continue. An officer who would indifferently order a charge on hell was hesitating. She was shaking something off and doing something she found difficult to endure. Whatever it was grim and oppressive. The unit had fallen completely silent and nothing made a sound. Something was wrong. The soldiers who had been distracted by the impending sortie began wondering what was going on. Then, as if to interrupt their thoughts, she managed to continue. Aren is now occupied by the Republican Army. Troops to take back the city, we need to eliminate all the Republican soldiers. That sounds totally straightforward. If Republican majors have joined up with the militia to occupy the city, it'll be too dangerous if we don't eliminate all the majors. Doesn't that go without saying? Would it even be hard? Grants didn't really understand. No, actually most of the replacements didn't see anything different from normal orders. They would be told to go as always and then they would. That's what they thought. Hoping to see if anyone knew what was going on, Grants glanced at Weiss. The first lieutenant's face was just slightly stiff. That seemed strange. He looked clearly nervous and shaken. Then he took a deep breath as if he was trying to steel himself. Steel himself against what? What was so horrible that it could rattle a Rhine front old stager so experienced he could be called a veteran? It goes without saying, but firing on non-combatants is strictly prohibited. However, as we've been given permission to cause property damage that won't count, she emphasized the rules of engagement. Their ROE was utterly ordinary. If there was anything of note, it was the exemption from responsibility for property damage. But even obtaining that exemption was part of normal procedures. Furthermore, before engaging the enemy majors and after eliminating them, we will issue warnings to surrender. Am I missing something? A vague, confusing anxiety enveloped him. Be sure to temporarily cease combat while the warnings are being issued. She was giving them the same instructions as any sortie. The only difference was that it would be a city battle. Of course, a few of the constraints would be different, but even with those alterations, the primary objective of eliminating the enemy majors wouldn't change. At least it shouldn't. If he thought harder about it, maybe the warnings. But it's obvious that an urban battle will have fewer casualties if you have the enemy surrender instead of finishing them off. And if they refuse, then you just conduct the moderately obnoxious battle to mop them up. If they accept the warning, that's great. If they don't, we transition to wiping them out. That is all. And actually the tone of his superior's voice was utterly flat, concealing her emotions as always. If they surrender, that's great. If it didn't work out, they would transition to taking them out as usual, totally normal. If pressed, he had to admit something felt strange. He sensed some kind of dissonance, something that didn't sit right. That said, should I really be getting distracted right before we sortie? Having made that conclusion, he began performing the final pre-sortie checks on his computation orb and rifle. Rather than being unable to use his weapons on the battlefield due to insufficient maintenance, it was better to forget his other thoughts. The recruits had had it beaten into them that learning was the first step towards survival, and with each passing day they were growing more familiar with war. The next thing they knew, they were on the battlefield that Major von de Guritschaf had led them to as planned. Bravo leader to combat control. It's a named, sending data now. Please confirm. As expected, the Empire's response was prompt in the strictest sense of the word. They sent over a battalion of mages in a matter of hours. Apparently, they are taking this quite seriously. I guess the pain of airdropping in was worth it. The commander of Mage 2nd Company of the Republic's Special Ops Forces, Lieutenant Colonel Vianto, was somewhat relieved to find some meaning in the operation he hadn't been terribly keen on. Though Head been nervous, Head done it. He finally had the wherewithal to glance at his annoyingly stiff hands. The Republic was in a fairly tough spot. It had been looking forward to Dasher's participation in the war, only to have that backfire. Republicans had to grit their teeth and watch the Entente alliance collapse after the fleet tried to prevent the landing operation, but didn't make it in time. This nightmare was slowly wearing them out. The Republic's below-the-surface contact with the Commonwealth was an open secret, but the Commonwealth was acting for its own national welfare. As a condition for its assistance, the Republic was liable to lose all its overseas interests. Considering the gravity of endangering its voice as a major power, the Republic felt a need to resolve things on its own to the extent possible. We need to push them back as far as we can before the Commonwealth joins the fight. It was for that political reason that Vianto was carrying out this crazy, to him, rear invasion. I can't believe they pulled the so-called Racen Detat card. Data confirmed the devil of the Rhine. They brought out the big guns. But apparently when it came to Racen Detat, counting your chickens before they hatch worked. They had succeeded in drawing the unidentified named known to every soldier on the Rhine front off the main lines. It was the named who excelled in high maneuver warfare and long-range firing, as did the elite unit she commanded. They were an annoying bunch who, as a mobile unit in the Imperial Army, defended a sizable territory. Taking them out was high priority. This unit was even capable of mobile defense. Drawing them away from the front lines was more significant than drawing away any other mage battalion. Diverting this unit with a veteran named who could strike at their weak points had an important effect on the battlefield that couldn't be measured with numbers. That said, they won't be easy. I'm not looking forward to this fight. Capturing a city the size of Aren would require several divisions of ground forces. It was up to the Imperial General Staff whether to scrape them away from the front lines or mobilize reserves, but apparently they had gone all in. If only they would have underestimated us and sent troops in piecemeal. In any case, if they could hold this transport terminal, the Empire's supply lines would dry up in less than a week, which meant they would definitely get results if they could hinder enemy reinforcements for just a few days. They could only hope that the troops on the front could pull off a major counterattack during that time. Charlie leader to combat control. You're telling us to fight that battalion at range. Even for an elite special ops force, fighting the devil of the Rhine at a distance would be tough. They had anticipated doing little more than chipping away at the enemy. No changes to the operation. The long-range fighting was only to distract them anyhow. Work to delay them. If it didn't work out, that was fine. There hadn't been terribly high expectations for the ranged fighting, so it was no problem. Maybe a line of distracting fire. The point is to force them to evade, tire them out, and break up their formations. Anyhow, slowing them down is crucial. Time is on our side. Roger. They promptly began their maneuvers according to the plan. Some majors lurking in buildings opened up with harassing fire. Those shots weren't very likely to connect in a major way, but on the other hand, they couldn't simply forego it given that their enemy was named. And after all, disciplined fire was the Republican Army's specialty. If the enemy flew slowly, they could score direct hits. The enemy majors are breaking, Saya evading our sniping, but apparently they were dodging the attacks. Well, that would be the natural thing to do, but Vianto had hoped to deal at least a little damage. As it is, well, only do a tiny bit or barely any. But they sent in a whole battalion right away. Saya making snap decisions that ignore the effect on the front sooner than I expected. And they responded even quicker than we heard they did, which is a pain. With his plans upset, Vianto wanted to pull his hair out even if it was good that they had managed to weaken the enemy's frontal attack. If the Empire was committing a battalion of elite mages with no hesitation, he and his men had to be ready for the arrival of far more ground troops than anticipated and much sooner than expected. They must want to take Aren back as soon as possible. In the worst case, where Thea prepared to withdraw from the lines, things could get hairy. We're containing the Devil of the Rhine with 2 companies. What else can we do? These were majors trained for special missions. 2 companies of them had been sent in. Containing the Devil of the Rhine was really only one of their objectives, but his adjutant wasn't talking nonsense. So urban warfare is the key, but we won't even last 2 weeks. If the enemy was really focusing on them more than they had anticipated, this would be awful. At first, they thought it would be a simple charge, or that maybe there would be a company of mages at most. If they were up against an augmented battalion all of a sudden, their enemy was determined, and Vianto's biggest headache was their readiness to send in a named. Once the counterattack starts on the front, pressure from the enemy will decrease. Most importantly, the troops should be able to break through their defensive positions once the supplies are cut off, don't you think? That's just wishful thinking. I hope we succeed, but it's going to be rough. We have friendly backup and met up with the partisan militia, but what will happen when real ground troops show up? They would have mage support, and the Empire had more firepower than the Republic on a fundamental level. As far as ammunition, all the Republicans had, apart from a small amount of air-dropped supplies, were local stockpiles and what each mage had on them. They wouldn't be able to last long, and they would probably take heavy casualties. Even worse, we'll probably end up fighting with the civilians as our shield, something we should be ashamed of as soldiers. Some of the believers in race and detat even thought that in a worst-case scenario they could run the partisans into the ground to buy time. It was logical, but it was an ugly side of their nation. So in the worst case, we continue delaying and try to cause as much damage as possible. That's our only choice. Either way, a soldier is a rotten thing to be. Humiliatingly, their duty was, basically, to faithfully carry out this operation to make civilians their shields. When they were told it would make winning the war possible, they had no choice. But there was no operation that put his race and detree as a soldier more into question than this one. As Republican soldiers, for the Republic to have Republican citizens die was a rotten business. The enemy vanguard has entered the air defense identification zone, Thea rapidly approaching the city. But even he was a soldier. He knew that while thinking could be meaningful, there was a time and a place for it. If he didn't, he would have been dead long ago. Commander, then we should, I know. Here they come, prepare to ambush. Once the enemy was closing in, his conflicted thoughts toward his mission had to be put off until later. He would do everything in his power to survive. Ibekor's regret was a privilege reserved for the living. Have you ever been ordered to eliminate a fearless enemy assaulting an area in the rear? I haven't until now either. Thus, while I'm happy to have enjoyed such good fortune previously, I want to lament my current situation. But I want to do a proper job without letting anything stand in my way. I realized recently that I'm the kind of person who lives to work. I want to be proud of myself for being a level-headed person who can think with common sense. Is the sort of thing Tanya is thinking, pretending to be upset about what a sad era it is when one gets intercepted just for flying through the sky, as she deftly evades the long-range disciplined fire the Republican Army is so proud of. Even if the beams are no stronger than the lasers shot by some organic resource recovery unit that's hostile to the human race, the hit rate is far lower simply by virtue of the fact that humans are spotting. Well, I do dodge them fairly seriously, since if one hit me it would be powerful enough to potentially pierce my protective film and outer shell and cause me to fall. Maybe if I poured mana into Type 95 with all my might I could withstand them, but that would be psychological suicide, so I hesitate to do that. In which case the best thing to do is evade. Engage. They are fast, they know what they are doing. That said, just as it's difficult to win 100 of 100 battles, it seems like breaking through unscathed will be impossible. The artillery fire is so dense Tanya is amazed in spite of herself. Their history of beating up on nothing but second-rate forces in Dasha and Norden has come back to bite them. It's good that everyone could evade a counterattack on a scale they didn't anticipate. In the process, though, their strike formation has gotten pretty disorderly even though the formation was designed to counter the Republic's disciplined fire. She is forced to acknowledge the painful realization that they won't be able to get past the enemy firing positions with speed and spread-out maneuvering alone. The idea that speed is armor definitely has a few flaws. We're still fine for now, but up against big believers in firepower like the Reds, we might be in trouble. Lieutenant Serebriakov, sorry, but I'm weirdly tired, can I get a tonic? As she thinks, the fatigued voice of Lieutenant Weiss comes over the radio, and Tanya frowns unconsciously. Tired. My vice commander who was put through the mill on the Rhine and in Norden is tired after just this. Tanya promptly throws her adjutant some alcohol-soldier fuelers. She has her go take a look, and her question is cleared up when Serebriakov's panicked shriek comes over the radio. Lieutenant Weiss, you've been shot. Hurry, stop the bleeding. What, you didn't notice? Let's get this tourniquet on, hurry. From the first aid discussion and Serebriakov urging Weiss on, Tanya realizes the former was correct and sighs. Instead of subordinates who don't have enough fighting spirit, I have berserkers that get hyped up on too much adrenaline to register that they are injured. There's something vaguely depressing about that. I didn't even give him meth and this is what he's like. It's hard to know whether I should rejoice that I have the best soldiers or lament that I've gathered a bunch of war addicts. How's the numbskull who didn't even realize he got hit? It's not life-threatening, but I think it will be difficult for him to continue fighting. What? Well, there's no helping it. Weiss, fall back. Still, what suddenly filled my mind was apprehension about losing my capable assistant. Despite being a war nut, he's one of the ones with common sense, and more than anything, it's particularly painful to have the chain of command affected so greatly in the heat of battle. But Tanya is already switching gears, because she knows she needs to consider not only current interests but solutions to future issues. As the most sensible among her men, the good First Lieutenant Weiss seems to have a few thoughts about this operation. If he's dropping off the battlefield, that means that one of her above-average mages nearly got shot down. Normally, Weiss would be the kind of mage to attain Ace of Aces level. If it wasn't a fluke, the Republicans are awfully capable interceptors. But Major, it's fine, fall back. You're just one person, well be all right. Instead of slowing us down, round up the others who've been hit and RTB. It's great to be serious, but if those serious personnel leave, that's a problem. With no other reliable people around, I'm the only one left. I'm the one sensible person among all these war crazies. Talk about a nightmare. It goes without saying that I'll be exhausted both physically and mentally. People who can remain sensible during such an abnormality as war are exceedingly valuable. It's hard to keep a unit who has lost someone like that under control. Sensible peeplethy generally keep their heads in a crisis. These modern individuals who can value reason and the market are the ones who will sustain the capitalist society to come. To squander them on this waste called war is truly horrible. What will the empire's economy be like after the war if it throws away its best and brightest like this? I don't even want to think about it. Should I convert all my wages into gold and goods while I still can? I have a feeling that win or lose, the empire's future won't be terribly bright. Understood, I wish you luck. You think too much, you hesitated, right, you big idiot. When I get back you're gonna get it. But first I have to survive this. It's annoying and I'm not motivated, but I have to crush the pro-republic fellows holed up in Aren. As a person it's not a very nice thing to do. Logically it's easier to eliminate them, but no one will compliment you for violating human rights. Yes, I'm philanthropic, and as such I don't want to get innocent people mixed up in this. Even though legally there are no problems, something surely gave good, conscientious Weiss pause. In other words, reluctance and hesitation hindered his maneuvers, and as a result he got hit. Well, it's not as if I don't understand. But to say one thing, if I were in the same position as him, I would have wanted to shirk responsibility in the same way. So about that part, I'm jealous. Geez, you're that averse to taking part in a massacre. Well, I don't like it, she mocked herself, but circumstances call for the death of the partisans of Aren. I'm only taking part in a broad sense. I'm just doing nothing, like those three wise monks: see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. In contemporary law it's omission, but I'm not the direct subject of the act. In other words, the issue is whether I have the duty to report it or not. Even Rudel bombed tons of Soviet tanks, ships, fighter planes and armored trains, and he didn't have to go to prison. Basically all he did was sortie, and that in itself wasn't a problem. Good. If I'm just doing my duty as a single soldier, there shouldn't be any real issues. Oh, laws are wonderful, ma'am, my apologies. That said, as long as there are issues at all, I won't be enthusiastic about it. Of course, I'm pretty sure there aren't any military operations you can really shout yeehaw and serve in with gusto. I end up wondering why we have wars. Even today am I conducting this irrational operation. Tanya is really at wit's end, but she doesn't long for death enough to lose herself in thought in the middle of a battlefield. She switches gears to focus on dealing with the task at hand. It's fine, you can't help being you. Okay, Lieutenant Nig, take over Lieutenant Weiss command. Roger, I have no choice, so I reorganize command at my discretion. Either way, our mission is countermage combat with at most some containment. If there are healthy enemy mages out there, we have to beat on them to some extent. All hands prepare to swoop in for close quarters fight. Watch out for ambushes. These guys are capable. If you take them lightly, you're liable to get burned. Commander, the enemy mages are withdrawing. They are going to shut themselves up in the city. But that plan was designed with the idea in mind that the enemies would sortie to intercept us. NGH, never mind. Abort the charge, just keep the pressure on. Put another way, it's our job to take on the mage ambushes on the periphery of the city, nothing beyond that. In other words, if they remove any mages from the attackable areas around the edges of the city, Tanya's mission will be mostly accomplished. In short, if they drive the enemies to positions where they couldn't reach the bombers or artillery, their part will be over. Commander, all we have to do is drive them off. Once we've pushed them away, we'll issue the warning to surrender. Are you sure? It's precisely because they understand what that means that several members of the company express hesitation. Of course, these aren't the types to hesitate to attack once we've transitioned to mopping up, but it isn't as if they can't foresee what's about to happen. It's not our job. At least our job is to counter the mages. It doesn't include urban warfare. But Tanya has already taken a practical attitude. Since she is focused on how to keep the dirt on her hands to a minimum, nothing is higher priority than getting out of there after issuing the call for surrender. This is an easy job. Even if someone ends up dying as a result, it won't be by my hand. In that case, understood. Despite their hesitation, no one continues to object for better or worse. In other words, no matter what they might have wanted to say, they are all mature enough to swallow it. Business is basically stoicism. Entertaining, layoffs, or a boss you just can't stand. There are so many things that must simply be endured. So if you can avoid them, there aren't many reasons to waver. And if you're a soldier, orders are a great excuse. Contact the artillery and the bomber unit. Tell them we're issuing the surrender warning. All that's left is to get them to take over. If the enemy surrenders, that's great. If not, the bombardment will put an end to it, that's all. Well, I know this isn't the type of enemy to meekly surrender, so it's practically a foregone conclusion, but still. In other words, well, have them become our justification. Do you want protection? Second company, you're on direct support. Still, the best is to issue a warning. If they are logical, there's a non-zero chance that they choose to surrender. If we issue a warning first, it's also much easier emotionally, and most importantly, if there is a trial, it can be used as evidence in my defense. Okay, let's give them a call. We don't lose anything by warning them. In which case, it'd practically be a betrayal of capitalism not to do it. We pretty much know they are going to reject our offer, but I might as well give it sincerely for my own reasons. It's definitely worth it. Actually, I'd really appreciate it if they would surrender at this point. Time and ammunition are precious. Well, in reality, a ton of them surrendering would be the bigger burden on logistics. And the brass doesn't expect them to give themselves up, so they are already assuming there will be a fight to wipe them out. I think we should hedge, but since cutting costs is also important, I can't fault them for their conclusion. Sheesh. Well, there's no reason for us in the thick of it to think that far. Guess I should get things rolling. Release unaffiliated members of the general population immediately. We can't allow your slaughter to continue. We demand the release of imperial citizens according to Article 26, Paragraph 3 of the Rules of War on Land. A nominal request to release civilians. That said, the only imperial citizens who would be in Aren, what used to be a Republican city, are soldiers or civilian army personnel. They were probably killed or lynched back when the revolt began. Even if there are survivors, I don't imagine they'll obediently let them go. There's a greater chance they'll off any survivors out of spite. I can't believe they actually wanted this scenario. It's like the monumental difference between talking about a nuclear apocalypse in a sci-fi novel and actually waging nuclear war. You're watching, right? See anything? Yeah, they shot someone, here's the video. And as expected, the militia shoots someone dead and shouts something obscene. Well, it's the type of thing an undisciplined militia is likely to do in any era. That's why a proper army and a militia are two different things. Freedom fighters are all well and good, but freedom without order ends up with major internal strife, a kind of environmental hazard. These guys are hopeless. They could have done this themselves, but instead they had to involve citizens engaged in wholesome economic activity. Yeah, so in that context, they are probably shouting, "Go to hell, imperial bastards." Something like that. Well, that's how people who aren't used to war tend to behave. They may believe in some noble principle, but as long as they aren't trained, they are slaves to emotion. So I suppose this is just what's bound to happen when an undisciplined organization of civilians has guns. Just like a functioning member of society, a soldier, even in uniform, is useless without training, and you obviously can't expect that much of a militia. In other words, this underscores the claim of economic theory that human capital is so important. HQ im sending video, requesting permission to begin immediate rescue. At the same time, this is a big chance. Nominally, we've fulfilled our duty of issuing a warning. All that's left is to join the extermination. But if possible, I'd like to avoid that out of consideration for my future political position. It's a simple reason, and anyone would exempt me from responsibility. This is the perfect chance. The marvelously just cause of protecting my fellow countrymen is right here in front of me. What army could reproach a soldier for saving its own civilians? At least, rescuing captured imperial subjects is a politically clean act. Perhaps it doesn't have much meaning from a military point of view, but all that's left now is the annihilation phase. So this is the phase during which your political conduct matters. The fact that I didn't participate directly during the battle but was engaged in rescuing fellow countrymen should work as a get-out-of-jail-free card. At least it should be a justification. HQ Roger, get it done. Pixie 01 Roger, I'll proceed immediately. Okay, saving people, let's do a good deed, for myself. Whoever said the good you do to others will always come back to you had a way with words. To Grants and Visha it was a massacre painted as mopping up. No, Visha took it a little better since she knew the ropes. She at least understood the danger of hesitating on the battlefield. For Grants it was purgatory or perhaps simply hell. HQ to all participating units. Transition to cleanup. Get rid of the Republican army. Red flames added color to the black and grey world. Then a faint flashing was all he could see. His distracted consciousness registered a noise coming from somewhere, orders to the entire theatre from HQ. The voice on the radio was so level he was shocked by how unreal it sounded, but the significance of it was orders. Yes, orders. The individual Grants was in this place on orders. I came here, I pulled the trigger, I killed the enemy. No, what I killed was a person, and he could recognize the strange tingle in his nose that had begun some time ago. Even though he was used to the smell of the battlefield, a stench was irritating it. It was the smell of burning human flesh. A freshly charred corpse whose odor wasn't masked by the reek of decay. The air, sticky with protein, stunk horribly. He was sure he was out of things to throw up, and yet he did everything in his power to keep any acid from spewing out his mouth. He was getting used to actual combat, perhaps. The fact that Second Lieutenant Grants had the ability to try to understand the situation meant he actually had some presence of mind. The surrender warning and the attempt to separate the civilians from the militia had been only a short while ago. Technically, it was probably a procedure to allow them to consider the civilians militia. Anyhow, as soon as the civilians didn't have to be defined as non-combatants, the Empire had begun a merciless attack on the city. Luckily, he was engaged in the Imperial Army's prisoner rescue mission. It seemed strange to him that Major von de Guritschaf cared for allies over the enemy, but that feeling was gone in an instant. She was probably just deciding according to priority. That is, soldiers are the shields of the nation's people, so if the question is whether eliminating the enemy or performing a rescue is higher priority, it has to be the rescue. Apparently it's a question of value standards. To put it another way, she honestly doesn't mind trading the life of an enemy for the life of a fellow countryman. Thanks to that, even if it was only during the short time before the bombardment started, they were able to rescue some of the people held captive in the city. We've already crushed all hostile organized resistance. Now just take out the remaining holdouts. The Republican civilians were full of fight, and in a conceptual sense they certainly meant to do battle with the Empire. They had consciously stood up to protect the Republic, and the bodies and corpses of recovered army employees made their intent to do harm very clear. But that didn't mean Grants could enjoy the scene playing out before his eyes. Meanwhile, the unit's superior officer, Tanya, is content to look on as the cleanup progresses fairly smoothly. They used high explosives to smash the roofs of stone buildings. Once the flammable items inside were visible, they dropped incendiary bombs inside. To prevent the fires from going out, they used more high explosives to shatter the buildings, creating gusts of wind to help the conflagration spread. Then more incendiary bombs. That repetition set all of Aren ablaze in a few short hours. The barricade the civilians erected meant nothing. Not only that, but the Republican mages probably even ended up getting roasted in the flames. Surely the city already looks more like hell than those Buddhist paintings that supposedly depict it. On that point, Tanya's feelings are simple. God must be so upset about this if he exists. Anyhow, being X apparently isn't nice enough to lend a hand in this sort of disaster. Well, what can you do? Humans are the only ones who can save humans. Forgetting that and clinging to religion must be our weakness. That said, Tanya believes that such a weakness has produced massive changes in the history of mankind, which is why she's keeping her hands clean and going to save the imprisoned military employees. She takes the action that the collective consciousness of those weak people would want her to, and praises herself for being a realist who doesn't neglect to create excuses for the future. Meanwhile, for Grants, who didn't have the wherewithal to guess at his superior's inner thoughts, the only thing keeping him sane were his pristine, pure white hands. He could defend himself by saying that he had made it through without shooting any non-combatants. He was rescuing people, not massacring them. On this battlefield that was only a type of fiction, but as long as he could maintain it, it provided consolation. Unfortunately, Battalion Commander Major von de Guritschaf's surrender warning and the militia who rejected it sent his fiction crumbling to bits in no time. Their battalion was the vanguard in this fight, and if it hadn't been for their good cause, the rescue of imperial subjects, they would have been in there participating in the killing. Now he and his unit, the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion, had to perform their original mission. Pixie 01 Roger, requesting target. Having swiftly and soundly recovered the Imperial prisoners, the battalion had regrouped and was waiting for its next orders. What everyone knew without hearing it was that it would be the mission they were meant to do, an attack. Everyone mentioned it in ambiguous terms, but unbelievably, Major von de Guritschaf apparently intended to participate in the horrible thing happening in Arenefest. Whether the people of Aren even had the means to stay alive, much less fight, was doubtful. But neither the Imperial Army Command, Battalion Command, nor the individual commanders could be satisfied yet. As long as those people existed in front of them, they would devote their all to the task and accept no alternatives. They knew no other way to resolve the situation. Everyone was reluctant to say it, but if asked officially, they had to acknowledge that there were orders for a pursuit battle. And their commander was trading messages with HQ in her usual tone of voice, telling them they had regrouped and pressing them for the unit's next orders. HQ to Pixie Battalion. The remaining enemy mages are acting as a rear guard as they retreat. Can you eliminate them? I see them, no problem, we can do it. As part of his training, he was assigned to the headquarters company. The notion that the commander thought he had potential made him happy, but that Navit had been an awful mistake, it meant he had to hear the worst news. To think he was meant to learn her style of command. Following Major von de Guritschaf's gaze, he could indeed see a somewhat orderly group of people. They were at a visible distance, there was no mistaking them. And it was true that bringing up the rear were a bunch of fellows who looked like the Republican Army mages, albeit covered in wounds. But the view, unique to mages with a boosted observation formula, told him the people beyond the beat-up mages were only people. Yes, people whom he couldn't imagine were capable of fighting. On their faces were anger and fear, plus despair and the faintest hope that they might escape. By the time he realized it, Grants himself was unexpectedly awash in a feeling that was difficult to understand. Are we really going to rip away those people's last protection? After you eliminate the rear guard, the plan is for the artillery to finish off the remaining enemies. We request that you take no more than 10 minutes. But Command didn't seem to want to let the group of enemies go. Of course, they were an army. Grants knew in his head that they were an army. But his emotions screamed, are you really? Are you really going to let that happen? But his superior didn't voice any objections whatsoever. The orders to mop up the remaining adversaries who were trying to deploy protective formulas to defend the people from Major von de Guritschaf, from the artillery, were orders to get rid of the mages trying to help the people escape. But Grants had learned that his commander would give such orders matter-of-factly, with no trace of emotion that was the right way for a soldier to be. She isn't wrong. She isn't wrong. HQ to Pixie Battalion, that is all. Over. The wishes of the superior who closed out the transmission were no more and no less than that. Kill them, they said. Once they were gone, the protective formulas would disappear instantaneously. After that, Grants had no doubt the artillery would pulverize the people. The artillery wouldn't know the true identity of the enemies, so they would naturally do a great job. At least we're only fighting the mages, we won't be shooting the people behind them, but he could still guess what would happen next. No, he knew quite well what would happen. We're destroying their last shield. Pixie Battalion, roger that, well, do our best. The moment the mages were eliminated, those people would also be blown away. Concentrated artillery fire, on desolate flat country that hardly had any rubble, much less trenches. It was stranger to think they would survive. Above all, why would artillery open fire on civilians who had no idea how to live through a bombardment? This is insane. Commander, please reconsider this, if we eliminate them. Before he realized, Ith could hardly believe it himself, he was giving his opinion to a superior. He could sense that his face was deathly pale. He had practically committed insubordination. He had argued against an order that came down from command. That wasn't the type of thing a mere second lieutenant could say to a battalion commander. Plus, he was essentially rebelling against the orders. Enemies of the Empire will be laid to waste. That's great. But maybe that was why he hesitated, but he had still objected. Grants was so confused he hardly understood what was happening himself, but he spoke up to try to stop Major von de Guritschaf. But she remained unfazed. Lieutenant Grants, the enemy you let escape can take up guns again to shoot us. Yeah, probably. Their expressions were filled with loathing. Undoubtedly the Republic would gain zealous new soldiers from their ranks. Since they hated the Empire, the army would have no issues with their will to fight. So you tell us to kill them. You're telling us to kill someone who could be an enemy. Perhaps she recognized his conflict, or perhaps she said it for no reason. But Major von de Guritschaf added an important point at the end. If you don't shoot the enemy, they'll shoot you. We have to at least open fire until someone tells us not to. It's an order after all. Then before he knew it, he'd been knocked to the ground. He could feel dirt in his mouth. Well, more like mud. His face complained of the pain where he'd been struck, but he was hazily conscious. Maybe her decision to sweep his feet out from under him instead of kick him down was born of kindness. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. This is an order. Pick up your gun. It's time for work. Yes, it's an order. I know I have to do anything I'm ordered to, because it's an order. Fuck, an order. Hello. Long-distance trains aren't very comfortable, are they? First class is a lot better, but sure enough, in wartime it's really only better. On top of that, since the Army's railway guns and supply trains are prioritized, the schedules are seriously off. About all I should be doing in this situation is reviewing documents or sipping coffee, although it's cold. For confidentiality purposes, not only are radios jammed, but I can't even leave the first-class cars. What is that about? Yeah, the food is relatively decent since it's provided by the train. That said, you can't really relax and enjoy a meal with this mood. On top of that, the menu's tone-deaf main dish is beef stew. Yes, normally I'm quite happy to eat stew, but at the moment, I'd rather not. I mean, it's good and all. It's tasty, but I just saw an awful lot of things on the battlefield I just came from, so it's a bit heavy. I acknowledge that it's delicious, though. Yeah, I don't think a meat doria would have made it down my throat. Tanya is grumbling facetiously. A super fun legal debate, and actually implementing those ideas are two different things. For instance, what's the point of ludicrous proposals that maybe there aren't any civilians, because all your nation's citizens are soldiers, due to universal conscription, or total war, or whatever? Normally something like that would never be realized. The problem is that the plans that logically would never be used and the pressures of necessity both exist in reality. What an outrageous age we live in. People use up their kin and throw them away as if they are not human. If they were at least using them in a clever way, they'd have room to debate, but this is completely random. Unforgivable waste, And on top of that, the idea of recycling to use resources efficiently hasn't been developed. No, Thea, practically ignoring it. Honestly, I want to ask them how much human capital Thea planning to invest in this. Considering the cost and the time it takes to cultivate a mage, they really can't be dropping dead all over the battlefield. Even worse, a college graduate who continued on to get his PhD scientist was stationed on the front lines until just the other day. But if we neglect science, we'll fall behind the enemy's new weapons and technology. Arg, I have no interest in dealing with what would happen if, say, the enemy had radar and VT fuses and we didn't. If they are implementing the Manhattan Project and our scientists are dying on the front lines, isn't that playing for the wrong team? I mean that mad scientists should die, but apart from that. Dr. Einstein may have been no good as a military man, but he contributed to the nation, which makes him better than a rank-and-file soldier. Don't they know that rather than giving guys like Einstein and Nobel guns, they need to give them pencils and make them do calculations? Of course, anybody with a touch of crazy like the mad scientist is a different story, but still. Having mad scientists contribute is about as meaningless as standing Nobel up on the forward-most line. Having Nobel study nitroglycerin would be much better for society. He was also a wonderful guardian of human capital who advocated for peace in order to prevent wasting resources. In other words, everything is for the future of humanity. Alfred Nobel had a great reputation as a guy who became rich by finding ways to kill more people faster than ever before, as per Wiki, but there was no one who valued efficiency as much as he did. If it were me, I would want to add he worked to protect human capital. Why this extravagant waste of human capital? If there are plenty of posts and not enough talent, we can just pull them off the front lines. Don't you think this is why we're lacking talent? Supposedly they are finally correcting this. Well, all I can do is rewrite these notes as a formal opinion to turn in. I'm on a train, but since we're at war, there isn't even any good scenery to look at, so I'm bored. I've been summoned though, so I guess I have to endure it. Perhaps we'll have some breathing room after thoroughly crushing Aren. The unit was given leave, and the higher-ups will consider where to station all the troops that were assembled. Well, I expected that much. But why am I the only one who has to appear at the General Staff Office in the capital? I sincerely reviewed my conduct to try to find anything that would warrant me being called in, but I don't think I made any mistakes. Yes, we saved lives and eradicated the enemy mages. And before that, on the Rhine lines, I even received a decoration for my daring exploits, albeit in a simple battlefield presentation. I don't think any of my behavior has been problematic, and I don't recall any slip-ups in terms of controlling my subordinates either. I adhere strictly to regulation in the battalion, because there is no way I'm getting stuck in a military tribunal for mismanaging my reports like Mr. Yamashita, 22. I have zero tolerance for abuse of prisoners. Due to the temperament of my unit, we rarely have prisoners, but I can say with confidence that we never torture or abuse our captured information sources. Unlike the amateurs who take more prisoners than necessary and then tear their hair out over how to feed everyone, we don't take on more than 48 people can handle. It does make things somewhat easier. I have an ideal unit that both adheres extremely close to international laws and devotes themselves to their missions, which is nice and easy. They don't give me much trouble. So why am I being called in? Excuse me. Long time no see, Major von de Guritschaf. I'm nearly lost in my meandering thoughts when Thea interrupted by a familiar voice. A man wearing a mid-ranking officer's coat stands in the entrance to my compartment. Before I wonder who it is, I look at his face and more or less understand the situation. It certainly has been a while, Major Uga. Good to see you're doing well. I stand up, hastily remove my cap and bow. Well, etiquette might also require that I let down my tied-back hair. Luckily, there are no rules enforced so inflexibly near the front lines. But I heard that Major Uga got a post in the rear. I think it was either with the Army's Railroad Department or Logistics. Of all the officers in my class at War College, Hell probably go the furthest. He had already been promoted to the middle ranks when I got my captain's commission. Hell probably make it to lieutenant colonel rather quickly for someone not serving on a battlefield. I'm jealous. After you serve in logistics, you usually end up either in the general staff or an instructor position at the War College. It won't hurt me to stay on good terms with him. Yes, I'm glad to see you in one piece too. I heard about Aren. Sounds like it was rough. I'm afraid military secrets are involved, so I can't give you details, and since we were in college together, we're a bit closer than acquaintances. Or really, although class reunions and the hierarchy of commissions operate in the background, they still influence officers to have ties to one another connections. That's fine. Today I'm basically on an errand for General von Zetua. Are you too? Aha, I guess I should say, he must be here as a messenger. The poor guy is really getting run around. Do you know something? Well, I suppose I can tell you. Can he keep a secret or not? Well, Major Uga is fairly sensible, so I'll be happy he trusts me. There's nothing more handy and essential than connections, influence, and a network. The Army's Railroad Department is being asked to plan urgent transportation into a war zone. I'm going to report that. I don't mean to be rude, but I don't see what that has to do with me. At most, won't I be one of the field officers being transported? The Railroad Department performs a critical role in the Empire, where we use interior lines strategy. If the rails can't move troops smoothly, our force can't get where it needs to be in an efficient way, and we can't concentrate our fighting power. Then the Great Army is like an elephant with a body, so big it can't move. A department that important probably gets asked to plan urgent transportation into a war zone fairly often. That's fine, but why does that overlap with the reason I've been summoned? I don't mean to sound smarter, Lecky, but I'm a mage. And I'm a battalion commander, nothing more than a tactical component. At most, I'd be asked to get on such and such a train to go to such and such a place. Or since I can fly, they might tell me to zoom off somewhere under my own steam. There shouldn't be any reason to call me all the way to the capital. It's where they're going that's the problem. The higher-ups are apparently planning to pull the Rhine lines back. The Rhine lines, you mean, well, retreat. The shock keeps Tanya from understanding what Uga has said for a moment. We pushed so hard only to pull back, that's right. I guess they mean to fall back and make them bleed. Fall back and make them bleed, so that's what they are doing. Hannibal's canny on this scale. That's unexpected. It's drastic, but an interesting idea. Arg, I guess I'm losing my edge. The Concorde's failure isn't funny anymore. We should adhere to the rule that says not to lament the money you've invested in an unprofitable enterprise, but rather lament any further loss. My time on the front lines has really rusted my economic, rational sensibilities. It's horrifying. Or does being X mean to destroy this faithful believer in the modern, practical spirit? I have to stay conscious of the context that in this war-torn world he was blabbing about. Terrifyingly, my senses of the market and what's rational were on the verge of numbing. War is such a crime. I want to escape this human madness and wastefulness as fast as I can. We should quit this war with actual bombs whizzing around and have economic wars instead. Still pulling back. But General von Zetua has come up with a surprising idea, thinks Tanya with unstinting admiration. It would take time and effort to push the lines forward, that's for sure. A retreat isn't so hard, and actually, even if the enemy pursues us, we can expect fewer casualties than if we charged at heavily defended trenches. It's not a bad idea. If we organize the uneven lines, we should be able to face them head-on. And well, striking into Republican territory gives their supply lines the advantage, but if we retreat, it'll be easier on ours. Of course, the plan will only work if they go along with it. That's why the information is so tightly controlled. It seems like we're going to be putting on a bit of an act. An act? Listen, Major, that mess in Aren destroyed our supply lines. We can't maintain the front anymore. Hold on a minute. That's the story we're telling about our retreat. No matter how inept we think the Republicans are, surely they'll at least send out scouts. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Whether through a third power or a unit participating in the battle, I'm sure the truth will leak out. No, just the opposite, well-spread propaganda through the other country. The heroic citizens of Aren resisted and practically destroyed the Imperial Army's railroad. Wow, I'm genuinely impressed. I'm no propaganda expert, but I can imagine how effective this could be. I honestly never expected someone in this world, and at such an age, would come up with this brand of information warfare. I'm struck once again by how wonderful the human race is, so truly adaptable. Of course, it's absurd that they can be this wise and still fight wars. Well, behavioral economics attempts to explain the human ball of contradictions from an emotional angle. I'm sure it makes many interesting points. The citizens of Aren gave their all and fought so bravely, so fiercely, that the Imperial Army lines were shaken. The moment someone shouts, you would waste these gains. Level-headed debate will be overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion. You mean well take away all their choices. Bravo. It's a reproduction of the dance Bismarck made Napoleon Roman III do. The Ems dispatch incident is a truly classic feat of diplomacy. Even a mere sensible person like me can appreciate it. This is essentially a provocation. Well, if Bismarck's move was a provocation, maybe this is more like coaxing. Well, I'll leave the detailed categorizing to the academics, but I still want to praise this move with a bravo from the bottom of my heart. That's right. Even if they don't come to help them, all it will take is someone to whisper they abandoned them. It can't hurt to send around that kind of disinformation. It's a marvelous idea. I'm surprised he thought of it. Well, the Republican administration will probably hate getting a reputation as the type that watches resisting civilians die in the middle of total war when they need the unity of their people. A nation can't expect its people to accept its logic that a small sacrifice will benefit the majority. Really, the only ones who declare something like that are the Soviets or their ilk, although in Pol Pot's case, his small sacrifice was about a third of the population. Well, some nations go to war under the pretext of protecting their citizens, so I guess it balances out. Deploying troops because of murdered missionaries is a cliché by now. The Empire has a few past conflicts along the same lines. Of course, purely as a diplomatic issue, a country shouldn't be lazy when it comes to protecting its citizens. Or rather, the people pay taxes to be protected. Even in a night watchman state, the people want protection from their government, so that should be provided. In that sense, security is the nation's duty. Well, it probably only goes so far, but still. Oh, I've gotten quite off track. This is no time to let my thoughts wander, but what does that have to do with me? How does a mere field major like me fit into a grand strategy like that? I honestly have no idea. Really how? In principle, it's better for confidentiality there'll be fewer leaks if fewer people know, so I'm sure it's on a need-to-know basis only, but I have to ask. It's simple. Apparently your 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion will be the rear guard for the retreat. They think far too much of us. Actually, considering what happens to people who know too much, the civilian method is to give people a large retirement allowance or pension to keep their mouths shut. Yeah, that gets expensive. Hence all the criticism of how much golden parachutes cost. Conversely, if you want to keep costs down and resolve things in a practical manner, you can render people incapable of talking. And if you can accomplish it legally on a battlefield, it's a no-brainer. Is this to threaten us into staying quiet about Aren? The thought sends a chill up my spine. Maybe I'm thinking too hard, but it sure seems like my loyalty is being questioned. It's true that in a pinch I prioritize my own safety, but I've still been getting results for them, and I'm pretty sure I've been displaying my allegiance to the organization at every opportunity. No, maybe they found out I hesitated in Aren, but I don't recall that resulting in any failures. Plus, I have the great excuse of protecting our own people. Yeah, I want to believe there are no issues. Then why are we getting stuck as the rear guard? Your mission will only be a delaying defense, but it'll be rough, I'm sure. You're probably being summoned to discuss it. A delaying defense when we're half enveloped. Losing half of my troops won't buy us time. We got asked this question all the time in the academy, but I never thought I would actually be put in this situation. It's possible, but not doing it and let's try it are very different things. It's easy to say pretty words like, "I'll use my subordinates as a shield," but to actually do it takes a tremendous amount of discipline. At least, it's too much to ask of a young officer like me. You'd be basically wiped out. Yes, I'm sure we would be. I never thought I'd end up having to actually implement a scenario from the academy's oral exam. I want to shout, surely you must be joking, but nothing would be more pointless. I feel like I have at least a little understanding of Major Uga's personality. Basically, I don't think he's the type of guy to joke around. Besides, as long as I have no idea why he would lie to me, it's safer to assume it's the truth. In other words, I'm going to be the tail end of the army performing delaying action as we retreat. What an elegant way to indirectly tell me to drop dead. Am I allowed to say that this is something they should have a family of warriors like the Shimardzus 23 do, and not mere mages? I just barely managed to control my urge to flee out the window of the car. Running away now won't improve my situation one bit. I have to think how I can resolve this, know how to survive. I need to find a way out. Fortunately, my subordinates are all capable shields. I may need to use the Shimardzus special, the Sutagamari fighting retreat. Maybe I should apply to license it. Gotta follow the rules at all times. You're overthinking it. It won't take that long. Won't you basically be on lookout? On the perpetual battlefield. You have to be prepared for the worst, though, you know. Not that I enjoy having that temperament. My hope is that they just get the lines moved back in a hurry so we don't have to suffer. In other words, it's only a hope. I can't risk my life on this sad little chance. We have to be an ultra-vigilant rear guard. What the heck, if I was going to feel this sick, I shouldn't have eaten that beef stew. I wanna throw up. Was the reason Rudel drank milk because his stomach couldn't handle anything more than that? No, I think he was serious about nutrition and just a total battlefield addict. But maybe I should take a page from his book and drink some milk. It'd be good for my health. I'll take some time to seriously consider this later. We'll do our best and try not to take too much time. I appreciate it, Major Uga. Anyhow, what the heck? It'll be fine if I can go to General von Zetua directly and get him to take back the orders later, but if they are trying to shut us up, he definitely won't. No, even if he doesn't turn down my request, the danger of being disposed of will never quite leave us. In that case, I might have to consider surrendering to the Republic in order to survive. Well, no, I guess that would be dangerous. Too, it's so unlucky that we accidentally sunk that Commonwealth vessel. At worst, I would be sacrificed for long-term friendly relations between the Commonwealth and the Republic or whatever. Actually, that's definitely what would happen. If that's true, then the first thing I need to do is get out of this jam. Either way, as long as we're soldiers, we do what we must. That's how it is, right? Damn it, I have to pretend I don't know anything and survive. Of course, the ideal would be if this is all a misunderstanding. It's better to be pessimistically prepared than think optimistically and fail. If you're assuming you're fine at the cost calculation stage and you put too much trust in a 5.7-meter standard for sea walls, what happens? Of course, a corporation has to be conscious of costs. Rather, I think a nation that wages a war with no sense of cost is far madder. I choose to firmly support peace. That said, I'm all for intervening in a region in order to secure limited interests. The costs of a war waged by a practical economic agent should be capped within a permissible limit. And how about the escargot standards? Power plants, more like fortresses. Well, the actual fortresses they build have pretty well-known reputations in various senses of the word, e.g. the Maginot Line. This is no good. It appears my intellectual curiosity and purity are making my mind wander. Either way, Major von de Gurichaff, for now, we've reunited. How about a toast to mark the occasion? All I have is ersatz coffee, but if that works, I'm happy to. Anyhow, next time I'll make sure to have some milk on hand. Incidentally, for some reason, the empire is famous for its milk.